Cheers to 2022 and resolutions you can actually keep. How about having clean and shiny balls all year round? Our sponsors at Manscaped are here to save your balls this year and make the ball drop into 2022 the cleanest and sexiest ever. Set your first New Year's resolution with good intentions and join the 4 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with our exclusive offer. Go to manscaped.com and use code NEST, N-E-S-T, NEST, for 20% off and free shipping. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. A little late going here tonight due to some technical difficulties, but that is the game with which we find ourselves in here in this online world. Things can happen. Stuff can go astray. But we are live nonetheless now. We're good to go here. Appreciate anybody wanting to hop on in. It's going to be a pretty chill stream, man. Put on the sunglasses, if you got a doobie, roll one up. Just hang out. We're not going to have anything that's going to be too pressing tonight. We're out of the playoffs. We're just about to get into the beginnings of this offseason once we get through these playoffs. We're going to watch a little bit tonight of our opponents at play here with the Cardinals going into LA to play the Rams. And so we'll be watching this game, discussing this a little bit. Maybe there's some things our Seahawks can take away from these two teams and what they've done. We'll also be discussing a little bit of the games that were played here recently. And some of this, again, is not just to be discussing these games at play of how the Bills do against the Patriots or how their 49ers do against the Cowboys yesterday, but to also understand what we can take away from those games. What's something that we can steal? What's something that we've got to stop with these teams? Start to look at it a little bit through that lens of things. I don't think you'd always do that in a division, but you've got to do that now in our division because we've been the tough division going now and going for multiple years running here. With the 49ers beating the division winning Cowboys, I think we can prove the third place Niners beating the division winning Cowboys. I think we can at the very least take that away from things. Game right here, we've got 7-0 here on the scoreboard. I'll get a overhead post here so you guys can kind of see where we're at. LA just scored for the first time, and it looks like Von Miller just got a sack. So on their score, Odell Beckham went up on a fade route and caught the football, and then now here Von Miller's coming in and making a nice key sack here on Kyler Murray. So at least early on in this game, the returns for the Rams team that went all in at the trade deadline, they said, we're going all in on this one, fellas. And it certainly is paying off for him, at least at the moment. Interesting to see. Another thing worth tracking in this game, right? This is a little bit about us also taking things we can take away from watching these games. It's, again, not just watching the game, but, again, how it pushes forward a little bit to our Seahawks. There we go. We got the score up there for you guys. You can see it now, hopefully. All right. Hopefully it shows. Yes, we're done. All right, good enough. Make it enough. Make it enough. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good night tonight. Again, just going to be kind of chilled out today, just kind of watching the stream, seeing how this stuff all kind of goes a little bit. Looks like we got a flag here on the field as the Cardinals do a little trick-a-do. Looks like the officials are going to say that was a forward pass. Nice trickeration there by the Rams. Jace, how you doing? Looking good. What's up? Cam Akers looking good. For him to come back from that major of an injury this quick into this year is pretty amazing. Seahawks Network says down with the Rams. So we got one anti-Ramser in the house, and I'm sure we'll have more to few. Go Hawks. Well, Baker was definitely the problem in Cleveland. Yeah, we'll see what we get from our Baker lover coming in tonight. Seahawks Network's rooting hard for the Cards. Jace, how did the basketball game today? We lost by 4, but the team is massively improved. I started the game out kind of bad, but in the fourth quarter I went off, had 8 points, 6 rebounds. That makes you clutch, my man. That makes you clutch. The Cardinals just get a kickoff there. They almost had that thing darn near blocked. And the Rams call for a fair catch. Jacob Kessinger, same go for Cards, but just for tonight. All right, so we got more guys rooting for Cards than Rams tonight. I do think the Rams are going to win this game. And that's even before obviously, even before they scored there in the opening period. DeKalen Metcalf. Hello there. What'd I miss? Nothing so far. We're just getting started. As I was saying, a little bit of technical difficulties here. So The Rams have put 7 points up on the board here to L.A. And Odell Beckham, I'll tell you what, he's looked a lot better coming over to L.A. than he did with the Browns. Glock 05, if we were to pick up Eric Fisher and Ryan Jensen, would that make you happy? Yeah, I thought Eric Fisher signed a deal, though, didn't he? I thought the Colts signed him to more than a 1-year prove-it deal. I could be wrong on that, but if he's available on the open market, I think he'd be an interesting guy. Ryan Jensen, likewise. Jensen's kind of in that same territory of where Corey Linsley was last year. You know, you're not going to maybe get 3 years of great play. You'll get through 2 years of probably good play and a third year of meh in a best case scenario. But I think that he is the best center out there on the draft or in free agency this season. So I think it'll be all right. Glock 05 says Von Miller. Yeesh. Yeah, Miller's working. And look, Miller's talked about it on some quotes as far as since getting over to the Rams. When you got Floyd over there, when you've got obviously Aaron Donald drawing as many double teams as he does, that's going to free him up for a lot more single blocks than he's used to. ADL says Kyler the chubby squirrel got sacked. Yeah, he did. Tuna Cat, my wife left me. I'm sorry, Tuna Cat. I hope maybe she'll change her mind. Herbicide says, damn, what up? Damn, I hate the Niners. Lucky bastards. Go Cards. Rams are going to win it, though. Hey, the 49ers yesterday, not only did they outplay, I think, the Cowboys, and the Cowboys got a lot of penalties in that game, but I thought that the 49ers offensive attack was more creative and just a little more productive over the course of the day. And then I thought defensively they were able to get pressure on Dak and stop the run relatively well. And I think that they would have won that football game. But boy, they're going to be tough going forward too. That's the part we're watching two teams here that are the two best teams in the division this year. But I think that the 49ers, if they make some very key moves into this offseason, could find themselves in a real tough place for us to get at. And remember, you know, they're playing yesterday with down how many corners this year? And they go out there and they beat the Cowboys on the road. And Shanahan showed all of his creative offense in there. They were able to win despite Garoppolo. I mean, Garoppolo had a couple of plays there where you're just going, oh my gosh, man, come on. You got to hit that throw. They still won it, though. Part of the reason why I'm so high on Kyle Shanahan as a coach. All right, we got the Rams coming out now. 1st and 10, 2:15 on the clock. Give is in here to Cam Makers, it looks like, and he gets tripped on up at the line of scrimmage by Corey Peters. Cat's making her appearance here on the pod. On the pod. Jem G, give the video a thumbs up, everyone. Oh, thanks, Jem G, for mentioning that. Please do if you like the video or like the channel, appreciate the content. Please do hit that like button for me. It does help this channel out considerably, and I really do appreciate it. As well, just a shout out to sponsor the show, Manscaped. Save yourself 20%. Free shipping. Use my code, NEST. All right, so the Rams are coming out now with a little bit of an odd look here. Again, another run, and boy, yeah, Akers does look good. He looks elusive, and he looks, well, he's down. He looks elusive, and he looks quick. I think he's coming off an Achilles, too. That's impressive. You know that kid's a hard worker to get back that quick. Got right upfield. I always say, man, he's... To me, he's like a little bit of maybe a little smaller version of what Marshall Faulk looked like. Ooh, that looks like that was close. That was almost a fumble there. That was very close. Very, very close. Mike Thon, I want Rams to win so they beat the Bucks. Okay. Herbicide playing. J.J. Watt? No, J.J. Watt's out for the year. Jace, don't worry. Kyle Shanahan will forget how to run the ball in the fourth quarter no matter what happens. Maybe so, man. I tell you what, you get him a quarterback that can push a ball down the football field and move those defenses out of being able to bring that safety up into the box. Look out. Look out. And if I was the 49ers, that's the main part of what I want to do in addressing my offseason is, that looks like a good call in the field. Wow, that's bang, bang, but a very good call in the football field. That doesn't look like a fumble to me. But watching that game yesterday and the way that they attacked that Cowboys defense, and I mean, They had the Cowboys defensive line so flummoxed that they had multiple holding calls on their defensive linemen over the course of the game. Just on one play, Randy Gregory just tackled an offensive lineman. He was so discombobulated. It's creative in what they've done. Shanahan's been relatively successful, even though he doesn't have that winning record as a coach. But he's done it again without having exactly prime pieces around him to work with. And once you get him some more of those prime pieces, better quarterback play. Brandon Ayuk now fully cooking into year 3 next year along with Debo. Scary. All right, Stafford dropped back to throw. Finds his tight end. It looks like Higbee there for a nice little 12-yard gain, a first down. That should just about finish off the first quarter here. Rams kind of handling business to begin things. Arizona's got a -3 total yards to the Rams' 122. That's never a good opening quarter when those are the stats, is it, folks? You never feel quite secure in your start. Oh, go off and go 5. J.J. Watt is playing. I'm sorry, I missed that. I thought he was out all year. I didn't even know that there was a chance he could come back. What a beast. What a beast. Paul Third, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you. It says, Raylan's back. New Justified series coming to FX. Yes. Paul, you just made my day. You just made my day, my man. I had not heard that information, but that is awesome to hear. You watch any of the YouTube comments on any of the videos Justified, and it's like, come back, come back. Why did this show get canceled? Why isn't this show coming back? What is it? You know? So, good. Yes. Yes. I love it, man. That's awesome to hear. It's not often a show gets into season 4 and 5 and you're like, they need to keep this thing going. Usually they squeeze every last bit of drops out of it, but that was one where you're like, man, this has got to be the end? Really? But thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you. Random McDaniel with a $20 donation. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. You were awesome as ever. He says, Tyler Higbee is a flat earther. Now, you know, Randall, I'm into all the conspiracies just about. That is one they can miss me with. that is one you will not get me on board with. I can't. That one is beyond the pale for me. And I can go to some pretty crazy stuff. But that one just totally loses me with its, whatever, all their weird terms they use. I forget what the word is they use at the edge of the earth that they call it. The ethereal or something, the fermentation or something, some stuff. But thank you, Randall, for the $20 donation, brother. You're always awesome with that. And Paul, thank you as well. Thank you for the donation and the good news, man. Bring a smile to my face. Not many things bring a smile to my face. You gotta be quiet. They don't want to hear you screaming into the mic. No, they don't. You're getting pet. That should be good. Seahawks survive. Bring in Fisher, Jensen, and Dennis Kelly to compete with Curhan. I'm okay with that. Bring back Reed and Jones at corner. Bring in Reddick and Ogunjobi. I think I can't say his name. I'm going to just call him OG. I think OG is going to probably price himself outside of our range of things, Goaks. Hard to find those guys on the inside that can rush the passer like he can. Reddick, I think, is a possibility, though. Reddick might be a possibility. You know, with me on that, it just comes down to whether or not he's as comfortable putting his hand in the dirt as he is standing up. Seahawks Network, DJ Jones and Malik Collins from Houston would be a nice 1-tech, 3-tech combo. I like DJ Jones. Yeah, quite a bit. I know a little bit about Malik, not a lot about Malik. I'll tell you, though, we don't need a lot. We kind of are stacked right now at 1-tech. All Brian Monet, and you'll probably bring back Al Woods, and you got Poona Ford. Every one of them can play 3-tech or 1-tech. We really need just 3-techs right now. Hang in there, Tuna Cat. Keep your head up, man. Seahawks also wants, I hope we bring back Ethan Post 6 sign Brian Allen for a healthy center competition. I'd be for drafting a center as well. As long as we address it, Ethan, Seahawks Network, and as long as we just don't go Post 6 fine, we're done. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only thing I want to see avoided. I don't want to just, we're fine. We'll just bring back Posick and everything will be great. We'll bring Fuller back on his cheap rookie contract and everything's good. No. That doesn't work. So they got to get better, more talented at the position. But I'm okay with bringing back him as far as competition. J.J. Watt is playing. All right, I stand corrected. Watt suited up for his mama. Oh, that's awesome. Mike Thon says the big question, are the Niners going to commit a big contract to Bosa, who always gets hurt? Yes. The answer is yes. Yes, they will. All right, Stafford in shotgun here from the 40, back in Akers. They are feeding Akers like nobody's business right now. I mean, he is getting his share of carries here. And just a lot of runs up the middle here, really attacking in that manner. My guy's got to be pretty tired here after the first quarter. 9 carries, 38 yards. But it's looking good. The Rams are controlling the clock here. 13 runs to 6 passes for the Rams to open this game up. I can't remember them starting a game so run heavy this year. Feels like they've tried to work in more pass than that throughout. ADL Williams, every 10 likes, Kitty gets a salmon treat. It's true. It's true. That's just I made the deal with them, and I made a deal with my subs. 10 likes, 1 kitty treat, 1 kibble treat, 1 kibble of treaty, 1 kibble of treaty, 1 treat of kibble. Herbicide, I'm convinced you're poking the kitty with a fork out of frame. I'll tell you, she's just always, the second I got her, man, when I took her out of you get her from the shelter, and she's just, wah, wah, wah. She will sit there and she'll talk constantly. If I just start talking with her, I can have a whole conversation where we just speak nonsense. 12th North Chad, seeing McVay's face when the Rams lose will make my day. Go Cards. Well, we've got an overriding contingent here pulling for the Cards. I'm kind of pulling for him now with JJ out there. With JJ back out there now, I'm kind of pulling for him a bit. That's dope that he came out. Kind of sucked that he had to go down like he did. Oh, Odell Beckham wide open on a wheel route down to the 2-yard line. Wow, don't leave that guy uncovered. Don't leave him uncovered. Boy, Odell's been a nice fit for them. Sure would have looked good in a Seahawk uniform. Almost a late hit, too. Nice route there, though. Boy, nobody within 5 yards, Odell. 3 catches, 52 yards, a touchdown. It's one of those ones where so many people in my chat at the time were just like, no, Odell, he's done. He's cooked. I don't know. He don't look cooked to me. I don't know. He probably wouldn't have made much of a difference either because really at the end of the day, it wasn't your receiver position that was holding you back this year. And the Rams were able to get it in after that with Sony Michel. Just pound it in there. Pound the rock up inside for a touchdown. Rams take a strong 14-0 lead here on the Cardinals. Kind of just felt like the Cardinals, as this year went along to the end of this, just started to run out of gas a little bit. We'll see if they can kick it back up a notch here in this one, but they are definitely getting dominated. Dominated. Randall McDaniel says, Cliff Kingsbury is the type of guy who likes flat-billed hats. That's right, with the stupid sticker still on him. AI says, better rub that kitty. I'm trying. I'm trying to rub her. Listen, I'm trying. She's got so much to say. I wonder, too, if there was like a cat translator, she'd just be going like, you pet me, you SOB. Pet me. Seahawks Network, I suggest you watch Brian Allen tonight. He's a very solid center and could fit into our scheme. Finished with like an 81 PFF grade. Brian Allen. All right, man, let me write it down. Meow to you. Meow to you. I was going to ask you, Seahawks Network, how you were recording the All-22. What you were utilizing to do that. So I'm trying to find a way to record All-22 stuff, and I've not had a lot of good luck with it, not using this. AI probably because we ran all over them. Little Dallas Cowboys, the Hawks Nest. Good to see you on game day. Stay safe, bro. Thank you, Dallas Cowboys. Little Dallas Cowboys says, Christopher Walken, maybe we should reconsider our quarterback situation, given the guy we got. Pat Scott ain't the guy. Maybe we bring in A-Rod to Dallas. If we want to win soon, just saying. Well, you were proven right. All that you have said throughout this year, little Dallas Cowboy, throughout this season was proven right in yesterday's game. No doubt about that. And I've got a Jerry Jr. now. I didn't know there was a Jerry Jr. Little Dallas. Now I got that. Little Jerry Jr. How like this. You know, and then Jerry's just had this. He's real aggressive. His eyes real good. Jerry just done like a line of meth. And then there's just dad is Stephen Jones. He's a little bit. So eventually we'll do a three-way argument between them and with a Christopher Walken as well. I got to work up to that one, though. But I didn't know there was a Stephen Jr. You know, Stephen Jr. is just that, he's a special guy. He just looked like it over there in the booth. Jose Lopez, it would be cool if you had Seahawks highlights playing on the TV while Hawks Nest on. Jose, I would love to do it. You know what happens the second I put highlights on behind me? I get slammed by YouTube. So they demonetize my video, and then I get in trouble, and I'm not trying to get in trouble. So if I could do it and get away with it, I would. But unfortunately, they've got AI automated stuff that just catches this, and there's no way to get around it. There just isn't. If there was, I would, but there just isn't. Go Hawks 05. Akers is feasting, and I know I used to, Jose, but that's in doing it before. I got whacked. I got schwacked for it before, so can't do it again. Can't do it. And they're going to go ahead and call him short, actually, on that run. Okay. All right. Go Hawks 05. Akers is feasting. He is. He's looking really good. Ethan Teckwell, the Cardinals suck. We would kick their ass again in the playoffs if we made it. I agree. I think the Cardinals played at their best early on in the season, and I think that they're in a vastly different state now. That's why I always say that every season's got a little ebb and flow to it, and you can't make a determination off just the first 4, 5, 6 games even. You can make certain determinations, but I don't think you can make the determination about a team being elite and being one of the best in teams in the NFL. Give them once they get into the double digits, and then let's see where they're at. But they're definitely not looking good here so far, though this is a nice little goal stand here because we got 3rd and goal here, 12:18 to go on the clock. And you figure if they do stop them here, the Rams probably go for a field goal to make this a 2-score game. All right, here we go. Heavy formation by the Rams. Stafford under center. Cooper Kupp goes in motion. Stafford with a little keeper up the middle. He seems like he may have gotten it. The officials are marking him short, it would look like. They're conferring. And they're raising the power fist, which means it is a 4th down. What a stop by the Arizona Cardinals. Oh, they clogged it up. And then Marcus Golden was able to get an initial. Well, I don't know, folks. He looks like he's over to me. What an overhead shot. The scam guy. I can't speak tonight, folks. We're going to have a translator tonight, so I'll be speaking in sign. The overhead sky cam shot really caught it to where it looked like he got past. Like the ball looks past to me. That's a touchdown. Paul 3rd with a $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. It says new series base, City, Primeval, High Noon in Detroit. Is that really what they're doing, Paul? That's what they're doing? I know that they did in the series, right? They would go to Detroit. I believe in the series it was Chicago or Detroit. I remember kind of would factor in every now and again when they went to the mob. We went the mob on it. But that'd be interesting. I guess, you take it out of, they've probably taken it as far as they can kind of take it with doing it in whatever Memphis or whatever they did, wherever they did it, Lexington, Kentucky. I mean, there's only so much probably story base within Kentucky, right, Paul, that you can tap into. You eventually got to go somewhere else on it. I'd be good with that. I don't care if they do it in Ireland for all I care. Just bring the show back, bring the characters back. Interesting thing, Paul, will be is if they bring back his foil in it, the guy with the teeth and the hair. It'll be interesting if he comes back into the fold on it. I'm glad they are doing that. That's awesome. That's very good to hear. GoHawks05, have you checked out Fedarian Mathis yet? He's on my list, GoHawks05, and I'm really sorry I haven't. I'm prepping for my move, which comes in a week from now, and my workload has been just incredible since about pretty much Christmas. I've been getting on-call work stuff coming down the pike right now that's just had me, every day is just like, I need like another 5 hours in my day, quite frankly. So I haven't, he's on my list. He's at the top of my list to take a look at, and I'm sorry I haven't been able to tap into him quite yet, but I'm running out of hours here, you know what I mean? Enrique M. Russell be on the Manning cast. It's good to see. I mean, hopefully he was good on it last time he was on there. He had some nice insight. He was actually a little bit outside of what you normally get with Russ, where he was willing to say some things there a little bit, which I liked. Could be interesting. Brian Smith, how many Rams players, coaches will Hawks pursue in offseason? Give me the over. How many Rams players, coaches will Hawks pursue in the offseason? 0, because I don't think that they're going to make any coaching changes outside of their defensive line, and I don't think that they're going to go after the Rams defensive line coach. They'll probably just go from within, or they'll hire a guy that Coach Carroll already is familiar with. So the ruling on the field is coming back now. The official is coming out, and he is signaling it is indeed a touchdown. So that overhead, man, you don't get that sky cam in every game. Thank goodness for the sky cam on the Rams on this one, because that was the shot that I'm sure the NFL was able to reference there to see. Cowboys are number 1. Oh, Cowboys are number 1. I thought you were I thought you had changed your name to Little Dallas Cowboy for a second there. Oh, man. It's been a fun day, folks. I'm slow today. Cowboys number 1. A-Rod to Dallas. Thanks for rolling with my other handle, Brandon. Oh, it was your other handle. I was going to say, geez. Dallas fans hate Little Dallas. Ha, ha, ha. Hey, I get it. I mean, hey, look, Jerry's going to try to, I don't know what they're going to do. I'd be kind of depressed right now. I mean, we're kind of depressed for similar reasons, Cowboys fan. I mean, you and us are going to be going through the same thing, which is that we'd like to see certain changes being brought into play, but they're probably not going to be. And if anything, you're probably going to lose one of your good coordinators, be it Quinn or Kellen Moore, potentially both. But you still are left with McCarthy then. Like, you lose the worst parts of the coaching staff to be left with McCarthy. You can't offload Dak. It's a tough situation, man. At least we have some money to spend, and we've got some flexibility and some things we can do. But you guys are kind of stuck to a degree, I think. Jose says, Hawks Nest up. Thanks, Jose. Paul Third, I do great David Attenborough impersonation. Adding documentary commentary to stupid things my wife does is hilarious. To me, anyway. She isn't a fan. Hey, I think that stuff's hilarious too, man. I think it's hilarious too. Notice the other half residing deep within the kitchen as she looks into the back pantry. I know what you're doing that. I'm with you, man. That kind of goofy stuff makes me laugh too. The women in life always roll their eyes, though. They never get the joke. Or they act like they don't. But secretly, they're giggling inside. Jay says, it's so funny how when you're working out, you think you do your max, then you think, that was easy. Then 2.5 pounds to both sides, and it feels like you added 50. Yeah, that's the way. The muscles get tad. AI, Josh Allen looked like the most talented quarterback ever the last night. Outrunning linebackers and shaking off defensive tackles. Special talent, man. He's a special talent, and he put it on display the other night against the Patriots. And that's a Patriot team, by the way, that's played him quite a bit, has kind of learned whatever would be the proverbial book on him, but didn't get held back by that. And the Rams just got another sack. This time it's going to be Aaron Donald. Goodness. The Cardinal offensive line just cannot. That's so many horses to throw, And they're lining up Donald over at basically the 1. God, that's so silly with some teams what they do with that stuff. Why is it so hard to double team Aaron Donald? If I could talk to an offensive coordinator and discuss this, I would. Of why so often teams just allow their guards to be lined up one-on-one. I'm taking my chances with Vaughn and Leonard one-on-one versus Donald. And now you got Gaines getting back there. Kyler's completely flustered and frustrated. Not frustrated, just flustered. Great Gaines got back there that time. You know, it's bad when then you got Gaines adding into the fold. I guess the Cardinal offensive line just decided not to block tonight. They have negative 10 yards, and we're 11-14 into the second quarter. Woo! Whew! Sheesh. That's all I gotta say to that. Kyler in shotgun, 3rd and 17, drops back to throw. He's looking, he's bobbing, he's weaving. Decides to throw a little check down. Not what I would have done, but hey. That's all that was available, I guess. The Rams defense is looking good. If this whole Rams thing works out with them being all in this season and putting the cards in like they have, I wonder if that's going to have an effect around the league with teams doing more of that and being less in that panic-stricken mold of we have a 3-year plan. Stay in our plan. Stay in our process, rather than let's force the process. But Josh Allen AI is the complete meal deal. I mean, rocket arm, as you said, mobility, and not just mobility, be elusiveness and speed with mobility. He can make basically any throw you need him to make. He's just gotten better and better. It's hard to really there to be much of anything at him that you can go and pick apart on him. Sometimes there's the consistency issue that pops up, but they've got a great chance, especially if he's going to play as hot as he was this last game, to getting into that Super Bowl. I mean, they're a legit dark horse squad to get there, and I wouldn't be completely shocked if they did. But he's a good player, man. Clara Becoff. Hello, Clara. How you doing? Good to see you. Says, I'm sad the Seahawks met with Jody Allen. No changes were being made. Why can't we fix our offensive line? We need corners badly. They may do those other two aspects that you spoke to, Clara. I mean, they may address the offensive line. They may address the corners. We'll see what they indeed do. They have a lot of money to spend. They have a lot of flexibility. So those two things can allow you, if you want to go after certain items and get them handled. They will address the corner position somehow. You're only really running back like 2 or 3 guys, even on the active roster as it stands right now. I'm with you in that I'm a little disgruntled and, kind of it kind of makes me a little just, I'm like, meh. When it comes to like the thought process that we're not going to see any major changes here. And I the one thing that keeps getting stuck in my craw with this is the thought process that if we don't change anything, what is there to, why should we believe that there's going to be anything that changes in their methodology? And if nothing changes in their methodology, then they don't fix any of their prior mistakes. And if they don't fix any of their prior mistakes, how can we hope for success into the future? And I think that that's the question that sits burning in my mind at the forefront above anything else as we enter into this offseason. In the tech world, this is so annoying. I don't like any of the teams left in the playoffs. I certainly don't want any NFC West teams left. I don't want Brady in the Super Bowl again, and Aaron Rodgers is annoying too. Agreed. Agreed. It's not they're not a lot of fun. Like, to me, the Titans are a fun team. The Bills are a fun team. But yes, to your point, hard to label a team like, well, it's the Buccaneers fun, or Rams, Packers. Yeah, not the best. Robert, my brother Pennington, how you doing, brother? Good to see you on. He says next thing to do is a Hawks playoff game is a Hawks Nest live cast. Go Hawks! There we go. It is the next best thing, Robert. That's right. Which, by the way, folks, I'm thinking about doing. We've had a lot of very. You bring an idea I've been thinking about a little bit, Rob, to play on this, which is we've been thinking about doing a call-in show soon, and I've been kind of like late on doing it and thinking about it. But I'm thinking that maybe this next Thursday we do a call-in show. If you guys are feeling that, we can have people call in, just vent. You can debate me on some subjects if you think I've been wrong on something. But I'm thinking about doing that. So we'll see what you guys think here in the chat on that as an idea. But I'm thinking of that for a good next show. Just call in. Again, I've had it requested quite a bit. All right, 1st and 10 here for the Rams after they got good field position after the punt. And Stafford runs it for a 5-yard gain. Jeffrey O'Kelly, I am so far 4 out of 5 on my picks for the first round games. Nice, Jeffrey. I forget where I finally landed on with the 49ers and the Cowboys. I think I leaned to the 49ers at the end of the day. But let's see. I had the Buccaneers, so I was right on that one. I had KC and I had the Bills. I think I'm right on all mine so far. I think. Maybe the chat will correct me on that, but I think I've been correct. I had the Bengals over the Raiders. So either the Bills or the Bengals. I think the worst would be any NFC West teams or the Chiefs. The media and the Mahomes are so annoying. Yeah, I'm fine with the Titans too. Joe Mon, do you think Chris Carson is done? I thought he is, Joe, but then you hear Coach Carroll's comments about him expecting him to be ready by the time training camp starts next year, and you go, well, I guess maybe not. And we got Stafford in shotgun, 3rd and 4 here. The Rams running a 5 wide receiver look with trips to the wide side of the field. Stafford drops back to throw. Laser rocket beam down the sideline to Cam Akers, who's running wide, free open, and just cannot bring it in. Boy, Akers has got some wheels. His wheels have not been holding him back here. He ran right past that linebacker. Horrible coverage, but you got to catch that guy. Of course, he hasn't played. He hasn't played a game in a year and a half or something like that. But Joe, I thought that he would be because they mentioned chronic neck injury. I haven't heard that he was having any kind of surgery. Just think the neck thing's going to still be there. It's going to remain. So does it just heal itself in an off season, especially because it is of the chronic variety? Probably not. So a nice punt down to the 1 yard line by the Rams. So I go back to thinking that will be the case. The thing as well that factors into this, Joe, is that you can save $3.5 million by moving on from Chris Carson if you release him this offseason. I mean, that's a pretty good chunk of change for a guy that at best is a question mark. And, if you're going to bring back Penny, you could also make the argument on this that do you want to have your first 2 running backs on your depth chart be kind of somewhat injury-prone players? Or, maybe you can have one of those guys in your top 2. You can't really have 2 of those guys in your top 2. Again, I'm sort of taking this through on my answer to you on this through my logic to reach my kind of conclusion on this, which is that you eventually end up releasing him. With that said, Carroll loves him. I think Carroll, in a lot of respects, rewarded him last year with the contract that I don't know anybody else in the league was willing to give because his market was so tepid. But this is a guess on my part, Joe. Ethan says this draft is loaded with defensive backs. You got to check out JoJo Dumont. Man, we got some Sauce Gardner, JoJo Dumont. The names are on point this year in the draft. There's no doubt about that. And give me a second here, my guy. I'm adding. Goodness. Where are the other ones that I had added? There they are. I got Mathis here, my guy. Go Hawks. So he's still on my list here. I'll try by next show to have a breakdown on that one. JoJo Dumont. What a cool name. I just drive him for his name. I've added him to my list, man. He's on my list, Ethan. I will take a look at him. Herbicide, we need a center first. That's the position we need to address. Agreed. I think left tackle to me is the position you need to address first and foremost. That's the most important one to me. But behind that would be center. So center to me is usually the 3rd position for me. Left guard, then center. Jeffrey says, hoping the NFC West, NFC champ game, the whole league can see our pain. I'd be okay with an all NFC West NFC championship game. I think it'd be cool. And to your point, it would show people like, yeah, we are the best far and away division. We got to go through this hellacious, World War I battlefield with howitzer guns spinning across the board just to get to the playoffs. You guys all get your little pathetic divisions with your little also-rans and your bottom dwellers and your Detroit Lionses and your Chicago Bears, and you get to beat up on all those little weak sallies all year, and then you eventually, you get into the playoffs. We got to go through, the gambit. I mean, it ain't easy. It ain't easy out here west. They built them a little tougher out here west. Jeffrey says we would have beaten the Cowboys too, frankly. We might have. I think the Michael Gallup injury definitely harmed them and it wasn't, I don't think, talked about much in yesterday's game, but I think that was one that hurt them. Having the 3 legit wide receivers on that team as they've had has helped that offense out considerably, I think, and that seemed to restrict them a little bit with Gallup out, just a tiny degree, not hugely, but just a bit. And the Cardinals get up down the field to A.J. Green. Oh, did he knock that free? Well, a little out and up route, it looked like, by A.J. Green, and the officials are having a little bit of a debate as to whether or not it was a catch. This is big because this would get the Cardinals up out of their own end zone, basically. Oh, that's just a straight go route. He just kind of angled it, got skinny to the sideline. 2 feet and a football move. Yeah, I count 2 feet and 2 feet. That's a football move. That's a catch to me. Niner Pride of the NFL. How you Hawk fans doing? Thank you and the Colts. Think you and the Colts are the 2 best teams not to make the playoffs. I thought all of the NFC West teams could have made it. You guys would have also sent the Cowgirls packing. Good luck next year. Well, I'll tell you what, Niners Pride. I with the Niners and Cardinal fans, you guys come in and you're always respectful. Always come in the chat. Rarely do we get folks in here just bang bang Niner gang. People come in pretty intelligently coming on in the chat, and I do appreciate you doing that because I love having you guys from other teams come in the chat. I think it does round out the chat. It helps our perspective, helps your perspective, makes us all a little bit smarter about what's going on, which is a nice thing, I think. So you guys played a marvelous game yesterday. You earned that victory. Again, just shows how hard this division is, and isn't getting easier anytime soon. But best of luck to you guys. Best of luck. Appreciate it. We'll get back there next year. And I do agree with you. I think we were one of the best 2 teams. Us and the Colts were the 2 best teams that missed the playoffs. And if our quarterback hadn't gotten broken early on in the year, who knows what would have happened? Who knows? Herbert says, if I was a betting man, I would have cleaned up this weekend. I can't bet after this year of watching NFL. There's too many weird things going on. Too many shenanigans. Joe Man, I would look at Rashad Penny and bringing him back because the difference, though many people would say, well, what's the difference? One's injury prone, the other's injury prone, one you already have under contract. What's the difference? Well, the difference to me is that Rashad Penny, I think, isn't injury prone in the same way that Carson is. And I think he's got some more upside left. I think he's a younger player. I don't think he's going to cost you a tremendous amount. I would be willing to bring Penny back, Joe, at a certain cost, right? It's got to be at a certain rate. Herbicide says, how many running backs do we need? We need I would say you got to get 3 guys. 3. That would be my thing. Ethan says, Colin is just as fine, just not regularly, because I watch the stream to watch you in the chat is already fun to interact with others. Yeah, fair enough. I might not do it too. I mean, it's not something that if there's a couple people I want to really do it. If it's only just a couple small contingent, we'll just kind of keep it like it is. And like I've said in the past, when I have done the call-in show, it's been the viewer count goes down by about half. We'll start out up here, and then it's like call-in show, and everybody goes. Cheer. The other thing too is if we do a call-in show, I want people coming in with takes or to debate. I don't want to just come in going, hello. So yeah, Seahawks weren't good this year. I think that they should do better this offseason. Yeah, that's not a take. We're gonna need a little something stronger than that. Seahawks Network says, I'll never understand putting a linebacker on a running back out wide, put a safety on him. Agreed. I wouldn't tend to want to do it either, especially if you've got a fleet of foot running back. The only thing I can guess there is that they were in cover 2 and that the safety just didn't get over, because I noticed the linebacker was looking back at the safety like, where were you at there? You're supposed to maybe be there, which if you're running cover 2, then you're supposed to theoretically have protection if Akers gets over the top in that moment. But it was also a good throw, and that's part of Stafford, right, is he's got that arm strength. Where he can lace it in there. 12 North Chad, how much of it is coaching? So many delay of game penalties for Hawks at critical times. Coaching is a big part of this, I think. But I don't know if it's everything. I think it's got a good chunk to the problem at play. I think the coaching has two different separate issues. Number one, getting the most out of the players, getting everything there is to get out of a talent. That's the first problem. See a guy like Jamal Adams, who is a better player with the New York Jets than he's been here, utilized better with the New York Jets than he's been utilized here. You could apply this in other places too, and with other guys as well. See their incessant need to constantly move guys out of their natural position. 12 North Chad. So that's coaching, but that has to do with utilization of players. We could also look at the schematics of it. Coach Carroll's not a guy who's really exotic in the way he draws up, I would say, game plans in the methodology and the approach of his defense and how they attack. I think things are made to be pretty simple, with the onus hopefully being that you allow the players to play fast and free and loose. But we don't always see the players playing like that necessarily. I think those two specific items do go back to coaching. There may be more in addition to that, but yeah, I do think that there's a big chunk of this that does go to coaching. Another chunk of this, though, has to also be, and we got to consider this being that you've also not done great in drafts. It's been a combination both of not getting the most out of players, and you haven't exactly brought on the best talent. Also, how you've spent money. So someone goes into the front office too. I appreciate Ethan. I appreciate your perspective on it. No worries. Jeffrey, no one's going to grow up wanting to be a running back anymore. None of them get paid, and they all leave the league beat to hell. Agree with you there. Agree with you, man. It's the one thing that I think does preclude a little bit of that from happening is that this all does go back to Pee-wees a little bit. And in Pee-wee leagues, you're going to have a hard time getting in, if they still are going to let kids play this at this young of an age, of course. And maybe if they start taking them out of helmets, not letting them contact until they're later on, you just see more of the transition to the pass-happy approach of things. But that's the thing that's been one of the things that's really brought about the running backs throughout why they've been so talented, why there's so many of them in the recent past. Because when you're younger, no one can throw a football when you're in Pee-wees. The only way to get the ball is via handoff. So then everybody wants to be the running back, and it just sort of carries on forward at that point. You get into your natural position, and you're locked in, especially if you're talented at it. But I do think more guys have drawn away from it. Jeffrey, I think you've seen a lot more guys at the wide receiver position now who stopped doing the running back thing because they could see there's more money here at wide receiver than running back. And especially now with some of the fly sweep game brought into it, where you do a lot of running back things, just opens that door that much more to the Deebo Samuel type, right? There should be way more of those guys flooding through where they can do a bit of both. Kyler shotgun, 3rd and 7 now. It's a key play here for the Cardinals, and he is going to be sacked and twisted and intercepted and touchdown. They may call him, I'm surprised they didn't call him down there. Oh my gosh. Kyler Murray that looked painful. Pressure's been there all day. All day long the pressure's been there. He just can't get a minute to even think. It was just Troy Reeder brought the blitz up right up the middle, and Chase Edmonds lays a real weak block. Kyler doesn't get the ball out and then tries his haphazard throw, and the corner is on it. God, that looked bad on his knee. That looked really, really gnarly on his knee. Whew, Rams got this one. Jeffrey says we need 10 running backs. Seahawks, the 3-down running back will be extinct in 10 to 15 years. I agreed. If it's not already basically just about on its last few that are still surviving. Yeah, I agree. Joe Mon, don't we have Stone Forsythe? We do. Yep. Oh, left guard, not tackle. Stone Forsythe's a left tackle. Maxwell, Cardinals are frauds. They beat one team in the last 4 games, the Cowboys. They also lost the Lions. Yep. Things went bad at the wrong time of year for them. They started out hot, and this happens with teams. They historically have been this way a lot too. Let's face it. That's also been a case where we've seen this play out with the Cardinals recently. Herbicide says, I read Dwayne Brown will come back on a 1-year deal. Well, I mean, again, it all comes down to really the totality, what they do for me, Herbicide, on the offensive line. So if you want to bring back Dwayne Brown and you get him at a moderate rate, and then you're able to then put more resources in other parts of the offensive line because of that, fantastic. For me, again, the onus becomes for a third straight offseason. Deal with the offensive line. Upgrade the offensive line. Put your attention and resources to the offensive line. The team has refused to do that. So if they start with Brown but then continue on forward, that'd be great. If you bring back Dwayne Brown, Ethan Posick, and then run with Jay Curran at right tackle and then try to use the money on building back up the defense or something silly like that, I'll be apocalyptic. I'm not gonna. That's not gonna fly for me. Hashtag a villain life. Exactly. We have the best division. Oh man, hashtag it is. And it's not just the best division by a little bit. It's far and away. A couple more wins by our Seahawks this year, and we could have been the 4th team in this playoffs very easily. It's kind of frustrating, to be honest with you, at times, because some of these other divisions, I've talked about this. I've got my variety of my pet theories on this channel, and one of my pet theories that I have is called the feast factor theory, and that is that any Super Bowl team that goes out there and wins a Super Bowl pretty much usually at least has 2 lesser teams within their division that they get a beat up on the course of that season. They get 4 real easy wins, basically, and that's been something that's helped out quite a bit at times. Jacob Kessinger, missed your dono on this, but thank you for the donation, the $5 donation. Says Cardinals season has been like any other. Start hot, then fall off a cliff. A cliff, Kingsbury. I see what you did there, Jacob. Very, very nice wordplay, my friend. And thank you for the donation. But yeah, they have. I mean, it makes you wonder about where the Cardinals will be if they get just blasted out here. They got to make a decision this offseason on what they decide to do with Kyler. He's going to be due for a contract extension. I have a feeling he's going to be a guy who's going to push for that extension. And I don't know if the Cardinals are going to be in a hurry to pay him $40 million a year. That might be a place they're not willing to go. Herbicide said the Bucs are going to get gutted once Brady retires. Yeah, but, I mean, the guy might play till he's 80 at this point, right? So, that's a big mother what if, you know what I mean? Seahawks Network, how much of a factor is continuity among the offensive line? As fans, we don't really think about this, but in a year like this, do you really want to turn over 3 positions? I'd be on board with keeping Brown. Oh my God. He almost threw another interception. Kyler threw a ball, bounced off the hands of Rondale Moore into the into the Los Angeles Rams cornerback's hands, bounced back out of his hands, back into Rondale Moore's hands. Oh my gosh, that's a little hot potato right there. Little hot potato. Wow, if that's an interception there, that's game over. If they get that pick right there, it's already 21-0, but that's like, you are done. I don't know if I've ever seen kind of a play like that. Oh my God. Probably have at some point, but oh man. Well, the Cardinals are rolling now up around midfield here. 1st and 10, 5:44 on the clock. If they can steal a touchdown here, you're within 2 scores to close out the half. It's not bad. But boy, Kyler's playing with fire here a bit. Out to Rondale Moore. Oof. Von Miller on it. Out in space. The old man's still getting it done. Mr. Van... no, it wasn't a catch, Mr. Fantasy Football. I don't think it was. I thought it was. I kind of thought it was because he puts 2 feet down and then he does a football move which causes the fumble. But that's one of those rules, again, where there's too much subjectivity in it. It's like what you think is the rule is then not the rule because they say, well, no, that wasn't considered a football, but it was 2 steps and then 2 extra steps. What is a football move? 2 steps and 2 steps and then 2 steps? Oh, okay. And then you'll see a call 3 games from now where a guy will put 1 foot down. They'll be like, that's a football move. All right, the Cardinals. Oh, another interception. The Cardinals are done. Cardinals are done in this game. Another tip ball. Player James Conner's there, supposed to be there on the screen. Doesn't even look like he's ready for the ball. Cardinals just aren't ready to play this game today. They're just not ready to play this game. Like, the body language ain't there. Kingsbury's eyes are way too red. He smoked a blunt before this game. What is James Conner doing there? Why aren't you looking for the ball, my guy? I hate that lackadaisical crap sometimes these players will... what gross execution. I mean, James Conner's got to make that catch there. You can't tip that ball up. I know it's a tough little catch in short space there, but I've said, though, too, short quarterbacks, we've seen with Wilson, a lot of you guys call for this with Russell Wilson. Why don't we run more of our screen game to the running back? Why don't we run more screen game? And I keep believing this, and I've seen it with Kyler, and I see it with Russ. I don't think that those short guys like they're that small can run the traditional screen game. Because what you got to do, and I'm not talking bubble screens here, okay? I'm not talking like shock screens out to the flat. I'm talking where you got the quarterback takes back the snap, retreats, the offensive line lets the defensive line pass, and then tries to get upfield for the running back, right? That's the traditional screen game. And what happens with that is you end up with a 6'4", 6'5" defensive lineman in the face of your smaller quarterback. And even if the quarterback's got a higher delivery, they can't get it over that guy's hands. He's going to knock that ball down. And the only way you saw there with Kyler able to get over on that one's exactly the same scenario that just played out, is he had to sort of try to throw it around the arm of the defender, which then put it in a weird place for James Conner to try to make the catch. And Odell Beckham making another 20-yard grab down the field, though there is a flag. I think that those smaller quarterbacks just can't run that at all. I've seen both these guys I've seen struggle doing that, and I just think it's a little bit of a limitation of having a little bit of a shorter quarterback. And then, sorry, Seahawks Network, I didn't answer your question. Continuity is a very important on the offensive line. There's no doubt about it. I would offer with you, if you look at the Kansas City Chiefs this offseason and them repairing and rebuilding their whole offensive line, 0 through 5, that a lot of the struggles that came up this year where, people are going, why is Mahomes making all these stupid throws? And some of that came from where the offensive line still kind of learned how to play with each other, especially in the running game where they weren't very good, but they got better as the year went along, because even beyond continuity, I would say, Seahawks Network, is if you add talented enough guys, the reliance and necessity of continuity is a little bit more lessened, in my opinion. Not that it isn't still a big part of what can allow for offensive line success, but that if you get the dog up there that's an elite dog, your line will make it work. You know what I mean? Whereas if you've got more also-rans, if you got more, if you got an average offensive line across the board, you're going to need pure continuity at that point, right? To get the extra bits of advantages where they can, because they don't have it from a talent standpoint. But it's a good point. I'd be with you on that with Brown. I wouldn't be with you on that in Shell. In his 2 years here, he didn't really give you very good play overall. He was all right. He wasn't a complete disaster. He wasn't Jermaine Ifedi, but I think even looking at him, a lot of what may appeal to you or to other people in his play so far in being here has been Jermaine Ifedi was the guy who came before, and the guy just looks that much better. But he has had injuries in both years being here, missed games both years he's been here, and I don't see anything close to a guy that's giving you all that much of the right tackle, especially when you look at Jay Curran, who's played far and away better than him when he got inserted into the lineup. I think that the one problem, if you lie into this continuity thing a little too closely on its Seahawks Network, in my opinion, is you end up going away from getting the talent because you're leaning into the continuity. Like, we can't get it twisted where the problems in this offensive line in the past, in recent history, has not been a lack of continuity. The problems in the past of this offensive line has been a lack of talent. That's got to be where the onus has got to be changed, in my opinion. Voodoo says, Niner fans, respectfully, we own them, gang. Yeah, we do. Seahawks Network, but if we go in that direction, we need to go offensive line heavy in the draft. Draft some homegrown talent. You would. I think if they're going to run it back, I want a little bit more to, again, I think you got to do a bit of both things, Seahawks Network. A little bit of it's draft. A little bit of it, in my opinion, is going to A little bit of it's going to free agency. A bit of a mix. Joe Man, thanks for the comments. Anytime, Joe. It's what I do here, man, and I love it. Randall, continuity is very important, especially if the group is good. I do think it's very important. It would be the ideal if we could bring it into play. But and I'm okay with, again, Posick you want to bring back, Brown you want to bring back. To me, Shell's probably the guy I'm not as much on favor with. And even those two guys we bring back, boy, you sure would like a little more competition if you could at those places, if it's possible. But I'm okay with that. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, a double challenge that gets reversed. How many times has that happened to not the LA Rams? Yeah, they get some help, don't they, Charles? They get just a little bit. I'm just saying, the NFL wants to make sure this LA franchise is going to be a thing. It's not been able to be a thing, and they want it to be a thing. And you do that by making sure that it's successful. That's one way to... It's like the old, I know for you young boys and boys and girls in the chat, this is a little beyond you, but when you have that stick shift, you got to push it down the hill, jumpstart that sucker, get some momentum going with it. The NFL's kind of they've kicked the Ram Volkswagen down the road, and they're hoping it's going to kickstart here. We'll see if it does. They're doing pretty well today. Look at this dingbat they got spinning a flag. Arturo Mansour Hull, facts. How you doing, Arturo? Herbicide, we ran 5 running backs this year and it almost wasn't enough. We need tougher running backs. I'm fearful of giving Penny money because of his history. Understandable. He has been injured for a long part of his time here. As I said, I do make a little bit of a differentiation between him and Chris Carson. I know I say this often, but Chris Carson was injured in high school. Chris Carson was injured in college. Chris Carson has been injured every single year of his pro career. Rashard Penny came out of San Diego State with one of the cleanest, if not the most cleanest medical evaluation the Seahawks have ever had come through their program as far as prospects are concerned. Probably got to take that into account first and foremost. Second, what are the injuries that have happened to him? Broken hand, and then the torn ACL. A lot of the other injuries, like the calf strains that he has suffered, have been because of that ACL injury. Is it usually in the past history of ACL injuries that you find calf strains and secondary injuries that will prop up a year after the surgery? Yes. Is it often that those same injuries continue to prop up 3, 4, 5 years down the span of things? I don't think it's as likely. And it's where I don't have as much hesitancy to be willing to bring Penny back because of that. It's also, though, why I do say you can afford to have one guy who's maybe got some injury concerns on your roster, Herbicide, but you can't afford to have really 2 of the guys, especially your number 1, your number 2 bell cows. So I'm okay moving on from Carson. I do want to bring back Penny. I think I'm not going to give him significant money, but I'll give him a 1-year, $3-4 million deal or a 2-year, $8 million deal. And I think that they'll find some common ground like that around that area of things. Daniel W. says, if the Cardinals get blown out of here, does Cliff Kingsbury go on the fired coaches list? I think it's a valid question to ask. And I don't think I have a real certain answer for you on that because the fact that, look, I think that he's going to be due to be outside of his contract here soon. They've got to make a decision. And have they seen enough? I mean, if I'm sitting in the owner's box, have I seen enough come from Cliff Kingsbury? Am I seeing enough development within Kyler Murray's game? Am I seeing the explosiveness I thought I was going to get on the offensive side of the ball, bringing in a guy who's supposed to be an offensive guru like Kingsbury? I think the answers are too much of a no on that. And if that's going to be the case, I mean, you do kind of land at the fact, and we got blown out just as sort of a punctuation on this. Hard to run it back with him at that point, isn't it, at that point? Although, who's their guy they're bringing in to replace him as well? But then even there, I think I could have a creative answer if I'm a coach on that, because I could say Eric Bieniemy or Kellen Moore. It's not that I didn't have the right process in bringing in an offensive-minded head coach for Kyler. I just didn't bring in the right offensive-minded head coach for Kyler. Eric Early, Cowboys are the only team that lost at home. I know it's brutal, Eric. It's brutal, and that was a tough one. No doubt about it. That was a little bit rough and tough. So yeah, You guys had such a good year this year. I thought you guys could make some noise in the playoffs. You had Randy Gregory coming back. You had Lawrence back in the fold on things. The team was in Tyron Smith, that looked like was back yesterday going. Just too many penalties, shooting yourselves in the foot, And, man, that call at the end. The keeper with Dak after 3 great calls to get up into the midfield point, to then go to the keeper. Like, what a brain fart moment, What a brain fart moment there. I mean, it's just tough, man, tough. But, Eric, look, you got a lot of your guys you're bringing back next year. That division isn't that strong. Giants are absolute crap show. Eagles got exposed by the Buccaneers, in my opinion. And, Washington football team doesn't have a quarterback. So, you guys still stand in a position where you got relatively good. You're in a relatively good position here to make this work. Randall says, if you're the Cardinals, do you give Kyler $35 to $40 million average per year? No, I don't think I would. But some of this does come down to Randall, me sitting in that lane of, man, when you pay quarterbacks this amount of money, you just don't get to Super Bowls. You don't win Super Bowls. And the data that supports this is so thorough, and to me almost a little bit impossible to argue against, because it's 3 decades worth of data. And I think Kyler would have needed to show me more durability and more of an ability by year 3 at this point to elevate when he's had kind of as much as he's had to work around him. Maybe not the greatest offensive line. It's been okay. I think they could have done better in that respect. The Cardinals could have. But DeAndre Hopkins, getting A.J. Green this offseason, taking Rondale Moore in the second round pick with Christian Kirk, making the trade after you'd already got Max Williams in here and who was doing well. They made the trade for Zach Ertz. He's got a couple of running backs, including James Conner and Chase Edmonds. They give him a lot to work with at this point. I think that they want to see more of a return. And, you go into a playoff game, they got 40 total yards at this point. We're nearly all the way through the second quarter. It's not often you want to just take one game and extrapolate from that. But when we are talking about that, that's some real money we're talking, Randall, and you get to that real money spot, I think you got to have some pretty intense conversations regarding the player if you're really going to decide to go that far over the line, in my opinion, a little bit, because of the fact that, again, it's you're not getting back. You can't build out the rest of your roster and you're paying a guy that. Part of the way they've stacked this roster up like they have around Kyler is having him on the cheap rookie deal. And right now the Rams continue to try to move Akers, just keep hitting him up in the middle here, and it's going nowheresville. But they're just trying to bleed the clock at this point a little bit too. Jeffrey Thistle, I feel, I'm Kitty, everyone can hear you. Megan Roger, welcome, Megan. Good to see you on in the chat. Hope you're doing well. It doesn't sound like you're doing well. It says, greetings, 12. Sorry I'm late. Dislocated my shoulder. Very happy coach is staying, but you all knew that. And we did know that indeed. We did know that indeed. I'm sure that brought a bit of a smile to your face, and that sucks. I'm sorry, Megan. Been dealing with some shoulder pain for quite a bit of time right now, and it's gotten better now. My shoulder is, but boy, you don't realize how much you use your shoulder or how much it impacts every movement until it starts to bother you a little bit. And then you go, dear God, we use this for everything. But thank you for the donation, Megan. Always great to see you in the chat, my fellow 12. Jacob Cussinger with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jacob. But at least they have a center. That's true. That is true. Ooh, Cardinals almost muffed the punt. God, Cardinals are just out of it in this game. You get those games with teams that just the teams just look out of it. They just don't look ready to roll tonight. I'm telling you. Megan with $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate you. She says, what the F happened to the Patriots? I think that they got really far with the roster they built this offseason, but you're only, as I always say with this, Megan, this was my pushback a little bit to the Trey Lance folks this offseason that would say, Trey Lance is going to give us our best possibility on this season. He'll get us to the best possible case scenario for the team this year. Not really. Rookie quarterback will only end up taking you so far, especially once you get into the playoffs and you're playing against the prime opponents, the tough defenses. You're playing on the road. I think that they were able to beat the Bills last time, Megan, because they were playing in just insane conditions. What it was like 40, 50 mile an hour winds, which leveled the playing field for the Patriots. That helped them out. It didn't help out the Bills. A little more of not as much the weather elements playing into this particular game. That helped out the Bills considerably. The Bills are in a better position to, they've been building up to this, Megan, for a couple of years. The Patriots are just starting to rebuild post Tom Brady. They're trying to jumpstart it quick with the $300 million that they spent last offseason, but nonetheless, they are still in the early part of that process. The season was a tremendous success for them, and they've got to feel very good about where their future is going. They need to add some more pieces now. They need to do some more things, but I think that the Patriots are moving along the right path. Eric99, good to see you on in here, Eric. I hope you're doing well. Seahawks Network says, I don't want to mention, I do want to settle on the O-line. I desperately want to upgrade center, but maybe a ton of turnover won't outweigh the benefits of better players, especially without OTAs. Perhaps not. Perhaps not. I think we got to get more talent in there, though. And again, I think I harp on this part, Seahawks Network, because this is a problem that has faced you now for 5-6 seasons. You've not gotten talented enough on the offensive line. As I said, I don't think, to me, it's continuity has been the problem with the team. You've had a lot of years where you've brought back 3 of 5 starters, 4 or 5 starters, and it's not brought out the results on the field in the production that you need. They're not able to open holes in the running game, and they're not able to consistently pass protect. So that just, to me, goes a little bit back to the line talent. GoXOS says, Kyler's calling up the A's. He'll be back in baseball in no time. Maybe. Cowboys are number 1. Do you have any thoughts on Braxton Berrios, Cole Beasley for under $2 million? I think he would be a steal. I don't have anything on Braxton Berrios, man. I'm sorry. Are you saying Cole Beasley back to the Cowboys for under $2 million? He'd cost more than that, wouldn't he? And aren't you guys kind of already set, unless you're looking to move CD to the outside, I guess, with Gallup being a free agent? Move CD to the outside, you guys would need a slot at that point. That makes sense. They probably try to bring back Cole if that's what happens, Cowboy. You can always find slot guys, though. Those are easy. ADL Kyler and Russ going to be playing second for the Mariners and Diamondbacks next year. Oh, goodness. Eric Early, the D in Dallas stands for disappointment. Disappointment in the stands, too. Let me out of bed, man. There were some brutal shots, Eric, of the fans, like, crying and stuff. Oh, my goodness. Nobody can say you guys don't care. ADL says, oof, the Cardinals, negative one total yards before that play. Yeah, it's been a rough road today for the Cards. Gox, if Dwayne Brown comes back and we bring in Ryan Jensen and maybe a Trent Brown, I'd be completely fine with that. But if Dwayne is back, it would be it better not be the only move. Very well said. I agree with you. I hope that wouldn't be the only move. They've got a lot more money to spend beyond that. I'm okay with that. Overall, I think Go Hawks 05 is a process. The one thing I will say is that you haven't necessarily gotten at that point. You made the line more talented, but you've not necessarily brought in the mobile offensive lineman that Shane Waldron's scheme would like to have. And that may be also a thing that we want to consider in our factoring on the linemen we bring in is how well they do move in space. And certainly in Trent Brown's case, the guy's 6'9.5", but I don't think he's the greatest mover there is out there as far as his athleticism. He's good, though. Seahawks Network, another guy I really like is Zach Pascal, really good run blocker. We could use, like the Rams use Cooper Kupp. The Colts use him as their primary motion guy, free agent this offseason. I like him a lot, too, Seahawks Network. He's always impressed me with what I've seen. Just a hard hat guy. Kind of would give you a little bit more of a possession guy. But you need that on this team. And if you're talking about bringing in a Zach Pascal to be an upgrade over Freddie Swain, I mean, that is a huge upgrade over Freddie Swain. Atheist 4 because I thought this game would be Stafford versus Murray, but that competition was a closer one than this. It's Rams are taking it to him here a little bit. Little Dallas Cowboy, A-Rod to Dallas. At Eric Ridley, good to see you, bro. Brandon's channel is legit here. Stay safe, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Seahawks Network, Pascal gets open a lot, but Wentz doesn't go past 15 yards down the field, so stats aren't impressive. could get him for cheap. I think you're thinking outside the box, and that's a great guy to look at, in my opinion. That's one of those solid under-the-radar moves you make. It just makes your team better. And for the reasons you spoke to, he's a great motion guy, what he can do in the run-blocking game, which is very important out of our receivers in this scheme specifically. That's why Seahawks Network is pointing to it, because it's something that is absolutely got to be a part of what you're trying to do with that. Yeah, I'm good with Pascal, man. He's awesome. Coax Advice says Von Miller still got it. He does, especially if he can keep getting the single blocking that he's getting right now. Charles Riley says that's why it doesn't do screens. Yep, can't do it with those short guys, man. Danny W, my prophecy that Kyler Murray will go play baseball may come true. If Kyler ends up beat up next year, I could see him switching back to baseball. They have long careers, and he is still young. Very well could. And he was I don't know if I'm going to say prodigy, but prodigy-like on the football field a little bit, or baseball field, as I understood it. And look, those baseball contracts are guaranteed. You only got to sign one of them, and you can sign like one major baseball contract, and that thing gets guaranteed, and you're set for life. Whereas football, of course, you can be cut at any time. Tuna Cat says, funny how they stopped calling taunting fouls. We definitely lost the game due to a taunting foul. That's the worst new rule that they implemented this year that pissed me off more than any other. Just stupid. And they keep sometimes trying to dial back the emotions of the sport, and it is part of football. Part of football. It's tough man's game. It ain't there for any weak folks who can't take it. They can take it. They understand what they signed up for. They know what this process is about. I think that the taunting rule is a dumb one. I hope they re-look at it this offseason. ADL Williams says, J.J. Watt's mama ain't showing up to his press conference. Maybe not after this game. Where's Larry Coleman? Kyler for Baker, straight up. Herbicide said, you guys ever air fry chicken drums? Best S ever. I was thinking about getting an air fryer this year, Herbicide. I need to find a way to make some chicken nice and easy where I can make it just simple. I hate cooking, but I got to start eating a little bit better. I mean, what's up, Kelvin? Good to see you, my guy. Megan Gak Rogers. Megan Gak Rogers says, the Pats are my brother's other team, so it's kind of sweet. Just hoping the Cardinals go the same way. Thank you for another $5 donation, Megan. And yeah, he's going to be in a little bit of a painful place after this game. I mean, his team didn't even compete. I mean, the Hawks weren't good this year, but I didn't feel like we a lot of times got the doors blown off us. We weren't down 21-0 at half at any point in time, especially not the Rams who we played twice. Atheist4 because with a $5 donation says, do you think the Baltimore re-signs Lamar Jackson after next year? It's my understanding that Lamar Jackson's going into, let me make sure I'm right on this, because I was giving this some thought the other day. So this is a little bit of what happened with the Dak Prescott situation where, you get into that. Number one, you could have paid him after 3 years. So you could have paid him after 2020, and Lamar could have easily made an argument at that time, and a solid argument at that time, that he had earned the right to be paid, to give him that big money deal. Now he comes back this year, and again, he does suffer the injury. First real major injury he suffered, still plays in 12 games, still starts 12 games, still plays really good football kind of overall. There's those 13 interceptions, and he got worse as he went along. But at the end of the day, the totality of the 4 years, I think, ends up dictating to Baltimore that they have to sign him to a new contract extension this offseason. I don't think that it's a question. I think that it's got to happen. To me, I don't know how you can't pay him after, again, after that third year, Atheist, the players come a knocking, right? Russ came a knocking after 3 years and went, okay, I played 3 years. Russ didn't have an MVP when he came knocking after 3 years, but Seattle still paid him the contract. Now, he had gotten to a Super Bowl, and you weren't going to let Russ go nowhere, but the point still stands. You didn't do that after 3 years for him. You waited that extra year after 4 year. I can't see them making him play through 5 total years of his rookie deal to finally get paid. Kind of quite frankly, at that point, I feel like Baltimore would be doing him a little bit of a disservice to him at that point. The guy's earned his contract. You've used him with reckless abandon. you've gotten him beat to hell because you've not been all that interested in really developing him as a passer, but fitting him into your, we're going to use our running back, we're going to use our quarterback like a running back mold thing with Mark Roman as his offensive coordinator, ripping the Kaepernick playbook out and trying to apply it. So I think you've got to pay him, and I think that they are going to pay him. But thank you for the $5 donation, Atheist. Appreciate you. Megan, Jacob, Random McDaniel, Charles Riley, Paul Third. Thank you guys. You're awesome. Take care of that shoulder, Megan. Ice that up. ADL says, Megan, you got to stop hurting yourself. Herbicide, I have a chef, man, like the cheapest, smallest one. Dominates chicken. And pork ribs come out real good. Is that the healthy one too, Herbicide? Because that's what I want. I want the one with the chicken that I can do that's super healthy. It's not like it's being deep fried or something. Because that's what I want. I need to start getting some more protein. Random McDaniel is probably best of the weekend was the Cowboys game. Yeah, we've had a bunch of blowouts. The Cowboy 49er game was really enjoyable to watch. Just a fun game to watch play out, And that was just, I think it was also the best game because it was the best game of the different styles coming at each other a bit, which is what made that a little bit of a funner game to watch. How each of those two teams trying to go about their business a bit. But boy, yeah, it's been kind of a stinker opening week of playoffs. Probably get better next week. I just don't think there was as many two really, really great teams this year. There were some solid teams. I just don't know if there was as many great teams. Megan, you're going to be giving your brother crap after this game. The Cardinals are not ready today. If they flip the switch on after this half, I would be absolutely shocked. I would be shocked. So if that happens, But I think you're going to be crowing quite a bit to him. GoHawks05 says, never seen so many spray tans in one crowd. So true. Jacob says, Hawks ruined the Cards' momentum into the playoffs. Oh, how the tables have turned. That's our revenge for 2017. You guys did us dirty in 2017 when you didn't have to, but you did. You kept us out of the playoffs that year. So, hey, as you say, turnabout's fair play, man. Now they can suck it. Jeffrey says, then Pete's like, Penny, run through that wall until you get hurt. Yeah, he's going to still keep having him do that. That's for sure. It is because what is Arizona doing? Third and 15, and you throw a dump off for 5 yards. I'm watching this whole first half has been pretty confounding as far as the Cardinals' game plan is considered, especially on the offensive side of the ball. I don't know what they're exactly trying to do here against the Rams' attack. They did a lot more in executing better in the first game against the Rams at home with the short passing stuff, and it just doesn't work today at all. Kyler has not been accurate. And the Rams have been all over it to their point. They've tipped some balls and they've been at it, and the line's not blocking great for Kyler either. But I mean, on some of that short stuff, it's got to be accurate and out of his hand and on time, like we see with Russ at times. And it's not there with him today. It is because it says, I think whether Kingsbury stays or gets fired depends on the plan with Murray. Those two are tied together. I could see that. I mean, yeah, you're right. A lot of why they brought Kingsbury was with his history and understanding of Murray. I mean, they were hoping to get, I think, more returns off that combination between those guys than they've gotten in the first couple of years with him. I think that's very true. Seahawks at work. This game also doesn't help Carroll's case or the run it back crew. Our win last week does not look that impressive at all anymore. It's like what I've said with it too. You can't take the last two wins with Detroit and Arizona with the state that they were in, 1-4 coming into that game, and make that your determination on the season versus looking at the other 15 games, right? The other games you played. I think that's a little bit of a. And then football does this. I mean, this is just, there's something about football and the what have you done for me lately understanding of the sport where people just get caught up in the immediacy of what they have seen and then completely forget about what they had seen prior. You see it with football games as far as they'll come back to you. I mean, this is the trope that gets thrown at us as Seahawks fans all the time. Should have passed it. Should have passed it. Should have passed it, right? Like the whole game in the Super Bowl in 2014 all just comes down to this one play. Nothing that happened before, none of the 69 other plays that were ran had anything to do with the effect of the score. It all was just whether or not you gave the ball to Marshawn at the 1 yard line. And I think that this can be applied a little bit to the way people view the end of the season for the Seahawks, where they get stuck in those last two games rather than really concentrating on what happened really prior to that. Because those last two games were more outliers to what was really more of a trend throughout the season and a trend in almost every single game. Charles Riley, Joe Mann says Kyler's one hit away from broken. Mass times acceleration equals force. Agree with you, man. He's already, I think, been beaten up quite a bit early on in his career here, and there does come a point where you're just too small to play the position to withstand the punishment. I mean, it's very like your times acceleration equal force, or smaller mass is crushed by bigger mass. I don't know what the mathematical calculation would be for that. Math wasn't my strong suit, but what's the calculation for a 350-pound man landing on top of another 200-pound man, 205-pound man with all his force? You do wonder on some of that stuff. I mean, just the hit that Kyler took in the first half in the end zone where he got bent in half by the linebacker. That wasn't even a lineman. That's just a linebacker doing it to him. You do wonder on that. So we are at the start of the second half here now, and the Rams coming right out the gate, completing a first down here on their first series. Boy, they go down this field and they score on this opening possession, and they go up 28-0, and you can pretty much put this one to bed. Brian Smith, what will the media fallout be tomorrow if Staff gets this playoff win? It'll be more of the Rams are brilliant at everything. They were brilliant to go all in. It paid off for them. Stafford is as amazing as everyone hoped. It's Detroit's been holding him back all these years. He's just been, if not for Detroit, he'd be a Hall of Famer right now. He'd be a first ballot unanimous Hall of Famer right now. He would have stacked up chips right and left. We're going to hear it all. You're going to hear it all. And again, it comes back a bit to me. The media propping up that LA market a little bit, but some of it also is people just married to their takes too, of just thinking Stafford would be amazing once you got him out of Detroit. And he's been very good for the Rams, but he's had his good and his bad too. It's not just been all amazing. I will say though, to Stafford's credit on this, he is also adopting for the first time this year. He's bringing on this new offensive Waldron, and that he probably will look, especially once they get Robert Woods back next year, he probably will look better even in next year, year two. Charles Riley with 2 donations back-to-back. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, Russell Wilson's going to be on the Manning cast. I'll be out when he's on them. No worries. He was good last time, Charles. I can't blame you for that, man. He's awesome. He was really good on with the Manning brothers last time. He wasn't just giving them kind of pap. He was actually doing some breakdown of the game, which I can appreciate. And anytime Russell gives you a glimpse into the Russell Wilson and not the Russell Wilson robot, it's always good. I love it. So, and the Manning cast has been one of the things about this season that's been really awesome. That should definitely be a thing going forward. Stafford just throwing up one of his throws for an interception there, and the Cardinal player not able to pick the ball off. I say always with Stafford, the key is he's going to light you up a little bit throughout the course of the game. He's going to give you 2 to 3 balls over the course of the game you can intercept. Whether you pick those balls off or they bounce off your hands, and it looks like that was already going to be just a holding call anyway on the Cardinals. That will be a first down. But if you don't make those picks, he'll probably beat you. He'll give you those chances, but you got to take them when you get the shot. Andrew Tobias just replaced Russell for Kyler, and that's the Hawks line for the last 5 years. Yep. Very true. Very true. Go Hawks Survive. I was looking at the receivers in free agency. There's a ton of guys that had 500-ish yards. It's a buyer's market at that position. It's good to hear because that's kind of right in the neighborhood of the guy that we need, right? It's right in the neighborhood of the guy we need, which is really just a little more of a legitimate third, fourth guy out there. Shane says Rams versus Bucks will be interesting. It is. It's going to be a very interesting matchup because the Bucks have an ability, or the Rams have an ability to generate quick pressure on Tom, which if you want to beat Tom, you got to be able to generate quick pressure. It doesn't matter whether we're talking 2007. We got Odell Beckham with a little tricksy do. This is going to go down for a catch to Cam Akers on a receiver throwback across the football field. My goodness, like a 40-yard throw by Odell Beckham. First down, Rams playing loose, free, wild, unleashed. And the Cardinals are in their cage. Okay. Wow. They're going to take this one. They're going to take this one, folks. My goodness. B-Ross, what's your thoughts on the story about Russ considering his options? I landed in that segment you guys are probably seeing of those people out there right now of saying don't listen to anybody. And I'm a guy that would love to be able to tell you guys, oh, just come here if you want the real lowdown on Russ at any given time this offseason. I actually land now at this place, and another thought, I've given a lot of thought to this. We don't know anything. Nobody knows anything. And Russ's people could be leaking out stuff, but we don't know it for sure. And there's too much of this, it's too tantalizing right now for the journalists out there not to jump on this story and create the clickbait stuff. And I think that that's driving a lot of the journalism market right now, and that we've really got to put our filter of that through things first. I don't think we know anything as of yet. I do tend to think that if there was, a matter of him wanting to leave for sure, there'd be a little more groundwork being laid by both Russell and the coaching staff and the front office to sort of set the fans' expectations up for that to occur. Whereas if it were to come down now, it still would be sort of out of a left field sort of situation. But I don't think that these people writing these articles are operating from a place of anything that they know insider information-wise that isn't already known by every one of us on the outside looking in on this. We know there's some contentiousness between all parties. We know Russell just got injured for the first time in his career. We know what he talked about last offseason. That's all what's in play, and that's all really continues to, in my opinion, make it more of a question mark. But all of these stories B-Russ, I say, take with a grain of salt. Because I think there really are we're in that age of drives, clicks, get the ad revenue up for the click driving. It's removed a little bit of the truth and facts from these articles. A little more sensationalism, a little more entertainment, a little less of the meat and potatoes information we're trying to get from on this stuff. And again, if it's Russell's people leaking it, what's the purpose of it? And the Rams just threw another touchdown into Cooper Kupp on his little patented out route that he runs. 28-0. My goodness. Just, whew. I think Murray's going to go play baseball like tonight. He's like, is the lockout done? And this is just that unguardable out route by Cooper Kupp that he runs right to the pylon. You've seen him run this play about 9 times this year. He's probably run it about 30 times in his career. And I guess he must run slants so well from that slot that you just have to keep your leverage to the slant route, and you can't come back outside to take him away when he gets out to the out route. It's almost for him, though, it's like stealing and just unstoppable. Great opening drive by the Rams. This is what you love to see your team do, which is keep the gas down, keep your foot pedal upon it. Don't just ease off of it. And so that's good to see on their part. 28-0. Wow. But I'm gonna be Russ. I'm gonna be basically, unless I see something that gives me more indication that we're actually getting something leaked, or something with something that's tangible. The unnamed sources, the insider sources, the unnamed sources, that stuff does nothing for me at this point. And that's just you can invent that out of thin air, in my opinion. It's too easy to do that. So I'm gonna, until I actually see Russ traded, basically, I'm gonna continue to believe that he's coming back to Seattle. And even that article and how I put it, he's exploring his options. Just the wording of that's weird. Like, he's not a free agent. And let's face it as well, folks. At the end of the day, on all this stuff, like Russ can explore options and want this and want that. The team wants to, at the end of the day, they can say, yeah, we signed you to a contract. We have to eat a whole bunch of dead money to move you, and we aren't doing it. So you going to retire, Russ? You going to retire? Or are you going to come back and play? It's an interesting question. Andrew Tobias says, this game is so boring, I decided to watch your stream instead of the TV broadcast. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that, man. And yeah, this has been a some rough playoff games here so far. So yeah, I know this has not been the most exciting one. But I appreciate you coming on in. It's good to see you. Ethan Deckworld says, "Oh yeah, Sherman playing with one arm. Michael Bennett, who was wrecking the game, who was out wrecking the game. Jeremy Lane taken out by the stupid idiot Edelman, and more totally had nothing to do with the outcome of the Super Bowl." Exactly, man. Exactly. It's you can't gravitate just towards a play. You can't gravitate toward usually just a game and making a determination about anything. It's the more data you can take in. If there's more data available, sometimes you don't always have more data. Sometimes you only have sample size. But if you have more data, don't ignore it. Take it all in, the totality of it. Shane Hafner says, Steve Keim, the general manager of the Cardinals, will most likely get a DUI tonight. He's been looking extra thick, man. He's been looking like he's been taking down some doubles. You know what I mean? And, he's going to need that Uber ride, right? Or the limo, right? Or the helicopter, whatever way they're leaving the stadium. Andrew says, kitty's hungry. Good kitty. She's a good kitty. She's hungry. Now she wants some love. Wow, great shot by the telecast there showing Stafford throwing with anticipation. Wow. I think Kupp sometimes just plays the leverage game with an option route. It's like, oh, you're playing my inside shoulder, I go out. Oh, you're playing my outside shoulder, I go in. And him and Stafford are just on such the same page where they're able to always pull it, just constantly pull it off, where there's no miscommunication, which is just crazy because it's their first season together. Megan says, go Rams, said while wearing the Largent jersey of power. Are you moving out? Are you using that power for evil tonight, Megan? Are you using it for evil? And congrats to Cooper Kupp, by the way, the Triple Crown winner in the receiving ranks this year. I think that's only been done 2 times prior. Amazing job. You got to be quiet. You can't be doing this. Just shh. Andrew Tobias is better entertainment watching your cat than the game. Just wait till I get my kitty trees up behind me, Andrew, at the new place. I got the kitty treats, a little bit of the catnip going. It'll be a fun stream in the background. That's all I'm saying. Big Country says, I'm not sure Kyler's that guy. I think you just kind of captured exactly why as Randall was asking about paying him money, why I'd be hesitant to pay him that money. I don't know if you're the guy to do that. And I don't know that really it's a matter of there's 10 guys just because you're the next guy up that I feel like I got to do it. You know, I don't think that just because you're the next guy up, I think it's more of there's probably only about 5 to 6 guys in the NFL that should be that guy to be paid that amount of money. And yeah, to your point on that, Big Country, I just don't think Kyler is that it. I don't. You haven't shown me enough. He started out this year great, but it's just fallen back down to earth. 8 of 18 for 39 yards and 2 interceptions in this game. I mean, he's already fallen backwards there on that play without even any pressure in his face. And we've seen this with the Rams did it to Russell last season in the playoffs. That rush gets you over the course of the game, and you just start thinking it's coming. It's like nobody's being blocked after every play after play after play. So you just start falling backwards. But again, they just continue to. I mean, the 49ers, the Rams are just rallying to the ball, playing fast. Cardinals are 0 of 6 on third down tonight. All right, Kyler drops back here on 3rd and 8. They do a draw. 3rd and 8, you're down 28-0, and you run a draw play? And you run a draw? Some of the play calling this playoffs has just been, huh? So they run a screen play on 2nd down, a draw play on 3rd down. Now they're in 4th and 4 out of shotgun. What a dumb sequence. Luckily, Kyler is able to get bailed out there to get first down. But that's Kingsbury not looking good there. OBJ has more passing yards than Kyler. It's true. It's funny because it's true. Herbicide, I think India had it worse than anybody this year. At least I knew the Hawks were crap the first half of the year. Agreed. It would suck to lose it in the last game of the season, Herbicide, like that. That would, especially a team like that you thought could make some noise in the playoffs. It wasn't just that they were going to get to the playoffs. It was, hey, that running game, that defense, that travels in the playoffs. But to lose it like that's worse. ADL says Kyler needs to take those undies off his head. He hasn't earned them. Yeah, if you're gonna rock the do-rag, you better be a bad mofo. You better be like Deion Sanders was when he rocked it. You can't be rocking that as an average quarterback. It just don't work. It just don't work. Charles Riley with a $5 donation says, is Megan wearing the Largent jersey and rooting for the Rams versus the Cardinals? Brando, we need a ruling on this. Well, you can't mitigate and you can't litigate to people how they wear their jerseys at what times they wear it. And I got to say, it's a little worrisome that she's using it for the power of evil to help the Rams. But as long as the Rams win tonight and Megan's rooting interest is towards the Rams, she's still building up the psychic energy and momentum, the synergistic energy and momentum that needs to be created to continue the winning essence within that Largent jersey so that we can apply that power into next season. So at the end of the day, she's accomplishing more good than harm by it, but it's definitely one of those gray area spots, Charles. It's definitely it's the grayest of gray areas. It's a Seahawk gray. You know what I mean? Thank you for the donation. Charles also says, with another donation, says, what Megan Gockroger has done is danger. Oh, wait, Megan, let me read Megan's comment first, Charles, and then because you respond to it. It says, Megan Russell, I'm so sick of the drama and clickbait. As far as I see it, Russ has 2 choices, stay or go. That's it. Leave the drama and do what you're paid millions to do. Very well said, Megan. Look, I am right there with you on it. And boy, the Cardinals are making a little bit of noise up the football field here a bit. I'm with you on this whole deal. I'm over it. I'm over the situation. I'm over the Russ talk. The fights, the debates, you want to be here or don't want to be here. I mean, that's really what comes in. If you wanted to leave, in my standpoint, I think a lot of the fans, where they land on this and where if he's doing more of this leaking and all that, just letting stuff come out because he's trying to you don't need to lay any more groundwork. People would understand if Russ said, I want to go because of point A, point B, point C, point D. And people would go, well, he's got a point. He's mentioned these things in the past. Management didn't change off these things. Understandable, he'd want to go somewhere else. I don't think he gets a lot of blowback for coming to that place if that's where he wants to arrive at. We don't need any buildup. We don't need any drama. But I think where some of what you're pointing to on this, Megan, is a little bit of like we saw out there in Rodgers last year, where it's almost like the quarterbacks are promulgating this a little bit bigger and further than they need to because it, in a lot of ways, continues to raise their star, drives more of their popularity in a weird roundabout kind of way. Charles with the $5 donation says, what Megan has done with dangerous? Wearing the Largent jersey and rooting for the Rams is way more dangerous than any Ouija board can release. She's playing with powers outside of her control that she doesn't understand, Charles. She was so busy thinking if she could, she never thought or wondered if she should. Michael YT, do you think we would have been better than some of these teams that played this week? I think we would have given the Rams. Oh, is Aaron Donald already tearing off helmets? That's his patented move. That's the Aaron Donald patented move. Oh, he's going for choke. He's going for choke. The player's trying to tear his helmet off now. And he responded with a choke move. That's his move, though. He'll rip your helmet off, which is smart on him. You get a guy's helmet off, he's a way more like, okay, I'm done. That's how I think so you can get injured now. First and goal for the Cardinals here. 4:53 on the clock. Flip is over there to, looks like Connor out there in space. He takes it up to the 2-yard line. 2nd and goal. So yeah, Micah, I don't know if we would have been able to beat the Bills. I don't know if we could have beaten the Buccaneers. I think we would have given them better games. That's the thing. I think we wouldn't have gotten blown out. We weren't a team I think that was going to be built to have that happen to us. But I don't know if we would have beaten any of these upper level teams. I don't know if we could have been beating the Rams. I don't think we could. And the Bucs I'm really unsure of. But I think you could have given the Rams a hard time. That's a touchdown for the Cardinals. They're showing some signs of life. A little more kicking and screaming. Shane Abner, what quarterback is more clutch in the playoffs, Kyler or Lamar? How can I compare a 0 and a 0 in that respect? 0 and 0 is 0. Neither. The answer is no, Shane. Herbicide, yeah, I'm not into college basketball, so I got nothing the next few months. It's going to be a little light. For us. Yeah. We're going to have to be kind of peeling back through some old content on things, that's for sure. Looking at the draft, looking at free agency, not a lot of sports going here. We got baseball coming maybe. ADL, Sierra teaching Russ how to live in dreams 24/7. That's it. You dream it and it becomes a reality. And how about the Cardinals going for 2 and getting it? Herbicide says, I need a hobby. Don't we all? Niners Pride NFL. There may be some type of Cowboys who do. Teams who eliminate Dallas don't seem to go much further in the playoffs. Giants 2003 is last I could find. Well, I think the Fred Warner injury hurt you a bit there too, Niners. Say nothing if Bosa is not able to come back from his head injury into next week. You need both of those guys, and I think especially with Fred Warner, he doesn't look like he's he just doesn't look like he's going to be able to get back. Or if he comes back, he's probably playing on like that torn PCL, ACL thing, Oh, did Humphreys? Cardinals offensive linemen getting angry, man. I like it. They're getting feisty. Out there. Spencer says, my man Cliff is getting fired. Could be. Megan says, if the Cards lose tonight, they're out, aren't they? They are out indeed. It is winner go. Zorn 76, these playoff games have been terrible except for the 49ers and Bengals games. They have been. They've been real stinkers. I mean, it's been pretty bad. Maybe the Cardinals can make something of this. Do something, Cardinals. I'm poking them with a stick right now. Come on. Something. Cliff is bad. I didn't think Cliff had earned the right to be a head coach when he got the job in the first place. I thought that was one of those ones where like, really? Guy doesn't even have a winning record in college. How you figure he's, with all the people that are waiting on their chance in the pros like Eric Bieniemy, and that guy gets a job? Zorn 76, so how stoked are we that Pete is returning? Hashtag crickets. That's about right, Zorn. It's about right. Jacob says, I'm convinced the Rams purposely suck during regular season to show teams bad film. Could be. You might be onto something. Jeffrey, we spanked the Colts week 1. We did. We handled them. Handled them business. Andrew, so you think the Rams were sandbagging the regular season? I don't think so. I think they were trying. I just think they're catching, they were sort of playing. They went through their ebbs and flows this year, started out hot, kind of dipped down, got back to hot status by the end of the year. And then they're playing a Cardinal team that started out hot and has they've been slowly turning down that stove for the whole rest of the season, 10 degrees at a time, one game at a time. All right, folks, I'm going to get some more coffee. I'll be right back. Better than 1 sec. All right, so let's see what goes down there here. Can the Cardinals do anything? Let's see. Cardinals down 8-28. Still got some time. They can stop fighting around players. Ooh, Connor got spun around there. Whew. Yeah, that'd ring my bell too. I go out to have Aaron Donald choking out another dude. He loves that to do that weekly. He does, man. He's definitely, he'd be on that list of top 5 guys. You'd be like, steroids are a hell of a drug. You know what I mean? Donald has temper issues. Jeez, dude, you're up 28. Always on that edge. He's always on that line where he's got to be, you know? Andrew says, Brandon, you're right. Russ needs to tell us if he wants to stay or leave. I think the time's here. You understand why you can't say it during the year, Andrew, and I get that's the case. Maybe some of this could be, Andrew, that you get a little double speak because he doesn't want to hurt his trade value, which would then maybe hurt the chances of a trade being consummated. But with all that being said, I think because of the angst that's at play here in the fan base, because of the lack of concern about the future of this team, there needs to be a little more of a, to me, harder stamp brought down here to say, okay, we're running it back with everybody. Is he really here? What is our expectations as a fan base? And it would be nice to get a little bit of that one or another, as opposed to we got to spend the next 2 months, 3 months in the back and forth game of is he going to stay or is he going to go, which is going to exhaust all of us if we've not all already reached that place, which I think all of us already have. Oh, shit. Let's get my deal on my thing there. E.D.L. Williams, Hawks are all drama. Every headline for the last 10 years seems like drama. Getting Russ, Sherman yelling, Super 49, never addressing the O-line, LOB falling apart, Russ trade demands, drama every effing week. Maybe I'll start watching cricket. It's definitely gotten a bit old with that stuff. You just want to get more to just being about football, don't you? I mean, that's the part I'd like to talk about. I'm gonna be asked over the course of all my live streams this offseason, probably about 95 times, what's happening with Russell Wilson? Is he going to stay or go? Should he stay or go? And it's a question I'd like to not just have to answer, whether it's, he's here permanently. We've got him locked in. He's not going anywhere. We don't have to talk about that. Let's talk about how he fits within those plans or doesn't fit within those plans. Man, it'd be so much nicer to have that conversation. And boy, Buda Baker looking kind of scary there. Laid out on the field and his feet aren't moving. Never like to see that. Okay, now his feet are moving. That's good. There's some hits going on here in the second half. These guys are kind of ratcheting this thing up a little bit. Goodness. Okay. I'd like to just see more about ball. I think ADL, this is a little bit what you get with the players coach. He's going to let the players be wild and free with it. A little more wild and freeness is going to get you a little more, not towing the line as much as more of the disciplinarian type would, I think. There's some upside to that too. But the downside, I think, is that you do get a little bit more of the drama. Jeffrey says, Seattle is the land of the passive-aggressive personality because no one can be brutally honest. No one's going to say a thing, but Russ is not happy. Agreed, Jeffrey. It's the one thing that does drive me crazy about my own people, and we all probably suffer from it a little bit within the Northwest, but we do have some passive-aggressive nature to us at times, and I don't know why that is. I don't know what it is. We want to be nice, I think, even at the point where we are fed up with being nice. But it does sometimes get you into this road of like, what you're telling me is a little differently of what I'm seeing. You know? B-Russ says it's ridiculous that Cam Akers somehow came back from an Achilles tear in 6 months. He even looks pretty explosive. He does. You couldn't tell it as a guy that's just came off an Achilles, that's one of the main injuries you can absolutely tell when the guy just had it, especially coming 6 months back. That is an amazing rehab to get back. In modern science, medical advances, it's getting further and further along. Pretty soon here we'll have a torn ACL and the guys will be back in 2 weeks, and stronger than ever. They'll put in some, next gen ACL ligament that they've grown out of a mouse's back in a lab. And the guys will be back in that 2 week span. I mean, it seems like that's where it's headed. Punk 91. How you doing, Punk? Says, my cat meows at me every time she hears your cat. She's a talker, Punk. I mean, she's been always the most vocal cat I've ever run across in my entire life. And, I've to the point I've been able to teach her some words, She's taught herself lay down. So that's that. Ooh, very scary moment here. Buddha Baker, he's getting the stretcher treatment here. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. That is scary. That is scary. Randall, if you're still in the chat, man, I wonder if that happened to him when he went down to do one of his patented ankle missile tackles, where he just sends himself into the ankles. I mean, we saw Russ bounce him off the turf last week, and you wonder that Buddha, because he does go so low. They're not going to show us a replay, though, probably. But that would be the thing I'd wonder. But, they are going to show us a replay. Let's see if he did it. Oh, no. It looks like he was going to go low, and Akers just got down. Akers matched him, Akers went with him on the pad level. And maybe that just surprised Buddha a little bit with that. Oh, yeesh. When the arm goes dead like that, it's always a eesh. But she's a talker, Punk. She is a talker. God love her. And I think, too, now it's starting to get where they know where I got the lights go on. I start doing the talking to the mic thing. They see the mic put up here. And they start going, oh, it's going to be hours before he pets us next. Hours, I tell you. Cards out 54 total yards. It's been doing. Tuna Cat, I think I hate the Rams the most. Then comes the 49ers, then the Cardinals, who I don't hate. I just think they're stupid. Hard to hate stupid, isn't it, Tuna? Hard to hate stupid. When you got Niner Rams that are fairly smart in what they do, but Cardinals are not, I think, in the same territory. I agree with you. Yeah, I'm annoyed by the Rams too, man. Especially knowing the NFL wants them to be good. Megan says, IMB want the Cards to get smashed so badly that I'm invoking the Largent power to get it done. Hey, Megan, like I said, it's going in the right direction right now. If we lose the game, they lose the game, then you're hurting that energy in the next year for the price of pissing your brother off. But if we win, you've just created that much more energy juice towards next season for the jersey. ADL says, my wife left the game to go do the dishes. Oh, the scoreboard is wrong. Sorry. My bad. I forget that I have to have it in the, I got to have it in the background, up in the foreground. Foreground background. Megan with a $5 donation says, FFS12. Just let me have my happy moment. Coach for at least today. While my shoulder is bad, we'll come back to RL later. Laughing out loud. Hey, no worries. Yeah, I'm good with it. I'm good with it. And I'm hopeful, Carol. I make predictions about Carol, Megan, with him returning. And, I say, okay, I don't think this is going to work. I don't think he can get this ship righted. I would love to be made to look a fool on this prediction. As I say, there's predictions I make on this channel, which just because I say that I think this is going to happen is not to say that that's what I want to have happen. And there would be nothing greater than Coach Carroll to return the team back to prominence, get us back to a Super Bowl, and prove talking heads like myself to be idiots. That'd be amazing because then my team's amazing. And at the end of the day, that's what I most care about. The Seahawks Network says that S is disrespectful by Cam Akers, that S he did after the play. Yeah, he sort of stepped past his head. That was kind of cold. Especially because he saw his arm going dead. He saw it. So, Charles, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you, brother. This is Brando. To combat Megan's wearing of Largent while rooting for the Rams, I'm burning incense and wearing an Alvin Harper Tampa Bay jersey to reverse. Well, that is what the voodoo books tell us that you have to do if one goes to one way. It is the only way to counteract that other spell that has been precipitated by Megan. We got a little kitten here. You guys can hear my cat hissing because we got a kitten in the house. Oh, I know. Oh, okay. Say hi to the kitten here, guys. Oh, I don't think the kitten's gonna say hi. Herbicide says, "Do you know that Diggs was Diggs that punched the ball out of DKS's hands last year in Dallas?" I did, Herbicide. I did. He smoked Diggs like a pack of cools on that play. Oh, there we go. JJ making a play in the backfield on 3rd and 1. Big play, bringing up a 4th down. Nice job, JJ. JJ Watt. JJ Watt. Game wrecker. Buddha did get murdered. Get well, Buddha. The Cards are going to suck. This is what they look like with Murray on a rookie contract. Wait till you have to pay him. Very well said, man. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. Don't you dare close your eyes when you have to pay that quarterback coming off that rookie contract. That stuff will make your nuts go up in your throat when you sign that deal. Andrew Tobias says, isn't it spooky that the 2 best Hawks wide receivers are from Oklahoma? It is a little bit. It is it's a little strange. Is DK from Oklahoma? I didn't know that. Oh, you mean in Largent. Okay. You mean Largent and Lockett. Okay. I see what you did there. Yeah, that is kind of kooky. ADL Williams says, Buddha out cold. He woke up playing the guitar. Oh, man. Tough on Buddha, but get right, Buddha. Jeez. Yeah, that was a head-to-head. And that's the running back lowering his head, which is supposed to be called by the officials. That's supposed to be one that is on them because they're not supposed to be able to initiate that contact going down. Kelvin says he has to play it super diplomatic. Russell can't come out and say, I effing hate the I effing hate the bitch Pete Carroll because they may need to play together next season. It's valid, Kelvin. It's valid. And look, he doesn't control his fate here. He's not a free agent, you know. But as well as the other side of it, what's to be gained by stirring the pot? That's the only thing that I would say on that is if you know you're going to be there, what is it the teams around the league know potentially they could get Russ. They're going to make their offers if they're going to want to make the offers. I don't think him leaking things to the press and creating these stories keeps that any more hotter or any more likely to happen. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe this is what this sort of takes to get this kind of deal in the works from Russ's side. Coax Live says, need some sort of neck protector that's lightweight. No one wants that to happen. Yeah, and I always wonder with those neck protectors if it was a matter of it doesn't look cool, so players don't want to wear it. But if more players wore it, it would be better for protection. Jacob says, yo, effing eject Akers for that. F him, bro. It was pretty cold-blooded, man. I mean, that walking past him instead, like basically nearly just about stepping on his head as he walks past him was, yeah. Sorry, the cats are fighting here. Chuck Seeger says, that looked bad. Hope Buddha is okay. Me too, man. It did look bad. Yeah, I don't think that it wasn't. I think Go Hawks, they're not talking about what Akers did to cause the injury. It's him walking back as he's coming back and he sort of almost steps on Buddha's head. And he's sort of doing that like disrespectful, not disrespectful thing, like where it's like he knows where he's walking. And he looks at Buddha on the turf with the arm laid out. Adele Williams says, I've seen a black cat too. Brandon's a crazy cat lady. No, the kitten's not mine. So the kitten's, I'm moving to a new place here soon, but the kitten's just in the house already. So I only have 2. I'm not going 3. I'm already towing the cat lady line. I'm already one cat lady, 1 foot in the cat lady bucket. I cannot add a 3rd cat. I know what that would mean. Number 1, that would end any romantic aspirations I have in the future. Number 2, that would make me the crazy cat lady. No doubt about it. Megan says, my head is aching after that Buddha hit, as I have done that more than once playing hockey. Yeah, he took it right. And it's that weird spot on the head to take it, too, where it's not the spot where your skull's at its strongest. They're trying to get these helmets better and better, but at the end of the day, there's just, your brain's not meant to take a blow at a certain super high speed. Adia Williams says, my sister visited New Orleans, and she said, it's weird in the South. Strangers ask you how you're doing and tell you to have a nice day. Yeah, we're not a friendly sort necessarily in the Pacific Northwest. We're nice. We're kind folks. We keep to ourselves, you know. They're a little more, seems like in other parts of the country, especially the South, they're a little more genteel, a little more affable at times. Megan, the Cards amazed me and frustrate me in equal measure this year. Had them at the top of the division and going to the Super Bowl. I thought there was a chance they could push this year. I don't think I ever had them at the top of the division. I don't. I think the best place I had them is at 3rd place. So they exceeded where I thought they would be. I never quite trusted a defense with as much age as they had in it. And offensively, I just wasn't quite sold on Kyler coming into this year. He hasn't done anything to really change my opinion with that. Benelli, Russ is going to push his way out. He's absolutely done. We'd have to be naive to believe he's faithful to the town. He's gone. Well, it's been long. My prediction is that if the season played out the way that it played out for us this year, that I've long predicted and thought that Russ would want to leave at that point. I think the only way that he does remain going forward is if the Seattle Seahawks make a variety of different assurances to Russ. You know, we're going to do this for you. We're going to do that for you. We're going to do this for you. I think he's got to get all those items filled to come back. And outside of that, them just saying we're going to run it back, Russ, I don't think that would be enough for him not to push for a trade. And I've said that for a long period of time, and I still do believe that is the case. Herbicide says, I hope we keep Reed and Jones too. Me as well. That would eliminate 2 needs from this offseason. In an offseason with a roster that has a variety of needs on it, that would help. Michael YT is a healthy Adams and Diggs would be scary. It is. I've heard some recent talk about Diggs coming back at a lesser deal now because of the injury, and that Seattle now he fits into Seattle's budget because of that. I still don't quite believe that. I think somebody's going to still be willing to pay him. We'll see where the contract lies on it. I'm not going to be loving if we're paying 2 safeties top of the market money. I'm really not. I think that's a little bit of a bad process to team building myself. But I know you guys love Diggs. There's a lot of people who love Diggs. But I think that would be a contract we'd look back in retrospect and go, it was a tough call to make, but one we probably should not be pulling on this one. Megan says, B, if we meet while I'm in Seattle, please make sure there is no cat hair anywhere near me, as I am badly allergic and will sneeze in your face with no embarrassment. That sounds good. Well, I've got a lot of rollers that I can utilize, so we will make sure that I'm free and clear. Absolutely. Why, Michael YT, Rams the most cockiest team in the league. Well, that's true. That's very true. Between the throat choker, the Odell, the Jalen Ramsey. Yeah. Very true. Cardinals are driving now here. On the other side of the 50 here. We got 12:07 left on the clock. Kyler's completing some passes, finally getting into some kind of semblance of rhythm. Herbicide says Spokane's the nicest, then Portland, then Seattle. I'd go with that. Jacob says if the Rams go to the Super Bowl, we should riot. I don't know. I think it actually works in Seattle's favor if the Rams went to the Super Bowl, because it works in our favor for what we would want out of our Seahawks if they went to the Super Bowl. because this would press the aggressive notch up a couple, in my opinion. This would get them more in on to compete with the Rams, and if the Rams, in order to win and what they're getting done, are saying we're in on today, we're not worried about the future, we're all in on today, and we've got to match that energy, or we're not going to be able to get to the same spot they are. It could work in their favor. And they're showing a paramedics ambulance right now. Whew. Boy, Buda Baker, I hope you're okay, buddy. Prayer out to you on this one. But they put him in the ambulance there. Man, you don't see that very often in the NFL. Yeah, Megan, I haven't adjusted anything with Kyler from what it was to me coming into the season. I think everything I thought about him coming into the year is what I think about him now. And it's not that he's bad. I just don't think and it all does come through that determination of, is he a 35 to 40 to $45 million quarterback? And I just don't know how you can pay that when you're not getting what you would like to get out of it with having him on the cheap deal he is now and being able to stack kind of a pretty good roster out around him, that you're not going to build an equivalent roster going forward. And an NFL team, it's the hard math to do as an NFL team, and a math that, quite frankly, general managers just don't have the guts to trust that process and say, okay, I'm not worth it to pay this guy. They all end up paying, even when sometimes I think they know it's not the right decision to do. I think that the Rams had that with Jared Goff because they were trying to get out of ahead of it. They were trying to get out of ahead of it before the cost got too exorbitant. But and it's happened a couple times, which has now caused this drawback here where you've seen players like Lamar Jackson or Baker where they're having to wait now a little bit extra longer than the Goff or the Wentz had to wait because those contracts look bad in retrospect. So it's a little bit of the ebb and flow of the league and how this is adjusted a bit. But I just don't see it in him. What an odd throw that was. Sometimes those big-bodied wide receivers just don't get up and use their height like they need to. Like, just being tall and big on its own is, you got to get up and use your height, use your jumping ability, use your length. It looks like the Cardinals are down DJ Humphries. They're probably their best lineman right now, which is certainly not helping things. And this might be game right here. You got 4th and 10, 10:42 on the clock. They're down 31-8 here. It's already going to be a long shot pulling yourself back into this game as it is. Rams bring a blitz. Kyler rolling. Oh, he found someone. Oh, my goodness. We do have a flag, though. We do have a flag. A.D.L. Williams, Buddha leaving in an ambulance. May he rest in peace. Jeez, seriously. A.D.L. Williams says first Betty White, then Bob Saget, now Buda Baker. God, I hope that'd be horrible. Megan says, I'm seriously looking at real estate while I'm in Seattle. It's a good spot, Megan. I'll tell you what, it's getting scooped up all over the place, though, man. The prices are going high over there. They're getting high over here in Spokane. I'm going to eventually be looking for a place here in the next year or whatever, and yeah. It's high, but it's a good spot. Could do worse. Could do worse. Seahawks Network says, why aren't the Cardinals going out of bounds? Need to preserve every second. They probably do. The thing to remember with that, though, is it only goes until I think you get inside like 5 minutes. The clock does continue to roll once the ball gets set. So you are only saving just a handful of seconds, and the Cards are going to go for a field goal here on 4th and 20, and they make it. So this makes it a 20-point lead. 3-touchdown game. 3 touchdowns and three 2-point conversions, and it's all theirs. They're getting close. ADL says, how long does it turn to learn to weld? I need some damn money. I don't know. I'm not a welder. Probably not long. Some welders freaking out. It takes years, dude. It takes years to weld right. You can turn a fire on, okay? You can put it on some metal, but you don't know what you're doing. Megan says, how are contracts worked out for players based on position, talent, something else? It's pretty much a free market overall, Megan, as far as what you can and cannot play a player. I mean, you can pay him whatever you want. You're not absolutely locked into paying him. What tends to dictate it is what the market has already paid on a player prior. And it gets harder, I think, when you're a player that's in that mid-tier range, Megan. It's more of, NFL is comprised of the young guys not making anything, and then your stars making a ton of money. The mid-tier guys that would be in that 4-year, $20 million deal area are more fewer and far between. What dictates those guys that are on the high scale and the money that they make is, are you the next man up at your given position? And then usually you make anywhere from $100,000 to $500,000 more maybe per year than the prior contract made when you're setting the market. Now, if you're not a guy that can set the market or whatever, maybe you'll be a little bit below that mark. But it gets continually pressed up by the next man up, so to say. You see this with the quarterback position, for instance, where it started at $30 million, and then the next guy got up to 33, then the next guy got up to 35 on his contract, and then Russell goes 33, and Aaron Rodgers goes 35, and then Mahomes goes 40, and then next guy will go 45. So it works like that basically across all positions. And so, for instance, Megan, with the safety position right now, this is a position that's been depressed within the NFL. It's not paid as high a rate as receivers go for, as high a rate as defensive ends go for, as high as rates as offensive linemen go for, really. You're making a little bit less because the NFL's determined the safeties aren't as important as other positions on the field, that don't have as much of an impact as other positions on the field. And an easy way to look at this, Megan, would be, okay, you have a free safety out there like Quandre Diggs, who's just basically protecting against the deep ball for the majority of the game. A lot of times going untested, versus a left guard who's blocking Aaron Donald every single play. Which is more valuable to the team? Which are you going to pay more for? So this ends up driving a lot of how the value is determined out there, not only positionally but player by player. Then. And the contracts tend to be worked out, Megan, in 3 to 4 year deals. 4-year deals are the optimum one because it's 4 years that you spread out. The bonus money spreads out over 4 seasons. So you could sign a 5-6 year contract, but all the bonus money will be done by that 4th year, unless you've built bonus escalators in year 5 or 6. Where you've had all the bonus money leak out off the initial contract. Then year 5. They have a base salary of $5 million, and then they get a bonus money that clicks in at that time for $10 million. So you can get pretty deep in the weeds on the details of this, and there is some flexibility within it, but just in basic terms, that's how it rolls out. And we won't be able to go super late tonight, folks. So we're going to be I'm in on the chat here, but I do have a work call that I've got to get to tonight, post-stream within a relatively good hours. So we'll watch all the way through the game and do some finishing up comments on the game after it finishes up. But I cannot go like 5-6 hours tonight. But we will be back. We'll be back on Wednesday, Thursday or something. We'll be back on maybe on Thursday or something. We might give it a week here. I got this move coming, so it's going to be a little weird the next week or two for me. Atheist for because would you have kicked the field goal or gone for the touchdown? Probably would have kicked the field goal because it was 20 yards that they needed to get the first down. And that's not likely you're going to pull that off. So it's, man, Akers is looking so good in the open field. Whew. He's made a cut and just left a guy in the turf. There's a flag, though. But I would still, it's not optimal. Obviously, you want to go for the fact you could theoretically still get 3 possessions here, especially if you can get a 3 and out. And eventually the defense is going to have to at some point or another get a stop. So, that's got to happen here somehow or another. But I'm okay with the decision. ADL Seattle's like San Francisco. You'll pay $1 million for Essie shitty house, and bums will live in your yard. Yeah, we got a little bit of a homeless problem over here, Megan. Just a teeny weird itty bitty homeless problem. Jeffrey says, one could argue that you need a top 10 quarterback to win a Super Bowl in the NFL currently. Yeah, I could sign up with that. I mean, the one thing I'll say, I guess, is, I guess overall that's generally true. Obviously, like when Manning got there in 2015, he wasn't at a top 10 quarterback state at that point, even in the vicinity of it. Nick Foles, when he won the Super Bowl with the Eagles, was obviously not in a top 10 quarterback state of things either. Though you did have Carson Wentz playing at an MVP level status for most of that year, I guess. I think the Cardinals just jumped off sides, and Stafford's pissed because they didn't give him a free play. I'd be pissed too. Should give me the free play. Give me my free play. Megan Gok Rogers said the cat is awfully close to the large in Jersey. She knows it's extra warm, It's got that winning energy next to it, Megan, that I created off the end of the year. It's already started there. And it was getting that too, so. Herbicide says the game's over. Buddha got crushed for nothing. Yeah, he did. Did indeed. Kelvin says Megan meant she's looking at real estate close to Pete. Megan, don't think I can deal with Seattle winters, though. I'm a summer babe through and through, having been born in December. Yeah, you're going to have to, you come here, Megan. The winters don't mess around. Even on the west side. I mean, it's not as cold as it is here, but it's still got that chilliness at all times throughout the winter. The rain's always like misty at the best of times, coming down in sheets in the worst of times. It's definitely it's a little tougher conditions. ADL Williams says Cliff looks like he could use a fat bong load right now. He does. He looks like he's having a rough day at the office. 3rd and 3 here for the Rams. 7:53 on the clock. See if the Cards can get a stop here. Do not like them having a linebacker out on the deal, and Cooper Kupp is wide open. Wide open. Wide open. First down. Boy, Cardinals defense just had nothing in this game. And I don't know if Murphy for the Cardinals is just like out of his bag. He didn't even look like he just gave up instantly gave up separation there. Just with his leverage, he gave that up inside. Ugh, Cardinals are horrible today. Atheist, would you have kicked the field goal? I would have kicked the field goal there. If it was 10 yards, if it was 4th and 10, I'd go for it. 4th and 20, you take the field goal, I guess. Ethan says, you're speaking Megan, sorry. Tacoma's full of gangs. It is full of gangs. Jeffrey Thistle, national sports media is going to be next level bandwagon Rams obnoxious tomorrow. Yeah, they are. Yep, you are correct. Get ready for the Ram love, guys. There's going to be a lot of Ram love. More Ram love we've seen than in a sheep farmer in Iraq, if you know what I'm saying. That's so wrong. Oh, I should not have said that. Yeah, the Rams got this one. Rams got this one. Yeah, you got to be certified to weld, ADL. I mean, you can do it in your garage, but probably to get paid on it. You got to probably be part of a union and all that. ADL says, get acreage on the east side. There you go, Megan. Get acreage on the east side. That's where I'm at. Then just go to Australia in our winters and come back during the summers. It'd be beautiful. Megan says Cards plus loss equals happy Megan. And equals as well sad brother. Luke 99, what's up, Hawks Nest? Sitting here with my wife on her 40th. No kids tonight. Thought I'd check the score and introduce her to the Hawks Nest. Who's winning? Well, hello, Luke 99's wife. Happy birthday to you. I hope it was a great 40th and he's treating you right. Maybe a foot massage in there at some point. I know. I'm just trying to go back for you on this one. We've got the Rams blowing the doors off this Cardinal team. The Cardinals just look sort of listless, spiritless. whatever else lists you want to apply, they don't look ready to go today. Rams have been chippy, energetic, moving with a sense of purpose. It's been pretty much two different teams we're watching here. Michael YT says our D-line came out of nowhere in these last 2 to 3 games. They did. I think some of it has to do with a little bit, Micah, of the opponent you were playing, right? A little bit of the opponent you're playing. Chicago Bears, horrible offensive line. I mean, they literally had Jermaine Ifedi at right tackle, who they've been keeping at right guard through the majority of the time that Ifedi's been with the Bears in the last couple of years. I have to tell you, the Detroit Lions aren't got the best offensive line, and then you got the Cardinals, whose line's getting pretty well beaten up tonight. So, you look good against bad offensive lines. It was an improvement. It's better than what we've seen through a lot of this year. But nonetheless, it was still bad. It's still, I can't take anything from those 3 games, I guess, Micah. I got to look more at the other games throughout this season and make a determination about where that positional group is actually at and what that positional group needs. And though I put offensive line as the number 1 priority this offseason that the Seahawks need to address, I'd put number 2, a close number 2, right behind that being the defensive line. Charles Riley with another $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. And it says, if Megan Gok-Roger has a wedlock child with Pete Carroll, I think it'll be Robert Blake's situation. She'll give birth in Australia while PC will expire via any number of ways in the outback on a quote-unquote visit. Yes. Oh, Charles, are you intoning that Megan knocks Pete off when she's got his baby? That she's got what she needs from him at that point? She's continuing the Carroll line? Oh, goodness. Well, Pete would be the type of guy at 70 to go back into the outback. He would be the type of guy, Charles, to be like, I can do this walk. This ain't nothing. Aboriginals, smiginals. I'll make it happen. And the Rams are about to run this clock all the way out. All the way out. Niner Gang, this is playing out perfectly. I just realized what you meant with that because you guys have the Rams number. So, you guys are hoping you can play them later on. I get you going with that, Niner Gang. I'd feel good about this too. We got your guys' number. You guys got the Rams number. It's paper, rock, scissors. And paper, rock, scissors is, it is hardlined. It's undefeatable. If you're a rock, you're a rock. If you're a paper, you're a paper. And if you're a scissor, you're a scissor. And there ain't nothing that can change it. Cardinals going for a long field goal attempt here. 4:25 on the clock, though. That drive just bled this quarter down. That drive just took a scalpel to an artery in this quarter. Megan says, I must admit, after the win last week, I didn't take off the Largent jersey for about 4 days. No, you're just keeping that energy strong with it, Megan. And look, to your point tonight, you're building more on that energy. Key, as I was telling you about in the comment section a couple weeks ago, is that we've got to just, that sucker, that Largent jersey's got to be brought out for special moments next season. We cannot tarnish it with a potential loss. It's got to keep the winning ways with it so that we just have that in the back pocket at any point in time when we need it. That's what I'm doing with mine. Seahawks Network, anyone else see Isaiah Simmons have a stroke mid-play? Did he? Oh, jeez. I missed that. Megan with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, the power of the Largent jersey reigns supreme. Power of the Largent jersey is undefeated. You know? There may only have been one undefeated team in NFL history, the Miami Dolphins in 72, but the Largent jersey itself is undefeated in the Hawks Nest. And it will continue to be so, Megan. Thusly, it will be so. I do think that's like the Cowboys matchup was a bad matchup for the Niners. I think the Niners are benefiting in the matchup game from the two opponents that they draw here, being the Cowboys and the Packers. Those are both two teams that I think have some similar ways in which they operate offensively, and then defensively that they'd love to get you into more of a pass-happy place, and they're not as locked in on stopping the run, it feels like, with the Packers. Certainly a couple of years ago, we saw this where the Niners came into Lambeau in 2019 and were able to basically have what did Garoppolo throw 12 times in that game, 6 times in that game, because they could just keep running the football downhill on them all day long. I think that's going to be a tough matchup for them. I do think that Fred Warner injury, though, if he's not able to play, and even if he's able to play, probably much less effectively than he normally is, I think that could be enough to allow Packers to push forward. And I have predicted this is the year the Packers get into the Super Bowl. So I'm going to stay with that prediction on it, but I think it is a good matchup for the 49ers. I think of all the teams that they could have drawn outside of getting the Rams, that's a much better draw for them than I think even the Buccaneers would have been. So I think the Niner gang's got a point on this. He's got a point. Good point. And Robert Hayhurst, welcome to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor. Robin, thank you for becoming a member on the channel. Please keep an eye on your community post and your YouTube. I do weekly articles over there for my members and whatnot. And so thank you for joining. Awesome. I know you're a long time watcher on the channel. I appreciate you, Robin. You're awesome. Seahawks Network, I've never seen so many celebrities at a football game. Yeah, no kidding. They flashed to like 15 guys there. Atheist 4, because I wonder what Matt Stafford's thinking right now. Never won a playoff game and now has a legit chance at a Super Bowl. He's probably thanking his lucky stars. It was the Rams that brought him into brought him over there. He went to just the right team, the right situation, the right coach. And I'm sure he's probably feeling a swell of emotions, right? Guy's been playing, 12, 13 years, something like that. So you got to figure it's a big moment for him. And he's going to do everything he can, man. It's a very good trade by them to go get him like they did this last offseason, to be able to get out from under that Goff contract and then upgrade the position at the same time. They killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Which, by the way, I'm kind of ready for the NFL to stop helping the Rams, especially getting out from these bad contracts, be it Todd Gurley, Brandon Cooks, Jared Goff, let's just Marcus Peters. Let's stop helping them. Let's stop aiding the rest of the NFL. We don't need to keep making the Rams better. That can stop this offseason now. We can quit that out. Paul says, nah, Packers are chokers. If Bosa plays, it'll be close. I think so. I think stylistically it's a tough matchup for him. Cardinals are done in this game. Done. ADL says I left my fart in San Francisco. GoX05 just got the new Madden. These loading screens are pissing me off. It's just Brady and Mahomes staring into my soul. This was the year I said no to Madden, and I'm out on Madden until they fix the game, until they give a crap about the dynasty mode, until they stop with their everything's about our super player pack, super team BS, and just gets back to the nuts and bolts of a good gameplay. I'm not going to hold my breath, but that's where I stand with it. They're not just getting my money now just every year without question. Kind of the whole gaming industry is that way with me on it. Brian Smith says, Niner fans ain't traveling to Wisconsin in the winter. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a lot of sea of red in Lambeau Field. I don't think you're going to see a lot of that. Agreed. Jeffrey says, McVay has a massive man crush on Stafford. Kind of gross. Well, you can't blame him, man. He's been dealing with Goff for the last couple of years, and then he gets the laser rocket cannon arm of Stafford. He's got to be riding a little bit high. Can't blame him for that. He's finally got to roll his full offense out. Herbicide says Rodgers is MVP. I would never vote for him, though. Agreed. I agree. I think he is as well. Jeff Ryan's coming in with a big fat $20 donation. Thank you, Jeff. You're awesome, brother. I hope you're doing well out there in Montana, staying warm enough, keeping the frostbite at bay. It's good to see you, brother. Thank you for the donation, though. You're awesome. He says, just dropping in to say what's up. Next season, hopefully our Hawks can make the correct strides on the field that we hope to see. Sorry, just got paid, so here's a little bit to make up for the past couple of streams. Go Hawks. Well, Jeff, you know what? All I want from you, my man, is just watch. And if you're able to donate, great. But if not, watching is just fine by me. Maybe hitting a like button, too, of course. I do ask. I am a habitual asker of hitting the like button. I will admit that part. I'll own that. But thank you for the $20 donation, Jeff. You're always very kind to people who donate on my channel, Jeff. It's just that you and a lot of the rest of the crew just always so kind, not just once, not just twice, but continually on this channel, supporting this channel as you guys do. I really do appreciate that. It's throughout this season has been amazing. We far surpassed anything we've done on this channel in 2 years. When I say far surpassed, we must have gone up 1,000% in donations this year on the channel and stream. And you guys really have supported the channel in that way, just beyond anything I could have hoped for, kind of my dreams, considering where we're at kind of relatively as just a small growing channel a bit. So thank you, Jeff. You're awesome for doing that. I love doing this, man. And I love always seeing you in here, my man from Montana. I feel like we're always rounding out our crew. We got a Montana folk in. We got a Megan from Australia. Get a couple other folks in from Brazil, Puerto Rico, kind of things. And it just feels right. We got the whole family in. So thank you, Jeff. You're awesome, brother. Appreciate you. Stay warm out there. We finally got through the snow over here, so we're starting to dry out. Whammy Bard, Paper Cardinals. The game is no test for the Rams. Next week is the test. Very well said. I agree with you, man. This was a horrible effort by the Cards in this game. As I said, definitely the Rams are playing better right now. They've got more talent on their side of the football field. But as well, this Cardinal team just didn't look like it was really ready to roll today. They didn't look like they were ready to play. Adrian's 4 because says, my Packers have first team all-pro Devontae Campbell now. We can stop the run just enough. Hope you're right on that, my man. I hope you're right, because I think that's the key for you. I think that was the key for the Cowboys, and really at the head of why they lost this last game was less to do with other things like, the penalties hurt the Cowboys too yesterday, but man, not really being able to consistently stop that run, having no answer for Deebo Samuel. It's going to be the same thing for the Packers next week. Jimmy Garoppolo ain't beating you. He ain't doing it. Not after some of the throws he made this last week. He tried to kick that game away for the 49ers. Paul Third says the 49ers were in horrible shape when they met week 3 and had to play Trey Sermon in fantasy, and it came down to 38 seconds. Mitchell and Samuel in their current form makes it much more an intriguing game. Very well said, Paul. And I agree with you, man. I think it's going to be a tougher game. I think the game matchups the next week will be better, more competitive. I do think I think that the Packers are talented. The Packers will have the week bye. They're probably in a little bit better shape as far as their injury situation goes versus what the Niners are in this. So they have some set advantages built into this game. But the Niners are not a good matchup for them. I don't think that's as much a good fit for them as far as this goes. Doesn't mean it's going to mean they're absolutely going to lose. Just that it is what it is on it a little bit, Jeffrey Thistle says, I have the Niners upsetting the Packers. I got 100 on it. I could see it, man. I wouldn't put a bet on that because I think Packers will win, but I don't confidently believe they're going to win. Brian Smith says, we should use the NFL to get out of Jamal's contract. Get creative with it. Kyle G, Rams are overrated. Cup only keeping them alive. Well, they didn't get a stiff test to your point on that today, Kyle. This is not the toughest of tests for them. And the Cardinals certainly went into the tank as this year went along. We can say that for sure. We can say that for sure. It is 4 because Packers should have left tackle David Bakhtiari, Josh Myers, Billy Turner, edge Zadarius Smith, and cornerback Jair Alexander back will be a lot better. Sounds good. And I think to your point on that, the earlier season matchup between the 49ers and the Packers, if I'm not mistaken, you were missing a few of those guys. I believe at that time, Bakhtiari and Smith at the least. And that's that part of I say, Atheist, you guys are playing home, you got the first round bye, you're a healthier team. Those are built-in set advantages, no doubt about it, over the top of the Niner. But stylistically, I think that this is the type of team, and to a certain degree, that the 49ers like to match up against. With that said, again, I'm not predicting an upset, so I still think that the home field advantage wins out. Those the injury situation, the bye, ends up being just enough. Herbicide says, I said this a couple weeks ago, it's either going to be Green Bay or Tampa Bay versus Bills or Chiefs. That looks to be the way it is. That looks to be the likelihood, yeah. Bit of a profit on that one. ADL Williams, look at the Cards pretending to try hard now. Jeffrey says, Seahawks took an S and Brandon's channel took off. We all cry together. Very well said, Jeffrey. I thought when we were getting in the tank and we were losing that maybe we were going to be done with our growth this year with the channel, because I felt like maybe we get a lot of our Seahawks fans just bailing out and being like, I'm done. It's not been the case. Channel's growth's continued on through. Every day I log in, we got more subscribers. Every day I log in, more growth. So testament to as I say with it, Jeffrey, this is why when people say Seahawks fans or bandwagon fans, I say BS. In fact, I created a whole video to dispel that notion, right? One of the first videos I made on this channel was to dispel that notion. And it's proven out at every turn, and it's proven out this season, a season when you were in the cellar. But if you look at my view count, if you look at the amount of people coming to this channel watching the content here, there's still diehard Seahawks fans that want to understand this team and what's going on and how to get better and what's the next moves we make and what's come with a meeting of the minds on this stuff. And it's been a happy surprise for me to see, Jeffrey, to see the fans still engaged in this manner, despite the fact this season looked long ago like it was going into the darkness. Megan says, we love you and the channel B, and the way we show you this is by hitting smashing the like button, and donating to you and the channel. Well, I really do appreciate that, Megan. That's one of the reasons why when I look forward to the year's future on this, I really love this as far as going forward and just building more and more on this channel, because I enjoy this time as much as any time that I get to spend in my week. I got my normal job, and I get to do this, which is fun, right? I just enjoy this. And you guys are what makes this enjoyable for me. And being able to interact with the chat, you guys are always making me bust a gut laughing. It's a two-way street here that goes back and forth. But I appreciate that support. As I say in the past, that support's what's going to help drive this along the path to eventually getting us, Megan, where I'm able to get to this full-time. And as soon as I get to that full-time, when I get close to that spot, I'm clicking it in. I'm going. Even if I got to go light for a little while to keep pushing it through. And I'll tell you, we get a winning record next year. We get a team pushing forward. You will see that most likely happen at that point in time. Megan says, but I don't love you as much as I love the coach. That's fair, Megan. But again, my heart belongs to another. It does. It does. I can't question it, Megan. I appreciate the loyalty there. So a man who appreciates loyalty. Jeffrey Thistle says, Niners won't even let Jimmy throw in Green Bay's freezing weather. They probably won't. They're probably going to come out with some game plan of like he'll throw 10 times in this game. And look, I mean, watching some of those throws by Jimmy in this last game, I can't blame the coach. I can't blame Shanahan for doing that. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't going to hate him for taking that approach to it, right? Like, Jimmy had a couple of throws. Watching Jimmy in the playoff game yesterday, I felt like he wants to make every throw where he opens his shoulders up. Russ is like the opposite of this, where he always keeps that shoulder tucked in and tight. Whereas with Jimmy, he always wants to open up the shoulder and sort of throw facing his target, which helps him, I think, on a quicker release, and sometimes can help him on the accuracy on the shorter stuff. But the second he gets out to the sticks, once he gets past the hashes, whoo-wee! I mean, that ball is sailing. He has no idea where it's going. Herbicide says, honestly, I don't think Bosa will make it out of concussion protocol. He might not. It is hard to predict with that type of thing, but it's possible. It's possible. Jeff Ryan, so Brandon, if the NFL places the Rams into the Super Bowl this year, they don't deserve to make it. It would be a slap in the face of real diehard fans or of any other teams. Sure, hope that it doesn't happen. I hope it doesn't as well, Jeff. But I mean, I think the NFL would love for that to again happen, and I think at the head of that is again. And this is just my instinct. I know I harp on this a little bit, but I think the NFL wants to make LA happen. They want that market to go. It's the second biggest market in the country. They don't want failing franchises there. They want succeeding franchises there. And one of the quickest ways to jumpstart a failing fan base, or a fan base that has failed out on two separate franchises before, is to create consistent winners in the early parts of recreating that franchise where you are. They could easily be doing it. And look, they did make some trades, Jeff, going out, not the trade for Odell, but the signing of Odell Beckham, the trading for Von Miller. You got to appreciate the aggressiveness that they employed. They could have easily just sat where they were and went, we're fine, we're good, we're just going to stand tall here. But they still kept the pedal down even when they didn't have a lot of resources to do so. I can't hate them for that. I mean, I respect it. I wish my team did more of that. I don't know if they're going to get in, though. I don't know if they're going to. I think the Packers beat them, and I think, frankly, Tampa Bay probably beats them, too. I think both of those two teams get them, Jeff. So it'll be null and void, It'll be irrelevant. Charles with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate you, brother. Says, can't wait to watch an investigation into the Pete and Megan Gok-Roger case. I feel Pete will love her, but won't leave his wife when he perishes via croc in Australia. Questions will need answers. And Megan will be like, look at that, Pete. Isn't it? It water clear, doesn't it? It water clear. I'm doing a horrible accent, Megan. And tells Pete, oh, Dad, jump on in. Jump on in, it's good. Nice and clear in that water there. No crooks at all there. Pete jumps in. You see a splashing of water, and then Pete disappears. Jacob Kessinger says, boo the lambs. Boo them lambs. Megan, must ring my brother and crow about this win. He's not going to know what hit him. Oh, he's in pain, Megan. Don't make it hurt too bad. Don't twist the knife too much. Herbicide says, Bucks by 7. I'll ride with that. Brian Smith, JJ is washed. Time to hang him up. I think the time has come. I don't think that's going to stop him because I think he still is due to be paid a decent amount next year by the Cardinals. But, Megan says, via croc, Charles Riley? Question mark? I'm an avid true crime fan, so we'll be doing better than that. That's if I were to do it, of course. Why not, Megan? Croc's clean. You got croc cleans up the evidence. There's nothing left. You gotta, unless the police go through the croc poo, you're getting away with the Carroll murder at that point. As ADL says, the crocs eat bones and all. I think Charles is onto something here, man. Ethan says Brady ain't losing. I ain't counting. I've long said I'm not counting Brady out. I did that about 10 years ago when I thought he was about done, and I learned my lesson on that one. Herbicide says, I wonder how much Watt's going to cost the Cardinals. I'll tell you how much he's going to cost the Cardinals. I kind of want to know this anyway, but I think he's, I believe he's on for like $10 million next year at least. And they got bonus money, so if they move off, I think that they've got to eat the bonus money. Let's take a look. Let's see if I'm right. I should just have this screen up at all times. So the Cardinals next year are, it's on a 1-year deal with Watt this year. So he's not under a 2-year deal. I was wrong. Okay. No, that's 2023. Okay. They're already pushing it through there with the. Yeah, I guess he is just on a 1-year deal. So just a 1-year deal. Okay. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Watt does if he does try to sign with another team and keep going through. You'd probably think with the injury he sustained again this year, it is time, Brian. I agree. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. I kind of want to know what your creative way would be of disposing of the body, Megan. I kind of want to, you got me intrigued now. Daniel says Brady's going to pick apart the Rams defense. Their secondary is in terrible state, all backups. I think he'll go after him pretty good, Daniel. The thing to consider, though, with Brady, of course, is that Godwin's out, right? No Antonio Brown at this point. Only Mike Evans, who Brady leaned very heavily on in that Eagles game in the first playoff game that occurred. So you do kind of start to wonder a little bit with that, how does that play out? Does that affect Brady a little bit with a little bit of the less targets at his disposal? But if there's a guy that can get by on lesser targets on not having the prime guys out there, it is indeed Brady. And he still has Gronk. You still do have Mike Evans. That gives you at least something to build off of. But I would give. I'm going to agree with you on this, Daniel. I do think I would give still the Bucs the edge on this matchup. Yes, Megan, there's a lot of people intrigued about your body disposal methods here. A lot of intrigue on Megan's body disposal. Herbicides is never bet against Brady, dude. No, I wouldn't. Jeff Ryans, I agree, Brandon. The NFL wants the LA base to become strong, and yes, the Rams went for it player-wise, especially compared to our Hawks, but I feel either Green Bay or Tampa will be representing the NFC. I agree with you, Jeff. I do, and they definitely, as somebody's mentioned about their secondary, I think that could end up being the thing that kind of does them in a little bit. It does help getting Cam Akers back for them, and their offense outside of no Robert Woods, and they got Odell to replace him, is basically healthy and strong and going. Yeah, and that's the part that bothers me. That's where they draw my hate from, Jeff. You know, like the Niners don't draw hate from me. It's a rivalry game, all that, but I appreciate what they do, and there's no shortcut methods they're getting. I feel like the Rams have been shortcut a little bit in order to get where they've got. And, you know, part of my conspiracy brain on this sort of things too, and wonders about some of these trades where they've been bailed out on bad contracts, like the Todd Gurley deal to the Falcons, if the NFL didn't sort of press that along maybe just a little bit to certain degrees. Maybe that's going too far. Maybe it's going too far, but I just don't like the way it's obviously that the NFL is trying to push this market up. If it should be like, look, you sink or swim as a fan base. You know, you either can support it or you don't. And you shouldn't have to have it falsely pumped up in order for you to get it there. Jacob Kessinger with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jacob. It's like your third, fourth dono today, man. You're awesome. Says Brady has done more with less, Brando. He has. That's absolutely valid point, man. Like I said, I ain't counting him out. I'm not. You ain't going to see me counting out Brady, you know, and or saying, oh, he's definitely going to lose this game. They're playing at home. That defense is still legit. That defense is still at basically full strength, right? They are down a little bit on their offensive line. You know, what's the status of Wirfs? What's the status of Jensen? I think they'll both play, but I mean, are they at 100%? Are they nearly 100%? Where are they at on that line of things? So I'm, you know, it'll be a tough matchup, but I do agree, Jacob. I'm not counting out Brady, man. not at all. Whammy Bard, what's the draft looking like? Is it strong this year? The consensus seems to be Whammy, and I haven't looked at enough of the guys to give you an overall personal consensus on this, but from what I've read into with the experts on this, it's a relatively weak draft. I think it's weak in top-end talent, but it's strong in maybe the depth and the breadth of it. Last year, you had a lot of guys who didn't opt out for the draft because of the lost season to the vid the prior year, and so they came back to college. I think that's going to add numbers to the draft that there'll be about probably like 200 to 300 more guys that enter into this draft from a names number standpoint than prior drafts because of that. But again, I think that the knock would be that the top-end talent just isn't there. ADL Williams says, Carroll's going to give Watt 4 years and $88 million. Say it ain't so. It is for because Cardinals could choose to move on from DeAndre Hopkins too. Boy, they could, but I mean, if you're keeping Kyler there, how do you not look at that situation and say, we've got to keep? I thought he just signed a contract with them. Man, Cardinals must have. I'm double checking this because I thought for sure the Cardinals signed him to another deal. So, yeah, DeAndre Hopkins right now has a cap hit next year of $27 million, but he has a $15.5 million cap hit just to move off from him. Cardinals could do it. I'll tell you what, the Cardinals do not have a lot of guys on the roster in 2023 as it currently stands. So, you know, yeah, you could do it, but boy, it's a lot of dead money yet to have to sustain to do it for a guy that's been very good since he's arrived and has been a perfect outlet security blanket for Kyler Murray. You know, he is the definition of F it, I'll throw it up. Hopkins is down there somewhere. Jeffrey Thistle saw Brady's defense show up in a big way all of a sudden. That's what scares me. Yeah, and that defense is legit. It's a good defense. It's a great defense. And it's stacked all the way through. Remember, they returned all of their starters this offseason. They added Tyron from Washington in the draft, who gives them a nice rotational pass rusher on the edge there. Gogs05, breaking news, Bucks sign unknown wide receiver Santonio Black. San Antonio Black. It's my new nickname, GoHawks05. Was Ron Mexico not available? Megan says girls got to have secrets, B. Fair enough. Fair enough. Daniel says J.J. Watt has a 2-year deal. You're misreading it. He is stuck on the Cardinals in 2022 season. You looked at next season, not this year. The 2021 listed was the entire season. Okay. Yeah, this is what happens when you try to look at stuff live, Daniel, is sometimes you're off on it. So I thought it was a 2-year deal when he signed it too. So makes sense. Makes sense. I think they're stuck all the way around with that roster in general. I don't know if they've got a lot of flexibility to do much this season as far as adjust goes. You know, they're paying a couple of guys. They're paying DeAndre, paying JJ, paying Buda Baker. I think that the Cardinals are a little bit up in this as we go forward. They got some tough decisions to make and not a lot of flexibility to make them. Herbzad says, "We'll love D-Hop here." I love D-Hop. I would too. He'd be awesome. Megan says, "Not sure about wanting to marry someone like my dad. I just want to marry someone like Coach." Megan says, "I pity the fool who would bet against Brady." I pity the fool. I pity the fool. I tell you, I pity the fool. I pity the fool. I pity the fool. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom here real quick, folks. I'm gonna be right back. We're gonna run a quick word from my sponsor, and then let's get in kind of just the last stuff. We'll go for another probably about 15 minutes or so after I get back. 15, 20 minutes or so. So if we got any last things we kind of want to talk about, let's discuss and get into it. Sorry, I got to cut a little short tonight. I've got a business call that I've got to get on while I can still get a hold of my guy out there. So let's get that in a second. I will be right back. This is going to be just a word from our sponsor. I want to thank Manscaped.com. And guys, if you do have any Manscaped needs right now, anything as far as that goes, please do. Use my code. Go over there to Manscaped.com. Support the show. 20% off. Free shipping. They got a variety of products. I've used all of this stuff. They send it to me for free so I could kind of use all this stuff out. And everything from the conditioner to the nose hair trimmer. It all works great. It's delivered as promised, so to speak. And again, the variety of products over there, don't have to just get one thing. Get all the variety of things. They got the performance package just came out that's got kind of all their items in one for one set cost. But thank you again to Manscaped for that. And I will be right back. It's a new year, new me, with the global leaders in below-the-waist grooming. This year, take your package to the next level with their Performance Package 4.0 and the brand new Ultra Premium Body Wash. Inside the Performance Package 4.0, you'll find the Signature Lawnmower 4.0. This electric trimmer is designed to trim hair on loose skin. The advanced skin-safe technology reduces cuts and nicks on your delicate nuts. It also comes equipped with a 4000K LED spotlight that will shine a light to the promised land 2022 looks to be. A grooming routine isn't complete without applying Crop Preserver and Crop Reviver before showing off your 2022 self. These unique formulations take care of the smelliest parts of your body and are a big boost to your confidence into the new year. To complete the set, Manscaped threw in their shed travel bag and anti-chafing boxer briefs as free gifts to keep all your goodies stored comfortably. And the new product that needs no introduction, the Ultra Premium Body Wash from Manscaped solves all three for the perfect addition to your daily grooming routine. This body wash smells great. It's cologne infused with aloe vera and sea salt to keep your skin feeling clean, nice, and moisturized. Kick discomfort and poor hygiene to the curb this year and use the best tools for the job. Whether your resolution is to work out more or travel to new places, be sure to travel to manscaped.com for our exclusive offer of 20% off and free shipping when you use the code NEST, N-E-S-T, NEST. Cheers to new balls in 2022. Alrighty, we are back. Thank you for bearing with me, folks, on that. And great show here today. Again, good to see everybody in the chat. Wasn't sure we'd have a lot of turnout because I know it's the end of the season. Everybody kind of check. A lot of people end up checking out right at the end of the season. But we had a good turnout today. It's good to see everybody on in here. Love it. Whammy Barb says, sounds like the kind of draft Carroll likes, where it's all about finding diamonds in the rough in the later rounds. Well, and it's going to be one that'll probably bother a lot of fans in this one, because I know there's a lot of people that have kind of built-in Whammy PTSD with having so many drafts where we've kept going backwards in the draft in order to accumulate more picks deeper into the draft. And then we always do that seemingly at the cost of grabbing just the player that was available there that was actually the prime talent we could have picked up to go get a much lesser talent deep down the line. That's frustrating in the past. The Seahawks have not done it as much recently. I mean, even in this draft, they traded up into the 6th round, used 2 picks to get into the 6th round to get Stone Forsythe this year, which would not have been their modus operandi in recent history. So I do think this year, though, is going to cause them to probably trade more back again and fall back into that more traditional realm, because there are so many bodies in this draft. There's so many guys, and there's such a probably varied assessment level of where teams see them from one team to the next, because there's not necessarily those quintessential, clean, no doubters, no brainers, upper echelon of talent in this draft. I've heard it's even only as high as about 10 guys that are your real true separators in this draft. And once you get back beyond that, there are more talented guys than there are lesser talented guys, right? There's more guys at that point that should be picked up in the higher 2nd round or the late 1st, but then it gets a little harder in asserting which one is really going to be the special talent or a difference maker on the football field. I think this will lead into more trading back, for better or for worse. Herbicide says, okay, for sure. Keep Lewis, Curhan, Haynes on offensive line, correct? I do keep them, Herbicide. I think both in Haynes and Curhan's case, you do bring them back. You bring them back to compete for the number 1 job, but you find them additional competition. And not competition that's a 5th round guard out of Southern Miss who's a fringe NFL roster player, but an actual guy with some talent to push him. It used to be competition was king on this team, and not competition and just we've got this superstar guy, and then we have this guy who's barely in the league, and they're going to compete. And let's let the best man win. And obviously, the star guy is going to win every time, but actually, you had truly guys at kind of a similar level really fighting it out for the guy who's going to get on the field. That was how Carroll and Schneider created that atmosphere and environment here initially. I'd like to lean back into that as we go forward, and I think you can do that in the draft. I like our depth right now. I just don't like the frontline guys necessarily. I want to improve the front line. So yes, all those guys you bring back, definitely. And they will be back, Herbicide. But I do want to get some more competition. W, no problem on misreading the J.J. Watt contract. It's actually a mistake on their website where now it's because it hit 2022, so they're highlighting the 2022, 2023 contracts already. It's a coding error on them. I thought it was looking weird. I was bouncing back and forth there, Daniel. I was like, what is going on? This looks weird from where I've looked at it before, because some of the names weren't in the right place. So I'm not losing my mind. It's good to hear. I got to go back and double check that how they've got that reading, though, so I can wrap my head around it a little bit. Alexander Matthews, Cardinals turned into the Cardinals these last few weeks. They fit the type, man. There's a reason it's a meme of them starting out hot and finishing a lot weaker than they begin the year, and this was that way. They really fell back this season. And I think DeAndre Hopkins is a big loss for them offensively. I mean, as I said, that guy being a security blanket for Kyler, he really leaned on him. He really targeted him. It wasn't a matter of just out there taking coverage and so Kyler could work with other guys. I mean, he really liked what he had out there in DeAndre over this last 2 years of having him there. So I think that really upended them when he went down. That was their most important piece in their offense, even above Kyler. You could make the argument. But that deep sixed him, man. Megan says, okay, you do know that South Africa is far more dangerous, right? Lions, tigers, oh my. Yeah, but it's relative, Megan. I mean, 2 of the more dangerous places in the world, you know what I mean? So it's all relative. It's all relative. DAW, it should be programmed to not highlight until after March of the year. Poor coding. Agreed, Daniel. Yeah. I don't turn the calendar right now. Wait till the calendar turns and when the new year turns. That would make more sense. Agreed. And it'd be just a small coding adjustment at that. ADL Williams, here you can dress people up like a seal and the orcas will take care of them. Just do it off the coast so they don't leave evidence in the sound. Sean Proper, Cardinals offseason may rival the Hawks. Kingsbury safe, question mark. Chandler Jones, Zach Ertz, AJ Green, Connor, Edmonds, all free agents. They've got a lot of decisions to make. And I don't know if they may have a little bit of money to spend. The other part that you didn't include in there, Sean, is that they might have to make a decision on Kyler too. You know, they might have to make the call as to whether or not, what if Kyler comes back to him and says, I've passed my third year, I'm due to be paid a contract, I want my contract extension. And he insists upon it. You know, what if that happens? And I think that would really set their offseason back, because now the money gets even smaller and smaller and smaller. Ertz is probably gone. Green's probably gone. I think they would have re-signed Chandler Jones with a contract extension if they were going to do it. And I think Chandler's wanting to be paid so much money, he's going outside of what I think they're comfortable paying him. That's my instinct on it. So I think that all those guys are probably gone, all of them. And yeah, that puts him in a tough place. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Will Bobby Wagner still be on the Seahawks next season? Hope he will be. He's been my favorite player in the NFL since he's got drafted. Yes, I do think that Bobby Wagner, my bold prediction for you guys this offseason is Bobby Wagner renegotiates with the Seahawks to come back for another year. Maybe it's a contract extension for a couple seasons. It will significantly lower his cap hit, I would think, to probably about a third of what he's costing right now, or what he's due to cost right now. I don't think Barton did enough to cement himself as the 1-2 combination with Brooks. I think he's a good depth guy, good special teams guy, but the team will probably recognize that if moving off for Bobby Wagner also means that now we need to go find a will linebacker, because we'll be moving Jordan Brooks to the middle. So I do think he comes back probably on like an $8 million deal, a $9 million deal, maybe in that realm of things. Just team friendly no matter what. But yes, I do think he does come back. B-Russ says, I'm guessing Schneider trades back and drafts a middle linebacker first. I mean, what's better than 4 run-stuffing middle linebackers? I wouldn't put it past him, B-Russ. I would not put it past him. Daniel W., if this is what the Cardinals look like right now, imagine what they look like once Kyler Murray is making $40 million a year. If he doesn't switch to baseball, he will get beat up behind a cheap O-line. Hey, we've been dealing with this for years with Russ now. And we've been dealing with Russ for years when Russ, at least in 2016 and 17 and 18, was playing it basically at least a near Pro Bowl or an MVP level area, which I don't know if Kyler has shown that he can even get up to that spot of things where he can just carry a team on his shoulders a bit. I don't think he has. And I wonder with this too. I'd wondered a long time ago about Kyler maybe going back to baseball. Not for these reasons, but just because he kind of struck me as a little bit of that guy who, he's such an odd duck. Maybe he would do that. He would do that kind of move, do that kind of change. He seems to march to his own beat a bit. But they could be facing that barrel down this offseason, Daniel. I think it's likely. I've been kind of surprised that some of these quarterbacks like Lamar, I think Baker's had a harder time going up and making a case he should be paid. But on some of these guys waiting as they've had rather than making more noise about getting paid, I think Kyler will this offseason. ADL Williams says the Cardinals are such smaller, inferior birds. There's nothing ferocious about them, is there, ADL? And what's interesting, too, is that their mascot that's on the logo image, I think somebody was explaining it to me, that's actually an East Coast Cardinal. It's not even the type of Cardinals you find out in the West that have not as much a gizzard on their head. Like the one on their logo does. So they not only is it not a ferocious bird, it's not even the right bird. It's not even the right mascot. Alexander says, I've had the Bills all season. They look good. They do look good. And Josh Allen's playing probably the best. He's probably playing maybe him and Rodgers neck and neck as far as playing the best right now at the quarterback position. ADL Williams, I just caught another glimpse of the black cat that Brandon claims he doesn't have. No, I got the black cat. It's the kitten I don't. That kitten's not mine. But the black cat and the orange one are definitely mine. That's me. But 2 do not make you a cat woman, cat lady. It takes 3 cats to make you a cat lady. So I'm one away, but I'm towing the line, man, but I'm staying on the other side of the line. Megan says, can't wait to climb Kilimanjaro to plant a 12 flag at the summit in a couple of years. Oh, you better get a picture of that, Megan. I better see a shot of that. Charles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, I think Megan Gockroger has Murder by Numbers on a playlist. Hey, I know. I've had a couple of girlfriends who are into that real murder stuff and podcast stuff. They get deep into it. They're like almost pseudo detectives in their understanding of law and crime scenes and blood splatter. Herbicide, I kind of hope the Bills do it. Think it's realistic. I think it's realistic. They've got the squad to do it. They've been knocking on the door for a couple of years, and sometimes you just need the things to break right in your favor, the ball to bounce your way when it hasn't. Josh Allen's right about the right point in his career to do it. They've got the assemblage of talent, I think, to get it done. They don't have as much stacked top end guys, but they're kind of solid all the way through their roster, in my opinion. They've got a good chance of doing it. But the Chiefs are a juggernaut. Let's face it. Chiefs are a juggernaut. They're playing probably their best football at this time of year, which is a good time to be playing it. So it's going to be a tough path for the Bills to get through. No doubt about it. I mean, that's saying nothing of I was trying to think of the one other team out there that was of the Titans. If Henry comes back into the fold and looks good. Jacob says that Bills my front runner, Bengals my dark horse. Okay, I like it. Daniel W., if Nakobe Dean drops in the draft, outside linebacker out of Georgia, I would not be mad for the Seahawks to draft him. I just want a best player available. Don't reach for a backup defensive end or tackle if an elite player is there. You touch on the thing that I think is just the most important process of the draft for a team, and one that gets, I think, forgotten about all the time, which is BPA, best player available. I think too often teams go into free agency, get as much work as they get done there, but then leave a little bit of extra work to be done in the draft, which then causes them to pick to need rather than to pick to the best player available. And then that's how you, in my opinion, at the end of the day, you end up getting yourself into trouble in drafts. This, for instance, look at the LJ Collier pick. You went into that particular offseason. You needed to address the defensive line. You lost Frank Clark. You needed to get some more horses in there. You did was go out and sign a Ziggy Ansah who was like 47 years old. And then you were forced to go in the draft and find another pass rusher in the draft, which led you at that point to draft LJ Collier, even after there was about 15 defensive ends taken in that first round before him, where that was not the value. That was not the best player available. That was a pick for need. You see drafts go wrong for teams. You see multiple drafts go back-to-back wrong for teams. You can always trace it back up the line, in my opinion, to picking for need, not picking for the best player available. I've not looked at Nakobe Dean. I'll take a look at him. I will say, Daniel, I don't want to be picking any linebackers inside about the first 3 rounds or so. You want to grab a Will in the 4th round? Good. Not in the 3rd round to me. A Will linebacker in a 4-3 can only have so much effect, in my opinion. I just think that it would be a little bit of a wasted pick by going too hard at that. You can get linebackers in other places, whereas other positions, it's harder to get. But again, back to your original point on this, Daniel, best player available. Let that be the overriding factor in what's driving your drafting process, and you'll walk away with a good draft. Or you at least put yourself in a better position to walk away with a good draft. There's no guarantees, but you're going further there with it. Lolo, been a while since I've been here. Good to be back. Well, it's good to have you back, Lolo. Good to see you, my guy. Hope you're doing well. Idiot Williams says, I've had 3 cats before, but my girlfriend lived with me, so it wasn't weird. But they were all my cats. I almost went to a 3rd cat a couple years ago, but then I had to stop it off. Cat lady, 2 cats are a starter set. Yeah, it's just a starter set, just a starter set. And it happened by accident. I didn't set it out for this. It just happened. So, is what it is. So, I'm not going to 3 though. We're not going that lane. That'd be getting weird. Megan says, I'm considering a career in forensic science labs. Be very scared by that. Lolo, move on from Dwayne Brown, sign a left tackle, draft a center, or move Lewis to center and sign draft a guard. Bringing back Brown shows they could care less about building the offensive line. I'd certainly would like to see better than Brown, Lolo, but then I'd like to see better across the whole offensive line, to your point. That's something that I think should be the main priority this offseason. I really don't want to move Lewis to center. You just had him starting at right guard. Now you've moved him to left guard. Now you're going to move him to center. Again, this is a little bit in this offseason from my standpoint, Lolo, of fixing mistakes that have plagued you in the past. And one of the mistakes that have plagued you in the past, especially as it concerns offensive linemen, is the constant, incessant need of the team to move those offensive linemen all across the board. As though if a guy's good at right guard, then he'll be good at center. Or if a guy's good at left tackle, then he's good at right tackle. Or if a guy's good at right guard, then he's good at left guard. Whereas these are very specific positions. And you want to find the exact guy for the right position. So I would actually, if we're going to move Lewis anywhere, move him back to right guard where he was at his best in his rookie year and go find a left guard. I don't know if it necessarily shows in them going back after Brown to bring left tackle that they're not going to address the rest of the offensive line, but you would like to see them do better. Yes. Charles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Megan Gockrodger is pursuing a career in forensics. Can she cover up any of Pete's draft decisions with science? Not even God can cover up Pete's draft decisions, Charles. Not even God. It has happened. Only someone who could turn time back can make that occur. Herbicide says, cats are great. Chicks don't like dudes with cats. No, it's not necessarily been a selling point for me as a single man. When you tell women you have 2 cats, they go, oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Oh, sure. Yeah, all right. I'm just going to go over here. 2, you said? Okay, I'm just going to go out your front door and act like we never met. It's not a selling quotient, but, I had it on my this is what we got out of the last break, and we broke up, and I got the cats. She got nothing. So the cats picked me, man. What are you going to do? Herbicide says, don't think I want Lewis at center. Thank you, Herbicide. Me neither. He needs to go back to right guard, if anything, is what I think you meant on that, Herbicide. Kelly says, on your way to 40. No. Leland Kimbo! What's up, Leland? How you doing, man? Good to see you on the chat. This is, what's up, Brando? What's up, 12s? Mike Thallen, do you think the Seahawks trade Gabe Jackson? 2 different answers on this one, Mike. I'll tell you what I think is likely to happen, which I think the Seahawks are going to be so busy addressing the left tackle, the center, and the right tackle that they're not going to be able to look at the right guard this offseason or the left guard this offseason, so they will remain the same. What I'd like to see happen is Gabe Jackson to be moved, and then Damian Lewis slid back to right guard, and then the Seahawks to go out and actually find a legitimate left guard, not some aging player who's got like one last season they can wring out of like Mike Iupati, but actually get a very talented player, or even Gabe Jackson, who is becoming another older player that you brought in here. But I think that they're going to end up running it back, Daniel, with the same crew at the end of the day here. That's my instinct on it. Give an instinct on it. Megan says, B, if we meet when I'm in Seattle, please make sure there's no cat hair in your person. I will sneeze. No, I'll get it. I'll get the rollers. I got the sticky rollers to get off of it. You'll be good. I wouldn't do you like that. I don't want you sneezing all over me. ADL Williams, my 3rd cat, was the one I found behind my work. She was 15 years old and very weak. It snowed 2 weeks later. I took her in and she wouldn't have made it. But she lived 4 more years. Rest in peace, my dear Squeaks. Oh, that was nice of you, ADL. And I mean, if I found one behind a dumpster, I'd become a cat lady for that. That's how do you turn that away? People are brutal with sometimes the way they let cats go. It's like, oh, I found this kitten in the dumpster. Like, damn, just take it to the shelter or something. Like, really, dumpster? You just can't drive a block down the road, Lolo, I got to say that Toddler's legs weren't moving that fast against Von Miller's Mike and Donald's presence. No, he didn't look as cold. He didn't look as quick back there today a little bit, did he? I mean, they were all over him. Pressure was getting to him really quick, though, too. I mean, that thing was like, at the snap, there was like 2 guys every time. It seemed like we're getting beat almost instantaneously. Now, Rams have got the dogs to get it done. Floyd, Donald, Von Miller. I mean, even Greg Gaines was coming in there. So they got the guys to get it done, but he wasn't able to do anything really with his legs at all much in this game. Toddler Murray, I love that. That's awesome, by the way. Toddler Murray. I'm seriously allergic, says Megan. I will clean things thoroughly and we'll make sure there's no cat hair, promise. Leland Kimmel says, my cat's name is Dance Moves. I love it. Dance Moves, nice. Alexander says, there might be something to all this Russell talk about him leaving when you when you are shocked he said go Hawks on Monday Night Football with the Mannings. Yeah. Well, I remember last year that was a whole thing for a while where he wasn't saying go Hawks at the end of interviews, and that had a lot of people going, oh, what does this mean? What does this mean? And I think that's just the place where we land with this, is where people are going to be looking to read into anything that's released out, and that's where journalists are taking advantage of that with the clickbait stuff, and why we've got, I think, a little bit of just wait to see how it plays out and really not land on anything until we can determine what's going on here. But it's good to hear that he said that. It's good to hear he said that. Dance Moves is awesome. That's a great name. Roy Froelich says, what are we going to do at center? Still upset we didn't take Creed Humphrey. Roy, it's still burning my hide a year later as well. That guy I really liked a lot, and I knew he would have been great for us. What are we going to do at center? We're probably going to bring back Ethan Posick and try to hopefully do something else in addition to that. I can't say that they wouldn't just bring back Ethan Posick and Fuller and call it a day. I'd hate to see that, but I can't say that that's not something that they wouldn't potentially do, because this is a move that's like a move they've done in the past, right? That's exactly the type of move they would have done. There's a couple of centers in this draft that are interesting that will be available. The free agent class for the center market is also interesting. The guy that kind of stands out to me a little bit would be, maybe a Jason Kelsey, definitely getting old, definitely getting up there. There's the guy from Tampa Bay as well, who's a little younger. Maybe not quite as good as Kelsey, but then Kelsey's going to be 35, so maybe you don't want to take that risk. So really, there's going to be some free agents. There are going to be some guys they could draft in the draft, but it's going to take them having the will to want to do so, and that's what we have to get an indication on, is that they're going to be willing to select it if the guy is available to go get via signing or drafting. And welcome on the chat, Roy. Good to see you. GoX05, let's build a dominant offensive line, a great pass rush, hopefully bring back Reed, maybe Quan Ray if his market isn't there, and get this team back on top. Go Hawks. I love it. Go Hawks. Well, you do know that's the one upshot I've said about Carroll coming back now, is that though it's maybe not the pathway any of us would have gone in this offseason looking for the change we were looking for, what it does mean is not a rebuild. What it does mean is not even really a retool. What it does mean is a reload. That is the method you're going to see them take with this. I don't think they're going to be in this, we got to turn things over and bring in whole new parts and pieces. They're going to try to buy and spend, I think, this offseason. They're going to be in more of a go-forward mode than we've seen in probably 5 or 6 years here, if not even further back. Ethan says, I watched A Fistful of Dollars for the first time, found it a bit boring with a mix of Eastwood being badass, then the last half was pure badass. Some of those 70s movies, they move with a little bit more of a, slower, roll to it. And I'll tell you this, the guy that made those spaghetti westerns with Eastwood, if you go watch Once Upon a Time in America, a couple of other movies he's made, he definitely can get long in his films. Hell, even The Good, the Bad, the Ugly is like 3.5 hours. So he's not a fast director. He likes to take things nice and slow and let it just kind of gently. That's kind of his, I forget the guy, Sergio Leone or something like that. Sergio Leone. Just kind of his style with it too a bit, Ethan. Daniel W., hot take. Snyder wants to trade Russell and get a pocket passer like Carson Strong before Russell ages out. Russell wants to stay because he knows he will be screwed with the Giants or Philly. I like it, Daniel. It's intelligent. It's smart. It's kind of reading between the lines a little bit. And I could see that. That's my instinct as well. As I think that, for instance, last season, I think Schneider might have pulled the trigger on that Bears trade. And that Carroll was the one who overrid him a little bit on it. I could definitely see that, Daniel. Just looking to go to a different quarterback, looking to go to more of the cheaper quarterback, I think. I think that's what Schneider would be more enthralled by, is like, okay, I don't have to pay a quarterback 18% of my cap anymore. Now I can better balance my roster. Alex Callaway, to think it could have been the Hawks losing tonight. No, we would have won. We would have won. Daniel W., Denver seems Russell's best bet if he truly wants to leave. He can get elite offensive weapons and a decent defense. Saints would be good for him, but they have little to offer. Yeah, I don't think they've got much to offer there on that. And Denver's a possibility, Daniel. They're the best. I think you're right, Daniel. They're the best team with the most stacked roster to give to Russell. Does Russell want to go there as far as brightening his star? Is that a place to something he wants to do is increase his legacy? I mean, if you win Super Bowls there, yes. but is it on itself similar to like a place like New York, for instance, would be for him? That's a part that I think does factor into this beyond just how good the team is also what's the market that he gets to play within. Lolo says, why do players love to play mind games with fans? I'm not going anywhere. Just kidding. I'm out of here. Like, geez, just don't say anything at this point. Coaches do the same. I wish they would take that tact of it, Lolo. I do. I think that there's something, it's a little bit of, my mind goes to, there's this old term where it's, so there's no such thing as bad press, being that, you, especially as far as a star is concerned, or as far as sports stars is concerned, and that there's no such thing as bad press. What it's essentially intoning is that your name's getting out there. You're being put into the public consciousness, even if it is a bad story. So you are essentially widening your brand. It's a dirty way to do it. It ain't the way that, you'd like. They probably like to do it by winning Super Bowls and MVPs and it all being through a legitimate means. But I also think there's a little bit of a by any means necessary approach to widening out that legacy and brightening that star brighter, and that comes into it. I don't like it with you though. It really is a place that I could be done with on some of these sports stars. And frankly, in these team sports, a lot of these guys being so much about me, my personal I, me, me, I, me, I, me, 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 me. I get a little tired of it. It's a team sport, It's a team sport at the end of the day. There's 54 other guys in your roster, not just you. But I think some of them forget that sometimes. Herbicide says, I think Rush should go to the Washington football team. I don't think he wants to go to Washington. I don't think so. Play for a defensive-minded head coach. A couple wide receivers, not much of an offensive line. I don't think that would draw him in. Sergio Leone. Okay, I was right. Ideal Williams, the real question is, does Megan have any Pete Carroll dolls? And is it a plushie doll or a voodoo doll? I don't know, Megan. Megan's going to have to answer that one. Megan says, with Mastero Ennio Marconi doing the score for Sergio Leone. And yeah, one of the greatest composers of all time, right there with John Williams. Fantastic composer. Roy Froelich says the Giants have zero cap. How do the Giants have zero cap now? How are they going to have zero cap? Hold on here. I need to see this. I need to make sure this is the case. I need to make sure this is true. The one thing to consider with the Giants and making a trade for Russell Wilson is that they don't have to sign him to a contract extension immediately. So that's the first part of it. And they gave Leonard Williams a lot of money. They could get out from under the James Bradbury contract. They could save $11 million right there. Oh, boy, they're in some bad contracts. They can get out from the Blake Martinez contract and save another $9 million there. So between James Bradbury and Blake Martinez, say nothing of if you want to make a move with Sterling Shepard, they're limited on cap space, but they have an ability to move out from under contracts if they need to fit Wilson's contract in. And one thing you got to consider with that, Roy, is that they're only going to be on the hook for his base salary. Seattle swallows up all of the remaining bonus money if they were to move Russell. So it's only the base money that the Giants are on the hook for unless they were to sign him to a contract extension. Ian Deckwell, Brandon, and everyone, you all need to watch Peacemaker on HBO Max. Bonkers and freaking hilarious. The opening intro is pure gold. James Gunn is on fire lately. I do plan on checking it out. I still gotta watch the other movie with him in it that had that this has been the spinoff for. I'm behind on my movie watching. Once the NFL season hits, it's all ball for me, basically. All ball. Herbicide says Bradbury's a stud cornerback. Should we go after him? I tend to think that the lesson that should really be learned from this past year, Herbicide, is that, again, you don't need to really spend big on corners to fit within this scheme. It's the one place, in my opinion, you can go a little lighter on, and you can go even lighter if you go heavier on the defensive line, and you're able to generate quick pressure. You get guys with high pass rush win rates. I think that can offset the need to have the stud cornerback out there that's covering in space. Bradbury's good. He's got some zone background. He would theoretically be a fit in his player type for this team. But I think he'd cost a little bit too much, and we can just put the assets in better places Herbicide. You could bring back both Sidney Jones and DJ Reed for less a cost than Bradbury would probably cost you. So I'd probably lean more in that direction, that you get the 2-for-1 with that. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, do you have a P.O. box? Can we send you a Pete voodoo doll? I am working on an address. It will not be a P.O. box, but I am working on getting you guys an address. People have wanted to send me some stuff here and there, so I'm going to get that posted up here soon to the channel. But not as of yet. I've not done it. But I probably should get a P.O. box, Charles, and thank you for the $5 donation. All your donations tonight on the channel. You're awesome, brother. But I might have to. Though I would probably be stabbing that thing incessantly over the course of a season. There'd be no stuffing left by week 10. You know what I mean? Just pin marks all up and down the body of the thing. Megan says, was devastated when Maricone died a few years ago. Agreed, B. He and Williams are composing gods. They are. They're on their own kind of level, and I don't know if there's a lot of guys that are with them on that same tier. Rarefied air. They are, Megan. Mason Dale, as long as the Rams don't win the Super Bowl, I'm happy. With them going all in on this year, it would be nice to see it blow up in their face. That would be great to see. That would be. And they've got a tough road to get there, Mason. It's going to be an uphill road. They got to go on the road now. They got to go on the road to get it done. And win in some tough places to play. Football fan 28. When Odell has more passing yards midway through the third than Kyler, it explains this game perfectly. Yeah, that one did, didn't it? I think they were deep into the second quarter where they still had negative total yards in general as a team. I mean, that was... Danny W., the reason players don't stay quiet is they have to answer media questions mandated, and now players addicted to social media likes and don't want backlash and may hurt their endorsement deals. I mean, maybe. Media members always used to answer questions, and this goes back to the old Bull Durham scene. Players used to teach themselves, the vets would teach the youngsters, don't say anything, just say a lot of platitudes, say a lot of generalities in order to not get yourself into trouble. There's nothing to really be gained by speaking to media, only something to be lost. This is just something this generation doesn't roll with in this direction, but I think it's beyond just the media asking tough questions. That's always been the case. I think you're onto something a little bit with the media, with the social media aspect of things. But I don't know if it's as much that they think their endorsement deals are being hurt if they don't answer those questions. I just think the players are, again, I think there's no such thing as bad press a little bit being applied everywhere. Adil Williams says, in order for a voodoo doll to work, you need to sew a strand of the victim's hair into the doll. Don't ask me how I know this. Megan says, I have a couple of things to send you, B, but may wait until I see you in October. Sounds good. Either way. Well, I'll get the address up either way, one way or another. Paul says, Titans, Packers, Rams, Chiefs going through to a championship round. Oh, Paul's out on the Bills. Paul is out on the Bills. Okay. I can see it, Paul. I can see it. The football fan 28 says, worst case now is Rams and Niners winning this week, and we have to deal with the West team in the bowl. My heart can't take it. I'm okay with it a little bit. I'm not as against it. Again, it's a little bit of, to me, a respect thing. It's like, it's a little bit more of like, yeah, our division's that tough. Well, we're not just the best division in football. We are far and away the best division in football. If you had a list to be like, all the teams right here, all the divisions right here, right? Oh, we got the AFC North, the NFC South, and then you'd have the NFC West up here. That's, to me, where it's at right now. And getting both of the teams in the conference championship, as happened, let's say, in 2013 with the Seahawks and the Niners, shows you for how long and how good this division's been. Mason says, not exactly sure who's out there, but would love to sign a good defensive lineman. Too many young, unproven guys. Love Taylor, but he kind of became a one-trick pony down the stretch. He certainly did kind of fall off of after his initial production, didn't he, Mason? And wasn't able to kind of give you as much as he sort of started to show you initially. I think we need, as I've said, offensive line to me is the number one priority, but Mason, I put right behind that the number two priority being the defensive line. Get me another pass rusher, get me a 3-tech defensive tackle, if not more. I think that's the proper standpoint for them to take this offseason. I hope they do. We'll see if they do, because this has been a place that they've needed to address in recent past couple of years, and they've ignored it, or gone just good enough, or a little undersold it a bit. Leland says, I agree. I didn't care who won tonight. I don't want the Rams to win the Super Bowl at home. I want them to eat an L and that all-in money. Now, that part I do want. Going that far all in like they have, no first rounder, no second rounder, no third rounder, barely any cap space going forward. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'd be good with that. Eden Tech World says, oh yeah, I forgot Ben Roethlisberger. Good riddance. I won't miss him for sure. Yeah, me neither. Bye to your weird beard and your overlarged head. And your rapey ways. Daniel Lolo says, oh, did I miss it? Hold on. Landon Kimball says, don't let her get any of your hair, Brandon. Ha ha, clean your brushes and hairs, all that. I'll just tell her it's a cat hair. She'll throw it down. Riverside says, so happy for Ben to retire. Me too. I'm good with Ben moving on. The last in 2005 gets to go away from the league, because that's all he's been a reminder of me for is the 2005 Super Bowl through his whole career. It's been like every time I see Ben, I'm like, 2005 Super Bowl. Ben, 2005 Super Bowl. And then I have to spit. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Titans are my pick. Derrick Henry's going to rush for 200 in the Super Bowl and win Super Bowl MVP. Well, he's fresh, and if that foot's good to go, man, they're going to be tough to stop. Julio's ready to go. AJ's ready to go. You know, that offense is going to make some hay. You know, seems like who's got maybe the best offense out of the AFC is the one who's going to get to the Super Bowl, or maybe who plays the best of the bad defenses is going to be the ones that gets them to the Super Bowl. One of those two. Ethan says Bills look like fire. I hope they dismantle the Chiefs. Me too, man. I don't want to see the Chiefs back in the Super Bowl this year. Let's get somebody else. Lolo, Patriots have a good offensive line, ground game, solid receiving game, and a stout D. Only thing holding them back is an inexperienced quarterback. I wouldn't expect him to be perfect. Neither should anyone else. No, they're in a good position, Lolo, and they spent their money smartly this offseason. I think all of their moves really kind of paid off overall. They've got a good nucleus going forward. So I think they did a great job this year of turning things around, of getting the rebuild moving forward. And they had some rebuilding to do a little bit. Agreed. The AW, Kyle Shanahan plays Pete ball, but is actually creative while doing it. Shanahan's offense is what Pete's should have morphed into. If he wanted to focus on running still. I agree, Daniel. Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think Shanahan's got a lot of that Carroll in him. Specifically the way Shannon attacks with pre-snap motion, and then Shanahan's willingness to also test more of the edges of the defense. Carroll just has some sort of obsession with just hammering the middle of the running game, going up the middle over and over and over, where Shanahan makes it hard to tell where it's going. You've got to defend laterally every bit as well as you're defending vertically. And that's the place that I think Carroll's most missing on. Charles in the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, I think you are wonderful, but wearing the Largent jersey and rooting for LA Megan puts them on a path to win the Super Bowl. Oh no, I didn't think about that. I hadn't considered that, Charles. Damn it. OB, random question. What size jersey do you wear? Have an idea for a cricket jersey for you. I'm usually a large. I'm usually in between that place of I'm about a large. My shoulders sometimes press certain jerseys out to an XL, but I'm a large by nature. I'll take a cricket jersey, though. I'll rock a cricket jersey on stream. Herbicide out for the Bills. I think it might be Rodgers, but never bet against Brady. Never bet against Brady, man. Never bet against Brady. He will make you look silly. Megan said, I just wanted bragging rights against my brother. But at what cost, Megan? At what cost? A Rams Super Bowl victory. Ken Norton was fired? No. We got Ken Norton fired? I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it on the headline. Ken Norton just got fired. Woo! Is it Bob Condotta or is it Bob Ciabatta? Because there is that bread Twitter account that's been trying to hit people up. I'm looking it up right now. Not now. Come on, Bob Condotta. Here we go. The Seattle Times has learned the Seahawks are expected to part ways with defensive coordinator Ken Norton and defensive passing game coordinator Andre Curtis. Lord have mercy. Very interesting. Very interesting. Breaking news here. Wow, okay. Okay, so Ken Norton has been fired. Our Seahawks did something. Wow. Carroll balled up and did something. Okay. Well, that's a step in the right direction. I don't know if it's going to have a big effect because I don't think that Carroll brings anybody else in new that's going to do anything that much differently than Ken Norton. But at the end of the day, you have a question mark about it, whether or not whoever you bring in is the answer to make this defense better than what it is. With Ken Norton, you can positively say he is what he is as a defensive coordinator. I'll give Dave Wyman a little credit, a guy I'd knock a little bit, who went back and looked up a little bit of this information on what Norton's been as a defensive coordinator throughout his time here in Seattle, and then also throughout his time with the Oakland Raiders when he was their defensive coordinator. And it was when they were Oakland, not Las Vegas. Guy sits about 19th as a ranked defense throughout that time period. You know, a defensive coordinator for a cumulative 5-6 years, you would expect better than 19th being basically what he is every single year. That's where he's going to land. That's not good enough, and especially not good enough with the amount of resources that were put into this team over the last couple of years on the defensive side of the ball. From 2017 alone to now, you've had a third-round pick, a fourth-round pick, 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, a second-round pick, all just put into the safety position alone. That's just the safety position alone. Say nothing for the linebackers like first-round pick Jordan Brooks, third-round pick Cody Barton, fifth-round pick Ben Burkervin, which is the fifth-round pick's not big, but there's just been a lot of resources put to that side of the ball without the returns. The defense was able to keep teams out of the end zone this year. They were great in the red zone, which is part of what Carroll's defense is supposed to be. But at the same point in time, they give up as much yards in the air as anybody else in the entire NFL. Probably also why it's not surprising you see Andre Curtis, the defensive passing game coordinator, sent out with Norton. Being that was also one of the big problems of this defense. What does this mean? Who is the guy they bring in now if this is the case? I don't know. Again, I think it's going to be more of an acolyte of Carroll. I don't think he goes out there and grabs a guy who's never coached underneath him before, who brings their own scheme, brings their own ideas, and Carroll's just going to let him run wild and run free with the defense and call it a day. I don't think that would be the case. But with that said, I also don't think they would be firing Ken Norton unless they had somebody in mind to be an improvement over what he was. But certainly Ken Norton wasn't the answer, long maligned by the Seahawks fan base, rightfully so, in a lot of respects. The guy did not do a good job. He was schematically not very creative. And again, from a development standpoint, who is the guys that he's bringing along and developing really well? I think Jordan Brooks came along, but outside of Jordan Brooks, who else? Who else was taking big leaps in their development? Hard to really look at much anybody. Rasheem Green was stagnant. Alton Robinson did not take a step forward this year. Poona Ford's not looked magnificent at the 3-tech. So I like this decision. It's a good decision. Certainly we need to do more this offseason than just move on from Norton and bring a new coordinator in and then just run it back like we did before. But good to see. Very good to see. A.L. Williams says, yes, Tim, Big Ben successfully stole the Super Bowl. Weston Corbett, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. Says, who would you like to see replace Ken Norton Jr.? I could give you my dream scenario, Weston, and then I'll try to give you maybe a little more of a realistic scenario for you. My dream scenario would be that you could bring Brian Flores in here and start to run a 3-4. I think Brian Flores is probably going to get the head coaching job at like Houston. So that does remove him off the board. I likewise don't think you can go look at one of these star defensive coordinator types like Fangio, who was fired, and expect to bring him in because, again, Carroll's not going to want to go to he's not going to want to go to somebody else's scheme. He's still going to want to run his scheme. So who does that leave? Well, when you look at the Raiders right now, who have Gus Bradley as the defensive coordinator there, they just fired Mike Mayock, their general manager. They fired their coach. There's a good reason to believe that there'll be a lot of probably turnover there, Weston, including the whole coaching staff this offseason. And if Gus Bradley is a free agent at that point, maybe Carroll likes Gus Bradley more than he likes Ken Norton, and he is aware that that's going to be. He's aware that that's how this is going to play out, and so it's going to be back to Gus Bradley. I think it's going to be, though, whoever the guy is, an acolyte. It's going to be a guy that's been a guy that's coached under Carroll before, or he has that familiarity with. I don't think he's going to go new with it. Daniel W. says, I'm happy Ken Norton Jr. is gone, but I feel sad for the Brotherhood of Pete. Reminds me of the Disney movie Prince of Egypt. When he has to part from his brother, Ken Norton Jr. had been with Pete for like 20 years or so. Has going all the way back to USC. And it is a little tough. I mean, this is the end of we've been going through a little bit of an end of an era there for the last couple of years, watching Legion of Boom go out and how it goes. But again, we don't want nostalgia or sentimental nature to keep us back from fixing this team and making the right moves that need to be made. And Ken Norton wasn't the right guy. We talk about guys who are head coaches that we say should just stick as coordinators, like a Vic Fangio, for instance. Well, you could make the argument with Ken Norton. He's the guy that should remain as a linebackers coach more than he ever should have been a defensive coordinator. And I think that even Ken Norton agrees with that, because he was up for the job with Chris Richard at the same time in 2016 and wasn't good enough to get the job at that time. Then suddenly he was good enough to get it in 2018. That's to me, Coach Carroll second-guessing himself, and that his original assessment was the correct assessment. But Ken Norton helped us get a Super Bowl title. Props to Ken Norton. I don't look at him with any anger or vitriol. Guy was a good coach for us for many years. Helped to turn Bobby Wagner into a Hall of Fame player. Helped to round out KJ Wright's game. Helped to transition Bruce Irvin from a defensive end to an outside Sam linebacker and increase his value in the league. So a guy that wasn't a bad coach, just probably should be a coordinator. And I'm going to go Gus Bradley's mind right now off the top of my head guess for you guys. Alexander Wheeler says, as much as I like Cam, teams don't generally hire someone with no coaching experience as a coordinator. Laughing out loud. Yeah, Cam's not an option, folks. Cam's not going to be brought in as a defensive coordinator. You got to give him to positional coach first and get him on a little bit of a ramp up. Voodoo Magic, Zimmer, Fangio, Flores, Quinn, any of those would be an upgrade. They would be an upgrade. I don't think they're all viable as options, though. We're giving Clint Hurtt a promotion? No. Please, God, no. Not Clint Hurtt as a promotion. It is. It's Clint Hurtt getting the promotion. Oh, Jesus. Well, there, I called it. I told you guys that he's going to bring an acolyte in, if that's what this is. He's bringing an acolyte in. Wow. All right, so you guys are hearing it's Hurl. I thought Clint Hurt's supposed to be going somewhere else. Mike messed up? Mike is messed up? Is my mic sucking right now? Mic check, mic check. How's the mic, guys? Give me a thumbs up or not on the mic. Mic should be okay. Mic check, mic check. I'm good? Okay. Sorry if it's acting up. The mic sounds like it's inside my mouth. I'm so excited about Ken Norton, I'm devouring the mic. Facts. It's going to be Clint Hurtt, the defensive line coach. Okay. I like Clint Hurtt too, Leland, but not, to your point, same thing you said. I don't like him as a defensive coordinator. But again, this is the kind of uninspiring moves the team comes at this. But again, he's not going to bring in one of these Zimmer types, Fangio types. They're not going to want to come here. Who's going to want to come here to be an underling to Coach Carroll? I mean, you're sort of the whipping boy as the defensive coordinator, as Carroll's defensive coordinator. If you're doing great Carroll's going to get a lot of the credit. You'll get a little bit of it. But if it's going bad, it's going to all fall on your shoulders, even when Carroll's having a lot that he's intoning into the process. It's still kind of off. Okay, let me replug this in. Hold on, guys. I'm going to try to plug it in and out. Just a sec. All right, mic check, mic check. Let's try that. I'll plug back in. Charles Riley, this smells of the Chris Richard transfer. Yeah, I'm not liking this as a move. It's not Clint. I don't know. Wayne Leonard says, is it me or just almost all the playoffs games lopsided in terms of scoring and just domination? Yeah, it was. Not fun games. Not fun games. We have speculating sources that it's Clint Hurdle or Donatel. Boy, you could sure see it being that. Mike is overdriven. Sounds like the levels are maxing out. Okay, let me see if something happened here. What just happened? Everything's going fine. Double check my levels here. Check my levels, man. Oh, that's why we're at 100%. Well, there you go. Dude. Windows, come on, man. Come on, Windows. There we go. That's probably the bit. Sorry about that, folks. I checked it before I started the stream and went up to 100 on my levels. So that should fix it there. That should be okay there. Charles Riley with a $5 donation says, wow, Ken Norton Jr. was Pete's guy. I'm a little disappointed that Megan's future murder gave up on him to save himself. Yes, he did. He tossed him right up under that bus. He threw Norton right up under the front tire of that bus. Dante King says, I can see Chris Richard coming back. I could as a secondary coach. I don't know if you bring him back as a defensive coordinator. Mike sounds better? Okay. I got it fixed. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why I went up to 100% all of a sudden. Decided to go off the deep end. ADL Williams says, I was kind of getting used to the devouring the mic sound. Doxonomus, they fired Andre Curtis too? Yes. Curtis is the defensive passing game coordinator. So, yeah, makes sense on that. Makes sense. I hope it's not Clint Hurdle. I will say that. I hope it's not Clint. God, that would not make me excited. I'd almost rather just go with Ken Norton than Clint. And I really don't want Ken Norton. Got the mic back good. Mike Tomlin wants to be our defensive coordinator. Mike Tomlin's going to get a head coaching job if he left the Steelers. He'll get a head coaching job. Mason Dale, how much do you believe the reports that there was no talk of Pete's job security in the end of season meeting? Highly. I highly buy the reports on that. I always thought that there was a little bit, not always thought, but I thought more recently that the Jody Allen talk of change was a little bit of a pressure release valve for the fan base to feel like change was coming, but it wasn't ever going to really come in the way that they wanted like that. You always were faced with the amount of having to eat $45 million of not dead money, but of a contract you have to keep paying out to Carroll, say nothing of John Schneider. It's a lot of money to just pay out to make guys walk away. You're going to try to talk yourself as an owner in that moment to bringing him back at least one more year, to trying to find a way. You know, you're going to land at that on that standpoint of it, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm not surprised by Mason. It's disappointing. If I was the owner, if Paul Allen was here, I think it would be more of a conversation. But I think Jody is a little bit reticent and hesitant to make any kind of major changes. And it's going to have to kind of be obvious for her to do so, in my opinion. Leland says, Wiley and Acho are going to be on Speak for Yourself talking about another black coach getting fired, this time on MLK Day. They will probably, when it comes to the Texans firing the coach like they did in the and the Dolphins firing like they have, I mean, it is a little eye-opening in both those two cases. Did those guys really deserve to be fired versus other coaches out there that get longer passes? I'm not applying anything to it as far as there being something else deeper at play, but it is a little odd with a guy like Flores who's being given a quarterback he doesn't really want, obviously, that's not his guy and being forced on him, and then the quarterback play kind of holding back that team in general, and him still being, I think, a winning coach over the last couple of years with that in the place that it was at. So, yeah, I think that's a little odd. Some of those coordinators may move like they are, but I don't know if I'll ascribe anything to it quite like down that line of things. There's something nefarious going on. GoX05, really hoping we go with a more innovative guy for defensive coordinator instead of the same old Ken. Yeah. This would absolutely be like a Ken Norton 2.0 type move to bring in Clint Hurdle. So, meh. Charles Riley, thank you for $5 donation, says Brando. My dad, Tim Jobs, is here. Hey, what's up, Tim? Don't worry, though. He dumb like me and made it with Liberace in the early 80s. Still, he likes the Niners. He does like the Niners, that's for sure. Oh, goodness. Doxonimus says, Clint's a good coach. I don't know about his scheming play calling, though. That's the part where I've got worries on this. That's why I say it's a little bit of a Ken Norton Jr. 2.0. I know you could be a good defensive line coach, Clint, but are you a good defensive coordinator? And at this point in time, with all we've got riding, with where this team's supposed to be going next year, being we're going to run it back, do we want to take a chance on an unknown quotient at this point? Again, a little bit of it's irrelevant, I think, at the end of the day, because this is Coach Carroll's defense, and he's driving so much of this beyond the coordinator. But still, I mean, it's uninspiring. The hurdle hire would be very uninspiring. GoX Live, Clint Hurdle probably going to be a defensive coordinator at the Miami Hurricanes. That's right. I believe he is due to be going to take that job, last I heard. Maybe that this is the way that they keep him in the fold is by offering him the equivalent job at a better place in the NFL than he would have it at Miami. Megan says, I shouldn't be as happy as I am about Ken Norton Jr., but again, I say, behold the power of the Largent jersey. Behold it. Behold that power, Megan. Yes, it got Ken Norton fired. It got the Rams a win tonight. There is no short selling the power of that Largent jersey. Alexander says, who's out there for a hire? Watch, they go get Jason Garrett, given the defensive coordinator responsible. The couple of names that are the most interesting probably would be Vic Fangio, fired from the Broncos. Brian Flores, if he doesn't get a head coaching job, though I agree with Mike Thon. I think he's going to get a head coaching job. Beyond that, is there an exciting name right now? I don't know. I don't know if there is an exciting name. Robert Jimenez says, Christopher Walken firing Ken Norton. Okay, I got you. Ken Norton Jr., come in, office, sit down, there, right there, chair, today, now, take a seat. We're going to talk football, you, me, all day a little bit. I got some news. Ken, sorry. Don't mean it to be. It's got to be this way. Got to happen like this. You're bad. You can't coordinate. What do you want me to do? I got to let you go. You'll get a job somewhere else. Someone else will hire you, but we got to go better. Got to do better than you. Do better. But Ken Norton Jr., take care. Don't let the chair hit you in the ass on the way out. I'm doing a horrible walking right now. Weston Corbett says, Clint news is kind of soul crushing. Yeah, I just went from like having a little bit of a moment of like, yes, ding dong, the witch is dead, to like, damn it, it's a new witch in town. You know, I hope the best for Clint if he is, but right? Just Go Oxo 5. Holy crap, I was in the shower. I didn't realize he actually got fired. Let's go. Well, it's Clint Hurdle now. Mason Dale, I understand that higher picks have a higher chance of hitting, but it blows my mind how Pete and John have succeeded in the top 15, but completely whiffed on every other pick. I think it's more specifically to that point, Mason. You get outside pick 15, and it's a crap show a little bit more. Yeah, there are teams that do better than other teams in that back end of that draft into the second round. Yes. And we've not been one of those teams that have done good in that realm, but it is a different realm. It's a different ball game versus looking at the top 15 guys on the board. They're a little easier to spot, I think, when they get up at that level of things. Maxwell says, best situation here is hire Brian Flores. That would be a dream scenario. ADL Williams says, the impression's so damn good. Oh, I thought it was weak tonight. Ken, none. Junior. Sorry, Ken. You suck. You can't coach. You don't know how to scheme. They're running wide open down the field. What are we going to do? I can't fire Carroll. I can fire you. Sorry. See how it goes. You'll be all right. Pacino's the new cool one. Yeah, Pacino's the one I got to work on a little bit before I keep unveiling it. Because all I can keep going back to is my hoo-ah on him. I basically have him end up doing his blind guy role that he did. You know, if I was the man I was 10 years ago, I'd take a front door to this place. Out of order. Ken Norton Jr. You know why, Ken? You know why, Pete? Hired you, Ken, because you got a great ass, and he's got his head all the way up it. Sam Dog, the infamous. Cardinals are overrated. I knew they would lose. Pottsville curse strikes again. Also, bye-bye, Ken Norton Jr. Hallelujah. Can I get a hallelujah? Hallelujah. Son of a woman, that's what it was. Yeah, that's right, Megan. Hoo-ah. What are you, boy? What are you coming at me with? Hoo-ah. Dog Day Afternoon. Attica. That's where it gets hard. The hardest Pacino is early Pacino, because he's got kind of is his Godfather Pacino, where he's very understated, you know. I just he brought Luca Brasi in, and he told Luca Brasi that he was going to make him an offer that he can't refuse. And Luca Brasi, and he's a very soft, but then he gets into the bombastic phase. And the bombastic Pacino is the best Pacino, you know. What is God? An absentee landowner. I'm the last great real humanist. Megan says, you may have answered this before, B, but does a team have to pick in the draft if there's no one they don't want just because they have to pick in the round? Yes, they don't have to pick if they don't want to, Megan. And if they don't pick, the pick passes them by. And I believe they can make that pick any other point later on in the draft they want to make it. But every team gets to pick ahead of them if they get their card in before they make that pick. So then there's a little bit of a run at that point. This happened a couple of years ago with the Vikings. They didn't get their card in on time in the first round. Other teams then started to get to picks in ahead of them before they get their pick in. And they end up getting a guy like 3 picks after they were supposed to really pick because they were late getting it in. But it's never happened outside of that time period. TJ says, thoughts on Novak's dojo COVID? I mean, TJ, I'm not a big guy on tennis. I don't care, you know, and it definitely is one of those things like we get into the political landscape with this. And, you know, with me, TJ, the place I stay with this channel as much as anywhere is just off the political spectrum, and everything in that realm is political. But he's a tennis player. I don't know. We haven't talked this much about a tennis player in 35 years. That's how it seems, at least. Herbicide 73, good in heat. Oh, he was great in heat. Keeps me sharp, on the edge, where I gotta be. Herbicide says, I only like De Niro with Scorsese. He's at his best with Scorsese, that's for sure. He's done his best roles with Scorsese. There's no doubt about that. He's done some good stuff in other places too, but... And Any Given Sunday is a good De Niro one as well. I like him as a head coach. I don't really like him in that way. 312 says, Fangio is going to go to a team with an offensive coach so he can run the defense without the head coach intervening. Agreed, 312. I'd say probably Mike Zimmer is going to be in a similar state, right? They've got a little bit of the, they've got that built within that they're going to get the benefit of that doubt with any team they go to, if Zimmer doesn't retire, of course. So I agree with you on that. He says, Ken, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. That's right. That was better. I should put it that way. Danny W., where's the Clint Hurt news coming from? Can I have one source? Bob Condotta didn't say that. I was looking up that as well, Daniel, and I didn't get it. So I haven't seen it as well. I'm violently refreshing my Twitter account. Corbin Smith, look on Corbin Smith's Twitter. He says, I'm told the Seahawks are leaning towards elevating Clint Hurt to defensive coordinator, but other names will be considered with Ken Norton Jr. out. Clint has been linked to the Miami defensive coordinator job at the college level, so this may be a move to keep him around. So that's coming from Corbin. Does sound like there's going to be at least a discussion, which is good. They're not just giving him the job. At least have some other candidates we've talked through on this. Please. 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 But interesting news nonetheless. Do Fat Albert firing Ken Norton? Back in Norton. I can't do Fat Albert would probably become pretty racist or something if I did it. It'd be pretty a caricature here pretty quick. Been a while since I heard Fat Albert too. I mean, that's going back 30 years to my childhood. Megan says, sorry. Answer that. Mason Dale, how do I feel about Rasheem Green? I feel Rasheem Green is going to be playing somewhere else, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Kid came in at 20 years old. I was perfectly fine with giving him a couple years to develop. He just completed his 4th season here with the Seahawks, and though he set a career high with 6.5 sacks, he had a ton of snaps to get to that level of production, which is not even elite level of production. It's almost like he kind of fell into those sacks just by the sheer number of snaps that he had. He's been basically the same player every year since he's arrived. He's made some maybe moderate improvements, but not the leaps that we expected with a guy that had a much better athletic profile than he's delivered here at the pro level. I let somebody else pay that man. I don't think he'll make a lot of money, but let somebody else deal with that. TJ says it's getting to the point where you kind of feel bad for Cowboy fans. I don't know if I could feel bad for Cowboy fans. You know, I can't feel bad for any franchise that's sitting on like 4 or 5 titles, 4 or 5 trophies, and you lose my sympathies at that point. Hooah! De Niro and the Untouchables. I want him dead. I want his family dead. I want his mate dead. I want his milkman dead. JDM, hey Brandon, hope all is well with you and fellow 12s. This news of firing Ken Norton is the first step in the right direction. It is, but now they need to hire the right guy. It's a 2-step process. Fire 1 step. Second step is to hire the right guy. Let's see who they hire now. They could easily make the worst hire. They could go backwards. I know that's saying something with Ken, but you could even go backwards. Especially if you were to hire, let's say, an untested defensive coordinator who's never been a defensive coordinator before. Might be the pathway to that. Danny W. Bobby Singh, his linebacker coach, fired as defensive coordinator, knows he's getting cut next. It doesn't help his security here, does it, Daniel? Does not help. David Kimber says Clint won't get the job. I hope you're right, David. I want them to go much better than that. I get if you're not going to get a name guy like a Fangio or like a Zimmer. I'm not expecting for the impossible here. But in-house again, you went in-house with Richard. He wasn't good enough. You went in-house with Norton. He wasn't good enough. Why is this different now with Hurdle? I hope they don't. Robert Jimenez says Al Pacino in 88 Minutes was a good movie. That movie was filmed in Seattle. I never got around to check that one out, Robert, but I will take a look at it. That's one I've been meaning to get around to at some point. Mason Dale, what should Arizona do in your opinion? They're stuck a little bit with where their roster is. They're stuck. They probably got to pay Kyler. If I'm Arizona, I try to get out from having to pay Kyler this year, and I insist on him having to play another year and prove it before I do pay him. If I can do that at that point, I think they should do a lot of what I think Seattle should do, which is build up a better offensive line. That offensive line was not good enough this year overall. Certainly wasn't good enough in this playoff game. As I've said with Russell Wilson, you give a guy a good offensive line, watch how much better the quarterback play becomes. And I think the Arizona's been a little bit like this with Kyler, like Seattle has. Oh, we've got a real mobile guy, so we'll have him overcome our lack of great pass blocking ability. I think that's not the right approach to it, in my opinion. So if they just attack the offensive line this offseason, I think that would be very helpful for them. But they don't have a lot, I don't believe, as far as cap space to get it done necessarily. So they are up against it just a tiny bit. ADL Williams, Ken Norton Jr. brought us 2 more hours of stream. I got to get up off some point here. I'm supposed to be making a call, but I didn't anticipate that we were going to get some news coming down either. Oh, Herbicide, get rid of Kingsbury. That's possible. It's possible. JDM says Bam Bam Cam for defensive coordinator. I don't know. He doesn't have any history of it, man. He's never done it before. Ethan Deckworld, how do you want to address the running backs? Aside from Penny's 1-year, $4 million deal, I think Carson should retire. Where do we go from there? Yes. So I let go of Carson, whether he retires or not. I let him go. I bring back Penny on the 1-year, $4 million deal. Homer and Dallas are due to be coming back anyway. I'm fine with those 2 guys coming back as your 4th and 5th guy in the roster. I might look to see if I can draft a couple of guys in this draft. Not high. I'd probably pick 4th round on. But if you got a guy in the 4th round and you got a guy in the 6th round, and let him kind of compete it out, or go for a guy in the 4th or 5th, 6th round, and then get a guy in free agency that's cheap. Maybe a Phillip Lindsay type, or somebody that's going to be expensive, but actually has got maybe a little bit of juice to him. So I'd probably go that route with it. Definitely would draft a guy, maybe draft 2, maybe look for a lower priced free agent out there that'd be on a $1 or $2 million deal, something low end. Yeah, I'm supposed to be making this call, Megan. I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to be in trouble when I'm making this call. John Robinson, how you doing, John? Says, what does it say about Carroll that he fired his de facto puppet? How can he possibly get more of a yes man? I don't know, John. I mean, if the reports are true about being Clint, he's trying. He's trying. And look, they make good patsies. They make good fall guys. They make good whipping boys, these defensive coordinators of Coach Carroll. He doesn't have to take the responsibility of it being his fault at that point. He gets to place the blame all on the guy when we damn well know this is as much Coach Carroll's defense, every bit as much his defense as it was Ken Norton's defense. So I'm with you, John. It's a little bit of an empty move, especially if it's coming at the cost of not bringing in an improvement to the defensive coordinator role. Alexander says, who the hell is Clint Hurt? He is the defensive line coach for us for about the last 4 or 5 years, 6 years, something like that. Charles Riley says Pacino's more of an over actor than Jim Carrey. Yeah, he's gotten way more, Charles, and thank you for the $2 donation. He's way more scenery chewing and whatnot. He's funner to do as an impression for me with the later work. I like his earlier work better that was more understated. Somebody mentioned Dog Day Afternoon, which I thought was a great role by him. Godfather was great too, where he's got to play a guy that doesn't have a lot of emotions, that has to play everything close to the vest, yet still really was able to communicate a lot through that role. Serpico, awesome role for Pacino right there as well. But yeah, once he gets into early 90s, he got just into he's chewing the scene every bit as hard as Nicholson did as he got deeper into his career. And, it's fun, but it's also a little bit much at times too. And Megan, Fat Albert was kind of my childhood too. It's just been a while since I've heard that voice. Leland Kimball says, do Billy Corrigan fires Ken Norton. I got to wear a weird jacket for Ken Norton's just got to go. And that's the way it's got to happen. That's what I think. Me, desperate as we are. You'd probably be saying it breathlessly, Leland. Ken Norton, you're fired. Jalen Mills, we could have had the 10th pick of the draft and drafted quarterback Pitt from Kenny Pickett from Pitt. We could have. I would not be happy. I wouldn't want Kenny Pickett. So I would be glad. We could have gotten a lot of guys there that would have been really good. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Will we ever get another drug stream? We will. When I eventually don't have to work every day at the crack of dawn till the crack at night, and I get actually a few minutes to nurse a hangover once I'm done. Because I don't drink, so when I do drink, I'm hungover the next day, no doubt. No doubt about it. So I will, though, at some point. We'll do another one here soon. A.L. Williams, Ken Norton Jr. was fired out of a cannon into the sun. Leland says, I'm drunk in the stream. Well, you're drunk for both of us then on this one. Herbicide, can't wait to sweep you again next year, Tim. We're coming after you, Tim. Crow all you want now. Your crowing's going to be done next year. Get it all out of your system right now. Because you're going to be over there in the corner, blushing, embarrassed. Can't believe what your team has fielded the next year. You can't even look at them. So crow it out now. Get it out. Cooper Copper, firing our defensive coordinator isn't good enough. We need to move on from Pete. Cooper, I agree with you. I think the majority of the people in this chat, outside of Megan, of course, would agree with you on this. I think the fan base was in a lot of ways calling for this move to be made, but we're not going to be getting it. And that's one of the reasons why to fire Ken doesn't get me all that really excited at the end of the day. Because Carroll still remains Carroll's defense. He's still running the show in all accounts. Leland Kimball celebrating six months of membership in the Hawks Nest membership program. Thank you for doing that, Leland. Appreciate you. She said we should spend 80% of our cap to get O-line. Please do Billy Corgan. I don't do a good Billy Corgan though, man. So he just got a little bit of a nerdy voice when he talks. I feel like he comes down here. I don't know what would happen with that. Like his tongue gets a little bit deadened in his mouth. I don't know what talk that. I gotta look it up. I gotta look up Billy Corgan. I can sing him. We don't need no restless as we are. The Niners are cheaters, by the way. Are they 3-1-2? Are they cheating? Herbicide says, yeah, dude, Pete's next. We can hope. ADL, Tim, we go over this every stream. We swept you this year and have like an 18-4 record against you in the past decade. Y'all suck, and this is the most lopsided rivalry in the history of pro sports. Yes, get him, ADL. Get him. TJ says, I wish the Mannings asked Russ if he was going to leave. I didn't get a chance to see it, TJ, so I don't know what they asked him on that, but that would be interesting. Mason says, remember when D. Taylor destroyed Brandon Smith with that bull rush in week 1? Where did that go? Seems like he relied on his athleticism and became one-dimensional. Still love his upside and motor. Me too. I don't know why we didn't see it a little bit more, Mason. I agree. You didn't see much of the power being used at times as you would have liked. I think he did in the Steeler game. He might have gotten a sack using power. But it certainly seemed like once the neck injury went down, he just wasn't as effective as a player. Charles Riley, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, my dad, Tim Jobs, just said he owns us all in the chat. I'm keeping this for the back support case. Nice. I love Tim coming in here pumping his chest. Pumping out that chest. Say it with your chest, Tim. And I agree with Daniel Mason. Let D. Taylor develop. He was a rookie. It was his first year. You know, he probably was doing stuff early on. Teams started to scout him, take away what he wants to do. Now he's got to kind of overcome a little bit. Give him some time. Cooper says, Pete's got to go. I agree with you. Goax, can we at least just interview some guys, make Hurt earn the role? Yeah, let's not just hand it to him. At least give us the appearance that there was a search. I agree with you, man. Agree. Spencer Smith, I left a while ago, but I'm back because, damn it, it's a celebration. It is a celebration. Best Monday in years. Yeah, I said, ding dong, the witch is dead. Ken Norton's gone. Maybe there's a brighter day ahead. Hurt can't be worse, right? Right? ADL says, Pete must now commit seppuku. That's right. Sword right to the belly and pull across. David Kimber says, back on Sports Track, the 2022 Seahawks have the 5th most amount of cap space at $45.5 million. This is, of course, before the signings we need to make. Yep. And in addition to that, David, I think you've got another additional about $10 million that you'll clear out with likely cap cuts. Those likely cap cuts would be Jason Myers, Benson Mayowa, Chris Carson, and LJ Collier. So you create another $10 million with them. And then, of course, you have $16.6 million that you can clear in addition to that if you move on from Bobby Wagner, too. So if you took all that money and cleared it off, you'd have darn near the most cap space to spend in the entire sport this offseason. Megan loves Smashing Pumpkins. I do too. I love Smashing Pumpkins. They're awesome. Spencer Smith says, Dan Quinn, anyone? I don't think he's going to want to make a lateral move, Spencer. And I think Dan's done enough good work with the Cowboys this year to, well, especially considering what he did with Atlanta, to probably earn another coaching job somewhere. I would think potentially even this offseason. I just don't think he'll do the lateral thing. Juan Lopez says, can you do a Stallone Rocky impression?
Oh, get on. I'm so sorry. Kenny, you good guy. I don't want to do this to you, Ken, but I gotta fire you, Ken. I gotta fire you, Ken. On.
I don't know. It sounds a little bit like Travolta there. I'm doing a little.
And then again, up in your nose with a rubber hose.
You know,
get on. Get on. I gotta fire you, Ken. On.
It's about as good as I could do with Stallone. Punch you in the eye. Great to see Seattle in last place where you belong. Seahawks will be rebuilding for years. No, you enjoy your time this year. You say your little comment right now. Get out of your system. We'll be right back to that mountaintop next year. We're coming back at you guys. That's why you're in here. That's why you're talking. You know it's true. You know it's the case in your heart. Daniel W., if we have to pick the 10th pick, we would have taken DeMarvin Leal out of Texas. Plays like a more upsided Michael Bennett, but just fantasy exercises at this point as we have an oft-injured safety. Very, very well put. Yes. I would like Leal a lot better than taking Pickett, to your point on that, Daniel. Megan says, B, not sure you answered this, but when you move, will the good Dr. Sanders be available for drug streams? I'll have to bring him in special because he won't be with me moving in where I'm moving into, but I'm sure he's still on call. I've got his beeper, and I can beep him at any point. So if we got to do a special stream, we can bring him in. And he's not that far down the road from my new location, so he's probably about 10 minutes away. Daniel says, we fired our offensive coordinator last year. We fired our defensive coordinator this year. Something tells me Pete may actually be more so on the hot seat in the coming seasons than we realize. Oh, he's on there. I mean, if he's getting a pass this year, he's not getting a pass next year if this plays out the same way. And I believe that he probably is fully aware of it, as evidenced by him cutting Norton, which I don't think he wants to do necessarily. So yeah, I care. The heat is warmed up. It's not to maybe a full fire point. It's maybe not the embers, but it's definitely getting to that place where it's red, you know? It's getting to the point where it's red. We're starting to see a little smoke. Go Hawks 05 says, give me Fangio. Come on. Hey, I like Fangio. I'd take Fangio, Go Hawks 05. So if you can get him in here, that'd be great. You know, much like Flores, that'd be a great hire to bring in and help you out. He'd bring fresh ideas. I'd love it. I don't think Carroll would do it. I don't think Fangio wants to come underneath Carroll and coach with him. Or have him over the top of him as, you know, telling him how to coach the defense. Alexander Matthews, The Devil's Avocado was a good film. God, he's up there laughing. God, he's an absentee landlord. He's laughing his ass off. Yeah, it's a great Pacino speech at the end of that he gives to Keanu. A good movie. Devil's Advocate is awesome. Very dark, very good. Spencer says, maybe even if Brian Flores, even if he's willing to be a defensive coordinator until Pete leaves and then take the reins as a head coach afterwards. If Pete could talk him into it, but again, I don't know that Pete wants to transition to a 3-4 defense. You know, that's not Pete's bread and butter. I don't think Pete would want to do that. So I just don't think he'd go that route. Devil's Avocado is autocorrect. That's awesome. Oh, I thought you were just being funny, Alexander. That's a great autocorrect. I love it. Byron D with the $2 donation. Thank you, Byron. Awesome, brother. I appreciate you. It says, Norton's gone. Flores time. Or is that just me? Byron, if I could get a dream hire out there, any dream hire of a defensive coordinator right now that's available, Brian Flores would be it. I'd be right there with you on it. Brian Flores runs a 3-4 defense. Coach Carroll at no point in time in his coaching history. Not when he was with the Jets, not when he was with the Patriots, not when he was with the USC Trojans, not when he was with the Minnesota Vikings learning at the knee of Bud Grant, and not when he's been with the Seattle Seahawks over the course of about 11 years, has he at any point in time run a 3-4 defense. So will he now, at the age of 71, run a 3-4 defense for the first time in his entire career? No. He's not going to do that. I'd love to see it, Byron. I appreciate the donation. I'd love it, but it's just not going to happen. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. So kind of you. Says, my dad, Tim Jobs, is here saying, I'm taller in person, which is Frisco code for where's the YMCA with free showers? My dad is the worst. You got it. That San Fran code, man. That San Fran code, Charles. Gotta read it clear. Gotta read it right. Electric Shark. Well, good to see Gonzaga back at number 1 in college basketball. I hope they get it this year, Electric Shark. They've been right there, so close for years now. So close. Basis, I can't remember how many times I've cringed when a commentator would point out how Ken Norton was holding down the defense like he just wasn't standing there to give Carroll a new stick of gum. Yeah, agreed on that. Alexander says Stallone had a seizure. Yeah, no, Stallone's is definitely not my wheelhouse.
I'm just guessing. I just gotta guess sometimes. Huh? I don't want to go be so hard on me, huh?
Donatel was the defensive back coach when Carroll was the defensive coordinator, then the head coach. The Jets. Donatel's a name that goes way back. Ed Donatel. Okay, we'll check a like Ed Donatel. That's an old school name. Donatel was the defensive coordinator in 2008 at UW under Tyrone Willingham, which was a complete thankless task. And Tyrone's got himself back on the track, but he was not good here with UW. Go Survive. Why not the head coach from Denver laughing out loud? I love it, but no. Roy says, it wouldn't surprise me if Jacksonville snaps up Flores. Me neither. I mean, I think he's going to get a head coaching job. That's for sure. Just a matter of where, Roy. What's your point on that? TJ says, disappointing playoffs so far. 4 blowouts out of 6. Yeah, it hasn't been competitive. I think it's also a little bit of what we've known about this year, which is that there's not as many elite teams this year as we get into the playoffs. You know, they're just a little bit lighter this year than we have in years past, where it's a little bit more of a solid competition across the board. Maybe some of that was impacted by the depressed cap this year. John, Flores also runs a hybrid 4-3, so it could work. Why can't they run both? All New England coaches do. Well, just again, Carroll's never done it in the past, John. So that's where I'm operating. I'm basing this off just his past history of not running any 3-4. And then Flores also wants to run more of an attack-based scheme, whether it's 4-3 or 3-4. He's going to want to bring the house a lot. I mean, you had a game against the Ravens this year, I think, where Flores blitzed, 90% of the time, John, in that game. Carroll is the anti-blitzer. So it just doesn't kind of, the way they like to run their defenses is kind of on opposite ends of the scale. Alexander says, the keypad went with the avocado, so I said, okay, that was a good choice. That was funny. Daniel W., I wish Bobby Wagner would just go into retirement and become our defensive coordinator. How boss would that be? That would be pretty boss. How about a player defensive coordinator coach at the same time? Electric Shark, wait, can we all agree here that the Seahawks are going to win the Super Bowl next year, right? Yes. I think that goes without saying, Electric Shark, but yes, I can confirm that's the case. Andrew Nguyen says, Ken Norton Jr. is getting fired, and he throws three exclamation points on that, as one should with that news. As one should with that news. Go Hawks 05, I hope we interview Fangio. I do too, and go Hawks 05. I'd love it if you could bring him in. He'd be great. It'd be awesome, but he does have to sort of agree to work with Carroll / have Carroll override him at every given turn when he probably doesn't want to have that, when he wants more of I want full control. Let me run this, how I want to run this. That would be my take on it. But Fangio's an awesome defensive coordinator. He is. He's really good. INTs for Stafford. Yeah, Stafford loves to throw INTs. He likes them INTs. Spencer Smith says, thinking for a while that maybe they should go the Tom Coughlin route with Pete, bring in a young guy with potential at head coach and add Pete to the front office. Obviously, Carroll might not go for it, though. I would have loved to have seen that too, Spencer. I think that was the transition Pete should look to make at this point in time in his career, but it's not one that he's shown any willingness or any indication that he is willing to make that transition. So I think you're right to think that's the place he should do it in, but ego, pride, not going to allow him to do that. Even a guy like Tom Coughlin, I think, only went into the front office like that, or up into the figurehead role when he was kind of forced to, when there was nobody who's going to bring him on as a coach anymore. He just get a little too old in that respect. So, they don't want to leave the field, those coaches. They want to keep going to the bitter end. Charles says, Megan, I'm jealous. Have you seen my father's messages in chat? Evidently, Liberace's keystrokes weren't piercing enough to transfer intelligence through osmosis into this gray matter. Oh, God. I love it. Alexander Wheeler, isn't Fangio also a 3-4 guy? Yes, great point, Alexander. And you are 100% correct on that. Fangio is also a 3-4 guy. Probably going to prevent it from happening. Pushkar Nuaskar. I wish we get someone to deal with Aaron Donald for next season. Without that, we ain't winning anything. Well, eventually, Pushkar, Donald will reach the end of his prime here, and he's had a good long run of it, but you do wonder at what point in time is it going to finally, he starts to maybe dial back a little bit and not just be this game-wrecking force every single season, year after year. But he hasn't showed any signs of that yet, to your point on that. My opinion on this is the best route to go with this would be to move Damian Lewis back to right guard and find that left guard who's a good pass protector first, and go maybe spend the money to get it done. But that would be the method that I would employ, Pushkar. And if you absolutely refuse to do that and you're going to just run it back with the same guards, then commit to double teaming him, which they don't do in the game either, which I don't understand. If you're not going to get a guy to block him one-on-one, then if you got a lesser guy blocking him one-on-one, at least get that guy some help now, which the team just doesn't do within how the schematics of how they attack Donald. I think the majority of the hits, the majority of the sacks on Russell Wilson by Donald over a 10-year period have all come with him getting single blocked. Him having one guy taking him on and just blowing him off, just destroying him. Corey Coleman says Gus Bradley is most likely to replace Norton. That was my first guess, Corey, when we were asking about who would be the first guy off the top of my head. I think he's the one that makes the most sense, because I think he will be out of a job there with Las Vegas, but we'll see. Daniel W. Tim is always a troll. I've seen him in Ronbo Sports, a 49ers talk show guy, just griefing people. He is, Daniel. I've learned this, and we're going to learn this with the chat too, as we see some of the familiar names. It's something that's happened this year. We've gotten more into the troll, into the more of the guys coming in just to grief or just to be super aggro negative, and they're going to just be that one note of hammering it every time. I'm getting used to it at this point, and where I stand with it, and God love you, Tim, I appreciate you watching, but where I stand on it is I'm not responding to it anymore. I'll respond to the comments that got something with some, something to actually talk about and discuss, rather than just my team's better than yours. Nuh-uh, my team's better than yours. Nuh-uh, my team's better than yours. Like, all right, I go have fun with that. I'm not participating in that. Corey Coleman says, hopefully no more defensive linemen dropping into coverage, laughing out loud. Yeah, that was their great wrinkle this year. And, let's go back with Ken Norton during his time. 2019, what's the great wrinkle he employs? Is their great adjustment that season? Oh, we're going to run base 4-3 for 65, 70% of the time that season. We're going to run 3 linebackers out no matter what you do offensively. Oh, you're going to go nickel? We're still running out 3 linebackers. And then 2020, it was the cover 2. Oh, we're going to run all this cover 2 now. That's our grade. We're going to go out of cover, stop doing the cover 1, the cover 3 stuff. We're going cover 2. And then this year it was dropping defensive linemen into coverage. They always got one little thing they try every year defensively, and it's not very inventive. It's been done before in the past, and it doesn't tend to work. E-Dub, fire Ken Norton is fired. Some dreams, some prayers are answered, huh, E-Dub? Roy Frolick, would anybody be surprised if Adrian Peterson shows up as our running backs coach next year? I would be surprised, Roy. He's made so much money in this sport. Why would he want to then become a running backs coach? I mean, does he want to be on that grind where you're not even a coordinator, you're just a coach? And maybe he does. Maybe he's got that love of the sport that he wants to be around in that way. I mean, I can't say one way or another. I don't know Adrian's mind or heart on it, but I would think that usually those great running backs like that don't turn around to become running back coaches as soon as their career ends. So it would surprise me. Herbicide says Larry drives me up a wall more than Tim. Keldon's cool. Tim does drive me. Tim's fine. Gregory Stevens says next coach may want to trade Fields. What about Fields for Russell? It's possible, I guess, Gregory. It's possible. I don't know if it's very unusual. You don't tend to see high first round pick quarterbacks getting moved 1 year after they just got picked. So it's unlikely to happen almost for that reason alone. But it's possible. It's possible that the Bears are willing to do that. And we know Russell wanted to go there last offseason as one of his destinations. I don't think that that's changed. It's possible. Herbicide, haha, you're right. You're right. Doubt Tim could figure out a library. Nice. I would like the Seahawks to get Vic Fangio or Brian Flores. So Dante, I'd love it too, man, but I just don't think it's likely to happen. They're both 3-4 guys, and they're not going to want to coach under Carroll. Just don't think it will go down. Don't think it's happening like that. Oh. Tim Jobs, Trey Lance is the next Josh Allen. Seahawks fans will envy the Niners when we are dominating, winning Super Bowls. I don't know about that. I do like Trey Lance, Tim. So I don't know if he's Josh Allen level of talent, but he's a talent. Spencer says, have some empathy, friends. It must be tough for Tim knowing the best case scenario for the 49 IRs was to draft Mac Jones this year instead of that bust Trey area. Corey says, biggest draft need, center or a 3-tech? Center, Corey. But that's part of the emphasis I place upon building a great offensive line first and foremost this season before you get to number 2 on your priority list. You build your offensive line first and foremost, in my opinion. And I think you can usually find a 3-tech from other places, even as just a specialist pass rusher from the 3-tech. All right, guys. Well, we're at 10 o'clock here. I'm 4.5 hours in. Let's get in the last couple of comments on here in the chat. I'll break kind of through here. We will be back on streaming here soon. If we get some news this week about who the coach is going to be hired or who they're circling around on, I think we'll learn here probably pretty quickly as far as the turnaround goes on this. But it is good to hear that at least Norton's on his way out here. I mean, it is a step. It's a good beginning of the offseason. More needs to be done, but it is a good beginning. Dante King says we could bring back Chris Richard. He was pretty good. I mean, as a secondary coach, I don't know why you'd want to bring him back as a defensive coordinator. You fired him to bring Ken Norton in to replace him. I don't know if that's again just kind of a lateral move at that point, sort of rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Wayne Wilson Jr. says, if Mike Tomlin is ever available, Seattle should get him as a head coach. He would be a good coach to pair with Russell, but sadly, we are keeping Carroll. As much as he's accomplished, he's wasting prime Russ. Well said, Wayne. And Mike Tomlin was one of those 3 guys. If we moved on from Coach Carroll, I put into my list as my top 3 guys this offseason. So I had Peyton from New Orleans, I had Tomlin, and then I had Harbaugh with Michigan. I would have looked at either of those 3 guys and looked at them very seriously and thought that they'd be great candidates for a replacement for Carroll. I think Tomlin's awesome. We'll see if the Steelers let him go, but he is a very good coach. You're right, though. They're not doing that. They're doubling back down on Carroll. Emmett21 Gaming says we better hire the right defensive coordinator. Better. Yeah, I think it doesn't matter too much at the end of the day, Emmett, because this does still remain Coach Carroll's defense when it's all said and done. But it would be great if you could at least get a mind who could bring in some different outside ideas So we're not just trying to hammer the same thing over and over again that hasn't worked. Seahawks Gaming says, breaking news, Ken Norton Jr. fired. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Happy day. Happy day. Was not a good hire at the time. Has not been proven a good hire at any point in time in the last couple of years. And good on our Seahawks for recognizing that and making the right move. I'm not confident they're going to necessarily replace him with anything better, but at least you got something out the door that wasn't working or aiding things. Jim Schwartz is a good defensive coordinator, and I do think he runs 4-3, so at least he's a 4-3 guy, I believe. So that makes a little more sense as far as the possibility goes than some of the 3-4 guys that are being mentioned. Herbicide says, I'm tired. Have a good night, everybody. You have a good one, Herbicide. Appreciate you. Alexander, you're late about Ken Norton, but good try. Gaming, hopefully we hire the right guy. I hope we do. Madisonian 1214, Packer fan here. Always nervous when we play y'all, no matter the record or roster each year. Are the Packers a top out-of-division rival in your mind? Yeah, exactly the way you said it, Madisonian 1214. It's a game that I don't think we really look forward to playing with you guys. It seems like one of us is always going to take a painful loss on one side or the other of this. It seems to be a really tightly played game. And there's been some pretty epic matchups between these two teams over the years. And yeah, I would say that outside of our division, you are our biggest rival. It's kind of seemed like we played the Packers yearly for like 10 straight years or something, So we always end up playing you guys. And it's part of what happens when you're two of the better teams in the NFC going on 10 years. You have better records. You're going to play other teams with other good records within the outside of your division as those couple of games that lie outside of your division. So that's the reason why. I wish you the best of luck, Madisonian. You guys are in as good a position as ever this year to get it done. And I think you guys got to be the front runner in this conference right now as things stand. Corey Coleman says, do you think Norton will go back to linebackers coach? I don't believe so, Corey, because it's not, and I could be wrong. Somebody's probably going to correct me on the chat on this. I don't remember it ever happening in NFL history where you had a coordinator that was fired from being either an offensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator who then went back to being just the defensive line coach or the secondary coach. I think it's just kind of, you get fired, you're gone at that point. Tackman Clan Killa 187 says, another mediocre year with Pete unless he makes some change. Well, he's at least changed with Norton, but I agree, he needs to make more change than that. This is just a beginning step. This is a baby beginning step. We need to get into some full sprints here to correct this team. Danny W, well, before you head out, can we have a moment of silence for 4 linebacker set we ran with Michael Kendricks? R.I.P. It will be missed, truly. Yes, let's have a moment of silence for Ken Norton's 4 linebackers. And it isn't any surprise that a defensive coordinator who he himself was a linebacker, who he himself was a former linebackers coach, would think that a great adjustment in game would be to trot out 4 linebackers. And that 2019 season got stuck in my craw from his love affair with the base defense, which would just get slaughtered that year, including allowing the Red Rifle to throw for damn near 400 yards on you. At home. But yes, let's give him that moment of silence. That's good. Daniel W. Tackman Clan Killer says KC spent heavy on the O-line. They got the returns on attack, man. They rebuilt their whole offensive line in one offseason. Major injuries to Fishers, major injuries to Mitchell Schwartz. Tuverde was basically done after a year of being away from the sport. Not much at center that was working for them. They retooled the whole thing. And it took them half the year for it to kind of get together and get cohesive, but now it's gotten cohesive and they're getting all the returns off of that right now. Again, it's not just, in my opinion, something that's worked historically speaking. It's worked even recently when teams have taken this tact. Look at the teams that still remain in the playoffs. It's a lot of teams that have put a lot of assets into the offensive line. I don't think that that's a coincidence. Pushkar says, thanks for being such a great fan and creating quality content. Well, thank you, Pushkar. I appreciate you watching, man. You watch. I will try to create as great content and quality as I can, man. So I appreciate you on that. You do remind me of that, Pushkar. Do please, if you like what you're hearing either now live or even if you're hearing it on replay, do me a little favor, please, and just hit that like button if you could. It helps this channel grow tremendously, helps me show up on other Seahawks fans, trying to show them content, and I do appreciate it if you could for me. Thank you. Charles says, with a $5 donation, thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, thanks for the stream. I'm usually more fun-loving, but my dad is in here, and he's Tim Jobs. I know how it is. When Dad's around, we can't have as much fun, right? The wet blankets entered the room. Look out. Oh. Thank you for the donations, all your donations, Charles. You are amazing. Corey says Tomlin's not going anywhere. I agree. I don't think the Steelers are going to let him go. Hell, the Steelers had, 3 coaches in their entire history. I don't think they're letting one of their ones who's been every bit as good as the other guys go anytime soon. Tim Jobs says, what do you like about Tomlin as a coach at Hawks Nest? He is operating within the Steelers on a team that, is as much a blue blood organization and franchise as the Steelers are. They are one of those organizations that's a little bit like the Packers, where they've got to develop everything from within. And they can't go out into free agencies to fix things. And there are no easy fixes on that team because of that. So it's more driven than the onus upon development, motivating the players, being a little bit more exotic, for instance, with their 3-4 defense and how they run it. But I think that he has maintained a level of play with that team over the years. I think that he's also ran into a little bit of what Sean Payton ran into in recent years as well. He's remained a good coach while the most important position on the football field has begun to fail him. Ben Roethlisberger, like Drew Brees, got old kind of fast. These are guys that look like 3-4 years ago, maybe they could play in their 40s, and then they get close to 40 and go, no way they're playing into their 40s. So he's still been able to overcome, let's call it, lackluster quarterback play while still putting out a good team, while still getting that team to the playoffs and doing it year after year after year, while not being able to go in free agency and spend money, because that's where they have that in addition to the Packers. So it's like you got a little bit of a one arm tied behind your back when you're a coach coaching for an organization like that. And to still maintain that level of play that they have and that consistency. And I think it's impressive. Leland Kimball says, who is the AD Penny is referring to in his tweet? There's a Twitter. I miss AD. I don't know who AD is. I'm a little bit thrown off what he means by AD. I was thinking AP. Maybe you missed, I don't know. Leland Kimball says, have a great night, Brandon, in the 12s. Thank you, Leland. Hope you're doing well, brother. Appreciate you, man. Alexander Matthew, Tomlin wins, kind of important. Yes, exactly. Corey Coleman, if Pete would be just the culture guy and let the defensive coordinator do their thing and the offensive coordinator and Russ do their thing, he'd be fine. I agree with you 100%, Corey. If I could go past 100%, I would with that comment. Yes. Part of what the thing with Pete is not that he needs to do more, that he needs to insert himself more often. It's that he needs to, it's less of Pete equals more of Pete. And less of Pete, especially if it's trusting the men that he's hired to do the jobs, means a better football team out on the field, in my opinion. I don't know if Carroll agrees with that statement, but I think it's a fact. And it's a place where if Pete was smart and whoever the new coordinator he hires and whatever he does with Waldron next season is he takes more of a hands-off approach, be that head coach role, the traditional role of a head coach, and little bit here, little bit there. Little goes a long way. Megan says, pleasure as always, B. Hope the shoulder will allow me to get to the next one. Take care, 12s. Thank you, Megan, and do take care of that shoulder. Take care of yourself now. You got a couple of those injuries stacking up. I want you to maintain. Be ready for that trip in October. Audie Bell says, run the ball. The defense will get better. I like it, Audie. Tim says, I lost all my money 20 years ago. Got 200,000 profit on my stocks and I didn't sell them. Lost all my money and went broke. Hey, it happens. Maxwell Stern, Gus Bradley. That was who I thought they'd be their number one target. They'd be looking at Maxwell. But of course, the Raiders have got to let him go out of his contract, and then Carroll's still going to want him above whoever else is out there. But that would be my guy that I think would make the most sense. Tim, you don't have to donate. You're doing good, man. It's tough times, I know. Cost of living over there in San Francisco is going up through the roof. Alexander says, I'm so sick of the 4-3-D. Me too, Alexander. Hell, I'd even take a 4-3-D. Just give me attacking 4-3 defense. We got the 4-3 under. We got the soft zone-based 4-3 defense. You know, the bendy but don't breaky defense. I'm good with that. I'm good with going more attacking. And I hope the next defense that comes into Seattle is more of an attacking defense. Please. Please. D-Nugget says, I was wondering when Brando would be back. Nice. What's up, D-Nugget? Tackman says, Ken Norton Jr. is Pete's lapdog. He ain't leaving. Oh, he's got fired, Tackman. Oh, you're thinking he's brought back as a linebackers coach. I mean, maybe. If there was a guy that could break that rule of thumb, he could be the guy to do that. 20-year history with Pete, 25-year history of Pete, right? Yeah, it's like 25 going back to USC. So I could see it, Tackman. I could see it. Maybe not likely, but I could see it being a possibility. Where I wouldn't say it never is a possibility with basically anyone else. Big Mac with a $5 donation. Thank you, Big Mac. You are awesome, brother. Appreciate you. It says, thanks, man, for all your hard work. You the man. Go Hawks. Well, you're the man, Big Mac. You've donated the channel, supporting the channel. You've done so many times in the past. I appreciate that. I notice it, and thank you for it. You're awesome. And it ain't hard work for me when I get to talk Seahawks with you guys. This is easy. This is easy for me. This is what I love to do. This is what brings joy to my world. Talking with you guys, talking Seahawks, especially we got some breaking news to break down. Hail to the yes. Hail to the yes. Tackman says, I don't mind keeping Al Woods for another year. I don't either, Tackman. I mean, he had as one of the top 10 probably dominating defensive tackle seasons in the sport this year, quietly, but probably had that. Tremendous player for us. You bring him back for a couple $1 million. I'll do that. I'll do that. Seahawks Gaming says, I hope Pete Carroll steps down to defensive coordinate and hire Dan Quinn as the head coach or something. I love it, man. I love it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That'd be great if that happened. Megan says, may have to wear the large jersey tomorrow, B. Hey, keep it going. It's winning strong right now, Megan. You can't argue with that. Just don't use all up of that juice right now. We need some effort for next season. Or at least for draft day, Megan. One of the two. ADL Taxman news came out an hour ago. Ken Norton is fired. Tackman says, so long, Ken Norton. Merry Xmas to me. Yeah, Tackman, it's a happy day in that respect, huh? Yeah, I don't think Tomlin's going anywhere either, Audie. I think he would remain, but I do like him. Alexander says, Ken Norton Jr. just got hired as the Raiders head coach. ADL Williams says, Brandon's live chat doubled in the viewers after the Ken Norton Jr.'s news broke. Yeah, it did. We got up to almost 100 people also in the chat for just a quiet Rams-Cardinals stream. But hey, that shows you how much the Seahawks fans are on it, man. News breaks, they're getting on, checking it out. D-Nugget just Google it. Yeah, Norton looks like he is on his way out. Bring in Quinn ASAP. Let's do it. Let's do it. AI says, Packers draft better. Our drafting sucks. Yeah, they do. Packers draft very strong, especially when they draft their offensive linemen. They do not miss. They do not miss. Alexander said, let's go to 3 a.m. Let's go. Alexander was supposed to be making a call. I'm supposed to be doing a business call like about an hour and a half ago that's going to be probably out at this point. But, you know, what are you going to do? AD is all day. AP. Okay, yeah, that's right. All day Adrian Peterson. Okay. I always call him AP, so I never went with the all day, but that's right. He has been called that. He has been called that. Tackman says, I hope he knows what he's doing. I don't know if he knows what he's doing, being Carroll. Alexander Penny has referred to Adrian Peterson as AD in press conferences. Okay. That sucks. Well, definitely, maybe we can bring that guy back. Bring that guy back. If he gets that level of play out of Penny going next year, then he's worth it. He's worth a veteran minimum deal. Worth it. Tagman, I personally prefer Fangio or Jared Mayo. I do too. Though those are 3-4 guys, Tagman. You know Carroll's not going to go to a 4-3. Jeff, have a good night. Thanks for all the stream tonight, Brandon. Cheers. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, brother. You have a good one. I appreciate your big donation on the chat. Thanks so much. D-Nugget with a $2 donation. Thank you, D-Nugget, says Brando. Get a dono for always shouting out his fans. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, D-Nugget. Appreciate you, man. You're awesome. Very awesome. Charles Riley, another $5 donation, brings up a good, Charles says, Megan brings up a good point. Do you think Jody made Pete axe Ken? It's an interesting question. It's an interesting question. Let me think about it for a second, Charles. And thank you for the $5 donation. Corey Coleman, thank you for the $5 donation. He says thank you. Well, thank you, man. You guys are very kind on the stream tonight. So appreciate you guys on that. You're awesome. No, I don't. And the only reason I don't is that I'm not yet in belief that Jody is on it as to request a defensive coordinator be fired. I don't think she's as into the weeds on the details of this team like that. She would have been more to me in the big picture of she either fires Carroll or she doesn't. She's not really into how the coordinators affect firing them out side of it. So I don't. I think Carroll may have said, well, here's what I'll do. This is the change we're going to implement. And that was just to maybe he proactively got out ahead of it and telling her that was what they were going to do. To keep her from landing in that stage of maybe I got to fire you stage, at least to give her some appearances of change. But I think that Carroll would have offered that more than she would have demanded it. That's just my read on it. Paul Third, teams with great passing assets try to be run-first teams. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Yes, it is a little nuts. It is a little nuts, you know. Don't understand it as well at times. That's where we get back to Paul, build around. If you're going to pay the quarterback and then build around him and build around him completely. Don't half build around him. No half measures, full measures. Agree with you, man. You're not taking crazy pills. It's silliness. It's where organizations, I think, sometimes try to split the difference. Be a little of this, will be a little of that. No, commit to what you are from a philosophy standpoint. Tagman says, how much is Seattle willing to spend on a Pro Bowl offensive line in an offseason? Well, that will be the answer that we get decided this offseason, Tagman. You know, last offseason, it was $9 million for Gabe Jackson, and that was the totality of what they really want to spend. Maybe, $3-4 million for Ethan Posick. They've spent as little as anybody else the entire NFL over the last 10-year span. They've just not been willing to spend money on the line. Will that change this offseason? Who knows? You know, they've given no indications that it will. Adi says, yeah, really unconventional, but he was a scoring machine going back to his days at Notre Dame. Low post move, small forward. Oh, Adrian Dantley. Adrian was a good player. He's a good player. Alexander says, basically, Pete needs to let the hot dog man sell the hot dogs, let people do their jobs. That's why you hired him. Yes. Again, you know, it's like you're also not a master and an expert of everything. And you got to know what you know and know what you don't know. And just because you're old and you've been around the game and you've seen it all and done it all does not mean that there aren't other people with other ideas that you got to trust and rely on. And you see him bring in Waldron, and they have a quote that comes out from Coach Carroll a couple weeks into the season where he's like, yeah, we like Waldron a lot. He's really open to the things that we've done prior. And you go, what? That's not why you brought Waldron in to do the things you did prior. He's here to bring you do things in new. What's about the new stuff, Carroll? That's what we're worried about. Don't say a comment like that. But when he says a comment like that, it shows that he's a little bit a lack of self-awareness on Carroll's part of how that's going to be read when he says that. But that also was a little bit of the lack of when people talk about a hot seat under Carroll. When he gives comments like that, that's absolutely clear indications that there's not a hot seat under Carroll, that there's not ownership pressing down upon him. that he has a little bit of carte blanche in the way that he runs this team. Seahawks Gaming, the most important hire is going to be the defensive passing coordinator. It's an important hire. I don't know if it's the most important hire. I think your defensive coordinator still matters more than the passing coordinator goes, but it's important in this day and age. Leland says Ken Norton might have also been offered another job or at least had a request to interview and they chose to let him go. Just a thought. I don't know, Leland. Who's hiring him? Who's watched Ken Norton's work in the last 6 years and said, I want to get that guy into the fold? Our team's just missing that guy. Tackman says that, Tim actually, DK is great. Oh, sorry. MSR Rook, AD and Anthony Davis from the Lakers are injured right now. That's why I said I miss AD. Oh, okay. He's saying Anthony Davis. That makes sense too. A lot of ADs. Gregory Stevens says, Bears fan, I hear Allen Robinson is going to be available next year. Yeah. We can't afford to pay him though. So it's not going to be us. Tagman says, I'm tired of seeing Dunlap and Brooks on coverage. Well, Brooks ain't going anywhere out of coverage, but you should see less Dunlap, hopefully, moving forward. I'm hoping. Audie Bell says, number one, find a true center. Yeah, I like it, Audie Bell. Mega says, beg to differ, B. I think Mrs. Allen is more involved than we think. I mean, she was at her brother's right hand for years. Hashtag just saying. And I don't know for sure too, Megan, to your point on that. I only am on this because I'm kind of just guessing blind and in the dark. So I can only just go off of kind of what I've seen as indications, but I don't know for sure. So you could be right. I could be wrong on this one. I don't know for sure. It's just my instinct on it. D Nuggets says, can we get a Discord chat room going from time to time? We could. I just wish I had more time in the day right now, D Nugget. I just run out of time. Like I'm supposed to have made a business call like an hour and a half ago, but I'm streaming for the hour and a half that I was supposed to call. I run out of time. And it's hard. I know. I think from people in the chat don't understand. Like I run out of hours in my day every day. My head pops off the pillow. I sprint to my job, sprint back to here on this stuff. Like so, I just don't have any extra time. I can't cut anything else out. You know, I've already cut out movies. I've already cut out my gaming time. I get nowhere else to slice. I don't have a girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like you get to a point, you got nothing else you can clip down to get it leaner. What is our greatest need in this draft? Says Mike Motz. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly, Mike. Our greatest need as it stands right now would be left tackle. Because you don't have one as a starter right now. So that would be that's the greatest need. Left tackle. Followed, in my opinion, Mike, followed by center and right tackle, by the way. So those are my top three needs on the team as it stands right now. D Nuggets says, oh, Joe Thuney and Creed Humphrey could have been ours. What a 1-2 combination that would have been, my man. That would have been nice. ADL Williams says, if we draft a receiver, I'm going to dump my pants. I might dump in my pants in the live stream, ADL. So you won't be the only one. AI says, Carroll is an effing coward. Throwing Norton under the bus. Norton runs the defense the way Carroll tells him. Yeah, it's empty to me too, AI. It's empty to me at this point. 100% agree. 100% agree. You know, it's lip service. It's rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. It's all for show, none for go. It doesn't really do a lot for me. And it's especially confirmed AI if it's just to bring up from within. If it's just to grab another acolyte, another yes man back into the fold. And he ain't fooling me on this one. You ain't fooling me on this one. Just because you move out the guy everybody wants to move out doesn't mean you fixed anything. Tagman says, if Kyle Shanahan had a top 15 quarterback under his scheme, they'll win the division, but it's all up to Trey Lance's development as a quarterback. It is indeed. But it's why I am very much a pro Kyle Shanahan guy. And I think a lot of him is that he's been operating from not having a great quarterback up until this point and has actually gotten a decent amount out of that team, along with them being one of the more injured teams in the NFL. He's operated under those restrictions and still done all right. And I like Trey Lance. So the Niners do have me to Tim Jobs. You know, this will make Tim's heart feel good. Niners have me worried going forward. They do. Tackman says Kyle never had an all-pro quarterback as a head coach. No, he's not. And when he did last time Tackman have an all-pro quarterback, being Matt Ryan. He got Matt Ryan's best season out of him being an MVP season. Part of what got Kyle the job with the 49ers. So you give him a good talent, he gets a lot out of it when you finally do deliver on that. Tackman says Pete usually keeps his lapdog. Usually he does, yeah. But you got to let somebody go, I guess. And they might, Jody and John might have put pressure on Pete to fire him. Could be true. Again, I just don't know. I'm making guesses and I don't have anything to operate off of. Maybe we'll learn more about it when the story kind of boils out in the next couple of days. D-Nugget, hey, you got cats. I do have cats. I got 2 cats. Megan says, and we love you for the sacrifice you make for the stream and your fellow 12s, B. I know you do. And I love making it. So that's no problem on my end. Tackman says he'll stay for another year to build his trade value, which is not a bad idea. No, he might. Ethan says, what video games do you play when you have time? I still do a little Fortnite. I do a little Civilization 6. I like Call of Duty with like zombies mode. Those are kind of it right now. The Age of Empires. I'll do a little bit of that too. Kind of all over the place a little bit, but I haven't played much lately, hardly at all, especially once the football season starts. It's like, no. Nobody chokes the Super Bowl like Shanahan. Well, that is maybe one of his Achilles tendons. That's one of his torn Achilles tendons. I'll give you that. He's certainly 0 for 2 in Super Bowl clutch time, which is not what you want to be. D-Nugget Brando, would you take the defensive coordinator job? Sure. Yeah. Because I'd be fighting Carroll tooth and nail. But I might blitz every single play too. So I don't know how effective that defense necessarily would be, but, it'd be fun. Tackman says, I was hoping to hire Jared Mayo from New England to be our defensive coordinator. I love where your mind's at with this, Tackman. Just the thing is, I kind of touched on this earlier, okay? You go back to the late 70s and the early 80s, okay? Coach Carroll's coaching under Bud Grant, who runs what? A 4-3 defense. Coach Carroll goes to the Jets, becomes the head coach job for the Jets, runs what? A 4-3 defense. Coach Carroll then goes to the New England Patriots, becomes the head coach of the New England Patriots, runs what? A 4-3 defense. Coach Carroll then goes to the USC Trojans, runs a defense. What defense does he run? 4-3. Coach Carroll then comes to the Seattle Seahawks for the last 10-year period, 10 years, runs a 4-3 defense. So, Tackman, do you believe that at this point in time, 71 years old, 40 years into the sport, running one exact, precise kind of defense, that he's going to change? I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't. I'd love to see it happen, Tackman. I'd love to see an attacking 3-4 defense that was multidimensional and could do a variety of different things. Just don't think we will see it. Megan says, just decided after this evening's events to rename the Largent jersey from the Largent Jersey of Power to the Largent Jersey of Joy for the next 24 hours to celebrate. Sounds good. Washington Fisquest, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you. It says, Tim Jobs, Russell's main talent is owning the Niners. It's a job in itself, man. And you can't deny that, Tim. He's owned you guys. I've talked to a lot of 49er fans like Keldon who would love to see Russell traded. So, he's giving you the business. Say what you will about him. Megan says, you and Coach, that would be interesting, B. I think you'd balance him off right, because I wouldn't back down from Coach Carroll. I wouldn't be caught in the aura and awe of whatever it is that I think some people do. I'd ask him some direct, straight questions, and he wouldn't be able to dance on me. And he can get as pissed off as he wants at that point. He can throw as many tantrums as he wants at that point. I'm still asking the questions. I'm still pressing him on it. They better not let me ever in that media session. I will go off. Grug, you should try out Ark Survival Evolved. It's a survival game like Rust, but with dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures. I will take a look at it, Grug. I could never do the Rust thing. Rust I just did not understand. It just didn't appeal to me. And especially when games get a little bit too into that grindy mode of things where it's grindy. I don't like it. But I will check that out. And right now, Greg, there's not a lot of good games, especially with Battlefield 2 absolutely just being the worst. D-Nugget cover zero blitz. Every play, D-Nugget cover zero blitz. Casino blitz. Every play, man. Every play. Go X05. My defense would lead the league in sacks, but damn it, I have no understanding of coverages. I got that lineman mind, laughing out loud. I'd probably be the same way, man. I'd probably be the same way. All or nothing would be my defense. Tagman says we even out with Arizona and 2-0 with San Francisco. That was the few positive part of the season. It was. Those were your best wins of the year, Tagman. Those are your only wins that came against playoff teams. Yeah, agreed. Tagman says John point his finger at Pete like Phoenix Wright on GBA. Objection. Megan, my money would be on Coach every damn day. Hashtag sorry, not sorry. No. Hey, it would be a fight though, Megan, Enter Zone, what's up, Enter Zone? Go Power. How you doing? Ethan Tech World, play Red Dead Redemption, one of the best, if not best, in the last 15 years. Only thing with it, Ethan, I do tend to like 2-player games. I like playing with buddies and friends and stuff. So the single solo player stuff. And I did try Red Dead Redemption 1. I did. It just didn't. I'm out of the one first person mode games. I like the teammate. I like the collaboration gaming style. Attack Band says, how much did Seattle spend on Ben Jones from the Titans? Probably only should spend on him if they've already first taken a run at Jason Kelsey or at the Buccaneers Center. But if not them, then probably more of a mid-tier level deal. I'd be willing to pay those guys a little more higher market, and he'd be more of a mid-tier contract. $6-7 million a year, maybe, Tacman. Mac Pacific Northwest just finished the Rams Cardinals on DVR. Couldn't believe how many unbalanced one-sided games there were this weekend. It's a bit odd. It makes sense to me a bit, Mac, just because I feel like there was more of the elite teams that separated themselves from some of those teams that got in the playoffs. And the teams that got in the playoffs got a little bit exposed for not really being good enough. Haven't gotten in there, but not really deserving to really be in there. Like the Raiders, for instance, or even the Cowboys got to benefit from having probably one of the most, if not the most weakest divisions in football, which is going to artificially inflate you a little bit. Tacman, I in the Rams number line and under, I was sweating like crazy. Did you get paid? Go Hawks 05. I think Hurt would be a minor improvement because a defensive line coach would go hard pass rush, but I want a major improvement. Me too, Go Hawks. And look, maybe you could also make this argument. It can't be worse than Norton, right? Couldn't be worse than Norton on that. But we'll see. D. says, I'm thinking Bengals, Chiefs, Packers, Bucks final round. Megan says, okay, my beloved 12s, B, 6 p.m. I need food. Hope to see y'all soon. If the shoulder allows, go Hawks. Go Hawks. Rams going to roll over the Bucks next week. We'll see. All right, well, let's wrap this up. I gotten 5 hours in deep on the stream here. I meant to this a little earlier, but you guys got me. We got some breaking news, so we had to break it down a little bit. Let's get the last couple of comments in on the chat going through. I will try to be back. Let's maybe potentially shoot for Thursday. If not Thursday, then we'll do a little Sunday show for I got to do my move. I got to move this week. We're going to be doing the new studio, going to the new backdrop, all that stuff. So that's going to be coming soon. So now within a couple weeks, we'll be in a new place here with new kind of stuff, get the green screen going and all that. But we'll see where the news goes this week. We'll get the coaching hire comes down the track for the defensive coordinator. Perhaps I'll go live on that day. As we get news coming down on that. I'll be going live throughout the season here, off season here, as we do get some breaking news, kind of playing on the fly a little bit on the fly. Tackman says Brady's playing till the next election. Bucks will be fine. Agreed. I don't think he's near done. Corey, there is multiplayer on Red Dead. You make a posse with your friends and you make custom characters. I did see that, Corey. It seemed a little bit like some of the videos I watched on it were like it wasn't as good an experience or nearly as fun of an experience as doing the first person thing. That it got a little repetitive and that the missions were just kind of your washed, rinse, repeating a little bit, and you didn't get a lot for the rewards on the mission. But I'll check it out. I know a lot of people love that game. Alexander says, me, Halo Infinite, and Madden 22, 49-year-old, and I'm still a kid at heart. My bills kind of show it, laughing out loud. Hey, I'm the same way, Alexander. You know, I'm 40 plus years old and I'm still a kid at heart. Nothing wrong with that in my opinion. You know what I mean? So I'm the same way. And I did love Halo back in the game. I just wish that game had changed a little more over the years. They just hold to too much of the base. We got to keep that stuff that we had in 2000 in the game. Like, do we? Or can we do the combat evolved thing and keep evolving? D-Nugget, oh wow, you're moving studio or homes? Homes, D-Nugget. But with homes will come a new studio as well, and I'm going to have a little bit more room. So it's going to be a double studio. I'm going to have a backdrop with like what is behind me here on one side of my living room. My other side of my living room is going to be a big fat green screen so I can do some bits. Some bits. Yeah, like a NorbCab green screen a little bit. Kind of like that. Yeah. We'll have them both. Since he just lost Ojabobi, that's a huge loss to the run game pass rush. That is. That's a backbreaker for them, Tack Man. Mike Batts, how is Stone Forsythe working out tackle? Working out very well, Mike. Whenever he was put into duty this year, wasn't done very often, but when he was out there and pressed into duty, he did just fine, including preseason. So at any point in time we've given him a chance, he's done well. Has he dominated? He's even a bright shining star? No, but has he gotten the work done? Has he not embarrassed himself? Yeah. Dan W., I wouldn't be mad with Gus Bradley hire. Chargers defense was very good while he was coaching there. Raiders have been solid with a lack of talent. I think he could get more out of Jamal Adams. I agree. I think he's also continued to, like Dan Quinn, in his own way that's different from Dan Quinn, continue to evolve the defense after he was left Carroll. He hasn't just dated the cover 3 stuff. Still a part of their defense, but it's not the wholly all of their defense. I would be more encouraged with the Gus Bradley bringing him back as a hire than I would be elevating Clint Hurdle or Ed Donatel, you know. Ethan Techworld, play It Takes Two, right up your alley, Brandon. All right, I'll take a look. I'll check it out. Mac Pacific Northwest, Battlefield 4, hardcore multiplayer, the only way. I did like Battlefield 4. I might be going back to that one since I had high hopes for Battlefield 2, and that thing is just bleh. Bleh. D-Nugger, Stone, he's okay. Our O-line, entire O-line has just been okay. Yeah, we need to do better than Stone. I don't want him as my left tackle of the future, but as a backup swing tackle that has to be pressed into duty from time to time, I got confidence he can get that done. D-Nugget, excited for your move? Nice. Me too, man. Get my own little place back in and rolling. Just going to want to just kind of expand some things on the show too. We're going to be doing a few more little bits, a little more uploading. I'm going to still do all the live stream stuff, but we're just get some more uploads doing. Just keep expanding the channel. Corey Coleman, Steve Hutchinson has a position on the scouting team, and he scouted Stone Forsythe. He did. He likes Stone. He signed off on him. That's good enough for me, man. I think Steve knows what he's talking about in that respect. I think he knows what he's talking about in that respect. Charles Riley with a $2 donation, finishing us off right. Charles, you always hammer that dono in the stream. I appreciate you on that. And he's doing this right. He says, go Bucks and F the Rams. Yeah, go Bucks, F the Rams. I'm good with that, Charles. I'm with you on that. F the Rams. F the Rams. You got your win tonight. Now you can go to bed. Now you can swallow up all that cap hit that you got to sustain. You can be out all those draft picks. And let's see how you do now going forward. Shall we? See how it is now going forward. All right. Well, we are going to wrap it up on that. Washington Fish Quest, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Tim Jobs, Russell's main talent is only the 9. I read that. Sorry. Appreciate you on that, Washington Fish Quest. Well, Charles Riley, Washington Fish Quest, Mega Gok Roger, Big Mac Byron, D. Leland Kimball, Randall McDaniel, all the folks that donated in on the chat tonight. Thank you. D Nugget coming in. Cora Coolman. Man, we always got so many people donating. You guys are so very kind. I thought we were just going to be on a nice little sleepy little stream tonight, watching Cardinal game and all chill. We kind of got a little bit of news breaking. It was kind of cool on that. So awesome the kind of turnout we had. I was a little bit surprised by that. Again, I will be trying to get back here either on Thursday or Sunday, one of the two. Some of it's going to be based around if we actually do hire the defensive coordinator and what that news is and where that comes down. But I will be back on here soon. We're going to keep trying to do into this offseason the 2 streams a week if we've got the content kind of there to go off of with it. Thank you to all of you guys being so supportive in the chat. Please do hit that like button if you're listening right now live or on replay, either one. Hit that like button for me. It helps the channel out considerably, and I do appreciate it on that. Go Hawks 05, can't wait for you to stream the Fangio hire for the Hawks, baby. Hey, I will be hyped. If we get Fangio, Go Hawks 05, I will be hyped. So you better believe it on that. That would be awesome. I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant. Jeff Rhines, I appreciate you, brother. You have a good one. D Nugget, I appreciate you as well. Have a good one. Charles, you are awesome. Always awesome. And thanks for the suggestion on the video games, guys. I need some good suggestions because we're in a dead period of the video games. We're like the dead of the off season with video games right now. So it is tough. Flag Sabbath, you have a good one, man. Good to see you in the chat as well. All right, well, the Rams got on. They beat the Cardinals. They got past. They're moving on. They get to play next week. And, the 49ers, they beat the Cowboys. They get to play next week, and we got to sit at home, and we got to watch, and we got to wait. And we got to have Tim Jobs come in here and make us eat on our losses this year and just wait. And that's fine. That's okay. That's okay. Sometimes you got to have a little bit of the bitter times to taste the sweet, savory meats of victory. And we will be back to victory once more. We will be back to victory once more. It's a tough year. This is a tough time right now, watching people within our division succeeding and going forward. But that's okay. It's just going to be a motivating force for us this offseason. It's going to be a motivating force for Coach Carroll. It's going to be a motivating force for Russell Wilson. They're going to come back stronger than ever. We are going to come back stronger than ever. We've been at our lowest this year, but we're not there anymore. We're back up on our way up. We're back up on our rise. So even though now as we sit in the cellar this year into this offseason, I don't want any of you to ever forget. Don't you forget. Don't you lose the faith. Don't you get lost. Don't you let Tim spin your head out. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. We will get back there. We will be back on that mountaintop. You better believe it. So keep the faith, my fellow 12s. Keep that confidence. And know we're coming back, and don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.